If you are not watching part first and second, then go the I button and watch first, and don't forget to subscribe. And burst into delighted laughter. Look at you, she told her reflection, pointing accusingly. The brilliant Adam Eve, dancing around like a teenager after her first kiss. Her reflection offered no response beyond her own giddy smile. But he's worth it, she continued, hugging herself tightly. He's absolutely worth it. She flopped back onto her bed, staring up at the ceiling with a dreamy expression that would have been unrecognizable to her teammates. Gone was the analytical scientist, the tactical asset, the controlled hero, replaced by a woman simply, completely happy. He's mine, she whispered again, hugging a pillow to her chest and inhaling the lingering scent of him. All mine. She rolled over, burying her face in the pillow to muffle a squeal of delight that would have mortified her if anyone had heard it. For all her powers, all her intelligence, all her careful planning, there was something wonderfully, perfectly human about this moment of pure joy. Tomorrow she would return to being the brilliant, controlled Adam Eve, the molecular manipulator, the tactical asset, the scientific mind. She would help prepare Earth's defenses, would continue her research, would maintain her professional demeanor. But today, just for now, she would celebrate her victory the way any woman might, with ridiculous dancing, private smiles, and the lingering sensation of belonging to someone who, more importantly than anything, belonged to her. Compass Mark's POV. I used to think being a superhero would be simpler. Bad guys do bad things, you stop them, everyone goes home happy. Black and white, good and evil, heroes and villains. Then my dad turned out to be an alien conqueror who slaughtered billions across the galaxy. And I still love him. That's the thing they don't tell you about morality. It gets complicated when it's personal. When the villain is someone you care about, someone who's tucked you in at night and taught you to throw a baseball and made your mom laugh that special way that lights up her whole face. I'm thinking about this as I fly over the city on my regular patrol route, the wind rushing past my mask, the familiar weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. 3 months since Dad's confession. 3 months of preparation for a war most of Earth doesn't even know is coming. 3 months of wondering what kind of person I am, that I can know what my father has done and still want him in my life. My communicator buzzes, bringing me back to the present. All clear in the financial district, I report automatically. Roger that, Invincible. The GDA operator responds. Continue your patrol route. I bank left, heading toward the industrial sector. The evening sky is painted in shades of orange and purple, the city lights just beginning to flicker on below. It's beautiful from up here, peaceful. Hard to believe it might all be gone soon if we can't stop the Viltrumites. As I fly over an abandoned rail yard, something catches my eye. Graffiti on the side of a warehouse, fresh enough that the paint still glistens in the fading light. It's not the graffiti itself that makes me pause, it's what it spells out. Invinci, the word is unfinished, as if the writer was interrupted. I descend cautiously, landing in the empty yard. The warehouse looms dark and silent, but I can sense I'm not alone. I know you're there, I call out, my voice echoing slightly in the open space. Show yourself. A figure emerges from the shadows, tall, muscular, with distinctive tribal tattoos covering his face and arms. I recognize him immediately. Titan, I say, tensing slightly. You're the guy from that robbery a while back. Good memory, kid, he replies, his deep voice carrying across the yard. I need your help. I don't move closer, remembering Megumi's lessons about maintaining tactical advantage. Why would I help you? Last I checked, you were a criminal. Because sometimes the line between criminal and victim gets blurred. Titan says, stepping fully into the light. Machine Head is destroying this city from the inside out. Drugs, weapons, human trafficking, nothing's off limits to him. And you're what, a concerned citizen? I can't keep the skepticism from my voice. I'm a father, Titan replies, his expression hardening. With a daughter who deserves better than to grow up in Machine Head's world. I study him, trying to read his intentions. Megumi's warned me repeatedly about manipulation, about how easily people can use your own heroic instincts against you. Why me? Ask, why not go to the Guardians? Or the police? The police are in Machine Head's pocket, Titan says bitterly. And the Guardians don't bother with street-level problems like this. But you're new. Not part of the system yet. His words trigger a conversation with Megumi from a few weeks ago. Flashback. We were sitting on the roof of my house after a particularly grueling training session. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the yard below. My muscles ached from the hours of combat practice, but it was a good kind of pain, the kind that meant progress. Something's bothering you, Megumi observed, his eyes fixed on the horizon. I sighed, pulling my knees up to my chest. Just thinking about my dad. Ah, a single syllable loaded with understanding. He's killed people, Megumi. Lots of people. Entire civilizations. I picked at a loose shingle. And I still love him. What does that make me? Megumi was quiet for a long moment before responding. It makes you human. Is that supposed to make me feel better? I asked, a bitter edge to my voice. It's not supposed to make you feel anything, he replied. It's simply a fact. Humans compartmentalize. They separate their personal feelings from objective reality. But isn't that wrong? I pressed. Shouldn't I hate him for what he's done? Megumi turned to look at me then, his expression unreadable. Do you want to hate him? No, I admitted. But maybe I should. Should? Megumi repeated, a hint of disdain in his voice. Who determines what you should feel? People? The world? Some civilization's abstract conception of justice. I didn't have an answer for that. I'll tell you my perspective, he continued after a moment. I care about what brings me pleasure and what brings me displeasure. I care about who I want to care about and I hate who I want to hate. The opinions of the world mean nothing to me. He gestured toward the city spread out below us. Out there, they have their rules, their judgments, their ideas of good and evil. But those are just their own constructs useful for maintaining order, perhaps, but not binding on the individual soul. So what, nothing matters? There's no right or wrong, I challenged. I didn't say that, Megumi corrected. I said I choose what matters to me. I choose what is right and wrong to me. I'll always do what I want, whether others consider it evil or good, so long as it brings me pleasure. He turned to me, his red eyes intense in the fading light. Your father has done terrible things. This is fact. You love him anyway. This is also fact. Both can exist simultaneously without contradiction. That sounds selfish, I said, though without judgment. Perhaps, he acknowledged. But isn't your love for your father selfish as well? You choose to love him despite knowing what he's done, because that love brings you comfort. Because a world where you hate your father is less pleasant than one where you love him. His words hit me like a physical blow, cutting through my confusion with brutal clarity. So what should I do? I asked, feeling suddenly very young. Whatever you want, Megumi replied simply. But own your choice. If you choose to love your father, do so without guilt or apology. If you choose to reject him, do so with the same conviction. But don't pretend your choice is dictated by anything other than your own desires. We sat in silence as darkness fell, his words echoing in my mind. For the first time since Dad's confession, I felt the weight of confusion lifting slightly. Not because Megumi had absolved me of responsibility, but because he'd forced me to confront the truth of my own feelings. I loved my father. I chose to love my father. And maybe that was okay. You still with me, kid? Titan's voice breaks through my memory. I refocus on the present, on the man standing before me, waiting for my decision. What exactly do you want me to do? I ask, more cautiously than I might have before those lessons. Help me take down Machine Head, Titan says. He's got an operation running tonight. If we hit him there, we can put a serious dent in his organization. I consider his request, weighing it against everything I've learned over the past months. The old Mark would have jumped at the chance to help, eager to prove himself, to do good without question. But I'm not that Mark anymore. Still, something about Titan's situation resonates with me. A father trying to create a better world for his child, isn't that what I want my own father to be? Isn't that the version of Nolan Grayson I'm fighting to believe in? And beyond that, there's something appealing about taking action outside the carefully controlled GDA operations, the endless training sessions and preparation meetings. This is real heroism, immediate and tangible. The world needs to change. Not like the Viltrumite Empire wants through conquest and subjugation, but through something more directed, more intelligent. In my mind, I see a better world led not by bureaucrats or alien conquerors, but by people who actually understand power. People like Sukuna, like my dad when he's not being an idiot about his mission, like Eve with her brilliant mind, like Mom with her unwavering moral compass. People who care about those they choose to care about, and who have the strength to protect them. And right now, I'm not liking this machine head guy. All right, I say finally. I'll help you, but we do this my way. No unnecessary casualties. No collateral damage. Titan nods, relief evident in his posture. Thank you. You won't regret this. I better not. I reply, my voice hard. When and where? Tomorrow night. I'll mark the location the same way I did here. He gestures to the unfinished graffiti. Be ready for a fight. I'm always ready. I tell him, and I mean it. Between Dad's training and Megumi's tactical lessons, I'm not the same inexperienced hero I was when I started. Titan melts back into the shadows, leaving me alone in the abandoned rail yard. I take to the sky again, resuming my patrol route while my mind processes what just happened. I should probably tell someone about this. Dad or Megumi or Cecil. That would be the responsible thing to do. But something holds me back. A desire to prove myself, perhaps. Or maybe just the simple pleasure of making my own decision, independent of the complex web of alliances and preparations that have dominated my life recently. Besides, it's just one night. One criminal operation. How complicated could it get? The next evening finds me hovering above an industrial complex on the city's outskirts, waiting for Titan to appear. The buildings below are dark and seemingly abandoned, perfect for illegal operations. You came. Titan's voice comes from behind me, and I turn to see him climbing onto the roof where I've landed. Good. What's the plan? I ask, all business. Machine Head's operation is in that building. He points to a warehouse at the center of the complex. He's got his enforcers inside, along with a shipment of weapons coming in from overseas. We hit hard, hit fast, and get out. How many enforcers? A dozen, maybe more. Nothing we can't handle. I nod, scanning the area. Something feels off about this setup, but I can't quite put my finger on what. Still, I've committed to this course of action. Lead the way, I tell Titan. We approach the warehouse cautiously, Titan moving with surprising stealth for someone his size. Through a skylight, I can see activity below, men moving crates, others standing guard with advanced-looking weapons. That's not street-level hardware, I whisper, noting the military-grade equipment. Those are high-tech weapons. Machine Head deals in everything, Titan replies grimly. Ready. Before I can answer, he smashes through the skylight, dropping into the warehouse with a roar. So much for the element of surprise. I follow immediately, landing beside him as the warehouse erupts into chaos. Guards scramble for weapons, shouting orders and warnings. Titan! A voice cuts through the commotion, and I turn to see a man seated behind a massive desk at the far end of the warehouse. His head is encased in what looks like a computer terminal, screens and circuitry where a face should be. Machine Head. You're more foolish than I thought, the digitized voice continues. And you've brought a child to your execution. It ends tonight. Machine Head. Titan growls, advancing toward the desk. Machine Head laughs, the sound distorted through his electronic interface. I think not. I've been expecting you, Titan. And I've prepared accordingly. A door opens at the side of the warehouse, and a massive figure steps through, at least 7 feet tall, white-furred, with a mane like a lion and the build of a professional bodybuilder. He's wearing battle armor adorned with weapons and what look like trophies. Allow me to introduce my newest associate, Machine Head says, satisfaction evident even through his electronic voice. Battle Beast. The alien warrior surveys the warehouse with contemptuous eyes, his gaze finally settling on me. Is this all? He rumbles, his voice deep and accented. I was promised worthy opponents. You'll find I'm plenty worthy, I say, dropping into a fighting stance. Battle Beast's eyes narrow, assessing me more carefully. Perhaps. Your stance suggests training. Good. It has been too long since I've had a challenge. He moves with shocking speed for his size, crossing the distance between us in a blur. I barely have time to raise my arms in defense before his fist connects with my chest, sending me crashing through the warehouse wall and into the yard beyond. Pain explodes through my body, real pain, the kind I've rarely felt since gaining my powers. I struggle to my feet, spitting blood. Battle Beast follows me through the hole in the wall, ignoring Titan completely. You are stronger than you look, young one, he observes. Good. A warrior's death should be earned. I launch myself at him, putting all my Viltrumite strength behind the punch. It connects solidly with his jaw, snapping his head back, but he only grins, revealing sharp fangs. Better, he growls, but not enough. What follows is the most brutal fight of my life. I use every technique Dad and Megumi have taught me, every ounce of strength and speed I possess. I land solid hits that would cripple ordinary opponents. Battle Beast barely seems to notice. His counterattacks are devastating, precise, powerful, and seemingly endless. Each blow feels like being hit by a freight train. Each block I manage sends shockwaves of pain up my arms. Through the haze of combat, I dimly register Titan fighting machine head's other enforcers, holding his own but clearly outmatched in numbers. I've made a terrible mistake coming here. This isn't a simple criminal takedown, it's something else entirely. And I'm in way over my head. A particularly vicious strike catches me in the ribs, and I hear something crack. I stagger, momentarily stunned by the pain, and Battle Beast seizes the opportunity. His massive hand closes around my throat, lifting me off the ground. You fought well, he says almost respectfully, but not well enough. Still, you have earned a clean death. He draws back his other hand, now holding a wicked-looking blade that seems to pulse with energy. I struggle against his grip, but my strength is fading, my vision darkening at the edges. This is it. This is how I die. Not fighting Viltrumites to save Earth, but in some warehouse brawl I never should have gotten involved in. I think of Mom, of Dad, of Eve and Megumi, of all the things I'll never get to say to them. Battle Beast's arm tenses, the blade beginning its deadly arc toward my heart. And then, impossibly, a sudden shockwave of wind explodes against my face and the blade stops. Not because Battle Beast has shown mercy, but because someone has caught his wrist in mid-strike. Through my dimming vision, I see a familiar figure standing beside us, holding Battle Beast's arm with apparent ease. I think, Megumi says, his voice colder than I've ever heard it, that you should reconsider your current course of action. Battle Beast's eyes widen in genuine delighted surprise, not at the intervention itself, but at the fact that someone has stopped his strike. Who are you? He demands, releasing me to face this new threat. I collapse to the ground, gasping for air, as Megumi steps between me and Battle Beast. I am Sukuna, he says simply, and you're touching what is mine. The last thing I see before consciousness slips away is Megumi's form silhouetted against the warehouse lights, cursed energy swirling around him like a crimson aura as he faces the alien warrior. And despite the pain, despite my failure, I feel a strange sense of security. Because I know that whatever happens next, this guy is the one who should be afraid. Battle between beasts. The warehouse district fell silent as two titans faced each other, locked in a moment of deadly tension. Battle Beast's massive arm remained suspended in mid-strike, his wrist caught in Sukuna's grip. The alien warrior's eyes widened slightly, not in fear, but in genuine surprise that someone had managed to intercept his killing blow. Sukuna's fingers tightened around Battle Beast's wrist, cursed energy flowing through the point of contact. In that fraction of a second, as his flesh touched the alien warrior's, he activated his technique. Cleave. Battle Beast's instincts honed across countless battlefields on innumerable worlds screamed danger. He wrenched backward with explosive force, but not before Sukuna's technique took effect. The invisible cutting force sliced clean through flesh, bone, and armor, severing Battle Beast's hand at the wrist. For a moment, the severed appendage remained suspended in air, still clutching the pulsing blade, before both clattered to the ground in a spray of alien blood. Battle Beast stared at his stump, purple blood flowing freely from the perfectly smooth cut. Then, to Sukuna's mild surprise, the warrior threw back his head and laughed a booming sound of genuine delight. "What manner of ability is this?" Battle Beast rumbled, examining his wound with fascination rather than concern. "Clean through armor designed to withstand plasma weapons." "Interesting." Sukuna positioned himself between the alien and Mark's prone form, his expression cold and calculating. The cursed energy around him swirled like crimson mist, responding to his focused intent. Battle Beast's mane bristled as he regarded Sukuna with newfound respect. Sukuna, was it? At last, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Despite the confidence in his stance, Sukuna felt a flicker of wariness. Battle Beast's reputation was known even to him from Mark's stories, a warrior who traveled the universe seeking worthy challenges, who had slaughtered entire armies for sport. The rival of Thrag, the Grand Regent of the Viltrumites, the one currently hailed as the strongest in the universe. He himself was far from that level, as his soul was still only partially integrated with his body. The alien's physical capabilities far exceeded his own current limitations. This would not be a battle won through direct confrontation. It would require every trick, every technique, every ounce of tactical insight he possessed. Before Sukuna could respond, Battle Beast moved, crossing the distance between them with shocking speed for a being of his size. His remaining hand shot out, massive fingers closing around Sukuna's face before he could fully react. "Let us take this somewhere more appropriate," Battle Beast growled, his voice vibrating with anticipation. With a single powerful motion, he hurled Sukuna through the warehouse wall and followed immediately after, carrying their battle away from Mark and into the city beyond. Sukuna crashed through 3 buildings before managing to control his trajectory, cursed energy cushioning his impact as he slammed into the side of an office tower. Glass and concrete exploded outward, raining down on the street below. Civilians scattered, screaming in terror as the battle erupted in their midst. "My baby! Where's my baby?" a woman shrieked as debris crashed around her, separating her from her child. "Everyone get back!" a security guard shouted, desperately trying to establish order as chaos erupted. Battle Beast landed in the street, creating a crater in the asphalt. He reached behind his back, drawing a massive mace from his arsenal of weapons. "Show me more of your power," he demanded, swinging the weapon experimentally. "That cutting ability, I wish to experience it again." Sukuna dropped to the street, landing in a crouch. Above his head, a glowing white will materialized Maharaga's wheel, spinning slowly and emitting a metallic hum that cut through the chaos of screaming civilians and car alarms. "As you wish," Sukuna replied, his voice carrying that ancient quality that had once made sorcerers tremble. He extended his hand, cursed energy gathering at his fingertips. "Dismantle." The technique shot forward, a precise line of force aimed directly at Battle Beast's throat. The alien warrior moved with uncanny speed, tilting his head just enough for the attack to miss its target, though it sliced cleanly through a lamppost behind him. The metal pole crashed down, crushing a fleeing businessman beneath its weight. "Too direct," Battle Beast observed, already charging forward. "Too predictable." The mace swung in a devastating arc. Sukuna melted into shadow at the last possible moment, the weapon passing through empty darkness to crush a parked car into scrap metal. The vehicle's gas tank ruptured, sending a fireball into the air that engulfed a nearby bus stop where terrified civilians had taken shelter. Their screams cut short as flames consumed them. Sukuna reformed behind Battle Beast, hands already moving through the motions of another technique. Sacred flame. Fire erupted from his palm, not as an arrow this time but as a wave that engulfed the alien warrior. Battle Beast roared, not in pain but in exhilaration, as the supernatural flames licked at his fur and armor. Yes, he bellowed, turning within the inferno to face Sukuna. This is what I seek. True combat. With shocking disregard for the flames still clinging to his body, Battle Beast charged through the fire, his mace swinging in a horizontal arc that would have decapitated Sukuna had he not ducked beneath it. Even so, the backswing caught him in the ribs, the impact sending him crashing through the front of a department store. Glass and mannequins shattered around him as he tumbled through displays of clothing and electronics. "Oh God! There are people in there!" A woman cried from across the street, watching in horror as the storefront collapsed. Inside, shoppers who had been browsing moments before found themselves trapped in a nightmare. A young cashier, barely 20, was impaled by a shard of glass the size of a sword. Her coworker, frozen in shock, was crushed beneath falling ceiling tiles seconds later. Reversed curse technique activated automatically within Sukuna, healing the 3 broken ribs and punctured lung before he'd even stopped moving. Still, the pain was intense, a reminder of the vast difference in physical capability between them. Civilians screamed and fled as Battle Beast stalked into the store, his massive frame silhouetted against the street lights outside. The flames had burnt away patches of his fur, revealing scorched skin beneath, but he seemed entirely unbothered by the injury. "You heal quickly," he observed, kicking aside a broken display case. "Good. It would be disappointing if you fell too soon." Sukuna rose to his feet, the wheel above his head spinning faster now, its metallic sound intensifying. The technique was working. Maharaga's adaptation process was analyzing Battle Beast's capabilities with each exchange, each blow. But he needed more time. 10 Shadows technique. Divine dogs. Shadow pooled at his feet, then erupted upward, forming into 2 massive canine shapes that lunged toward Battle Beast. The alien warrior met them head-on, his mace swinging through the first dog with enough force to temporarily disperse its shadowy form. The second latched onto his arm, teeth sinking into flesh. Battle Beast laughed, grabbing the Shikigami by its neck and ripping it away, taking a chunk of his own flesh with it. "Constructs of shadow," he said, crushing the dog in his massive hand until it died. "Clever, but insubstantial against true strength." Sukuna used the momentary distraction to launch another attack, this time combining techniques in a way he hadn't attempted before in this world. Dismantle area expansion. Something similar to a domain, yet not exactly. An area where, without the aid of a barrier, he forces his technique, though not in the way of a true barrierless domain expansion. The technique expanded outward in a circular pattern, slicing through everything in its path: display cases, structural supports, and finally, Battle Beast himself. The alien roared as multiple cuts appeared across his body, his armor splitting in several places to reveal bloody fur beneath. The department store's remaining support columns were also sliced through, causing the upper floors to collapse in a cacophony of screams and crashing debris. A family of 4 who had been hiding in the children's clothing section were crushed instantly. An elderly security guard, who had been helping customers evacuate, was bisected at the waist, his dying eyes registering confusion more than pain. For the first time, genuine pain registered on Battle Beast's face, but it was quickly replaced by something more disturbing: increased excitement. "Yes!" he bellowed, blood spraying from his wounds as he charged forward again. "This is what I have traveled galaxies to find." His speed increased, his attacks becoming more precise, more deadly. Sukuna found himself on the defensive, using shadows to dodge, reversed cursed technique to heal, and precise applications of cursed energy to deflect what blows he could. The battle spilled back onto the street, then into neighboring buildings, then across rooftops. Everywhere they went, destruction followed: concrete pulverized, steel bent, glass shattered. A mother clutching her infant son tried to escape down an alley, only to be crushed beneath falling masonry as Battle Beast hurled Sukuna through a load-bearing wall. A school bus driver, attempting to evacuate a group of children from a nearby museum field trip, watched in horror as Battle Beast's mace, thrown with casual force, tore through the vehicle's engine block, causing it to explode in a fireball that consumed all inside. Civilian casualties mounted as structures collapsed, though Sukuna made efforts to direct the fight away from populated areas when possible. From above, the scene must have looked apocalyptic, two beings of incredible power carving a path of devastation through the city's eastern district. The wheel above Sukuna's head spun continuously, its glow intensifying with each exchange, each adaptation to Battle Beast's fighting style and physical capabilities. But the process was taking too long, and Sukuna was reaching his limits. A particularly vicious strike caught him off guard. Battle Beast's fist connecting with his chest with enough force to send him crashing through the roof of a parking garage. He plummeted through multiple concrete levels before slamming into the ground floor, creating a crater in the foundation. The impact crushed several vehicles, their occupants killed instantly, people who had thought themselves safe taking shelter in the solid structure. Blood filled Sukuna's mouth as he struggled to rise, reversed curse technique working overtime to repair the extensive damage. His vision blurred, focusing just in time to see Battle Beast descending through the hole he'd created, landing with earth-shaking force nearby. "You fight well," the alien warrior acknowledged, approaching with measured steps. "But you lack the raw physical power to match me. Pity. Your abilities are fascinating." Sukuna spat blood, forcing himself to his feet despite the protests of his partially healed body. The wheel above his head spun frantically now, its metallic sound almost deafening in the enclosed space. "I'm not finished yet," he said, his voice steady despite his condition. "Sukuna!" The shout came from above, and both combatants looked up to see Eve hovering at the edge of the destroyed roof, Mark beside her. The young Viltrumite looked battered but conscious, clearly healed enough by Eve's powers to rejoin the fight. "Stay back," Sukuna commanded, his voice carrying an authority neither had heard before, the voice of a king accustomed to absolute obedience. "This is not your battle." "The hell it isn't," Mark shouted back, preparing to descend. "He nearly killed me, and he will kill you if you interfere," Sukuna replied coldly. "Stay back." Before either could respond, a new figure appeared beside them, Tsukumo, her traditional clothing fluttering in the night breeze. "You heard my master," she said, her voice carrying a chill that matched her powers. "This is not for you." With a single breath, she exhaled a cloud of freezing air that crystallized around Mark and Eve, encasing them in a shell of ice that held them immobile but unharmed. "Tsukumo," Eve's muffled voice came through the ice. "What are you doing?" "Protecting you," she replied simply, before turning her attention to the battle below. Battle Beast had watched this exchange with mild interest, but his focus remained on Sukuna. "Your companions wish to join our dance," he observed. "Admirable but unnecessary. This is between warriors." "Agreed," Sukuna replied as he rose, and mildly stretched his neck, gathering his strength for what he knew must come next. The battle resumed with renewed intensity, both combatants pushing beyond normal limits. Sukuna utilized every technique at his disposal: dismantle, cleave, news lightning, sacred flame, in combinations designed to keep Battle Beast off balance. But the alien warrior was relentless, shrugging off injuries that would have killed lesser beings instantly, adapting his own fighting style to counter Sukuna's techniques with frightening speed. A group of paramedics, attempting to reach victims trapped in earlier devastation, were caught in the crossfire. News lightning, deflected by Battle Beast's mace, struck their ambulance, electrocuting all inside. Their deaths were mercifully quick compared to those still trapped in collapsed buildings, slowly suffocating under tons of concrete and steel. By now, others had arrived at the scene. Nolan Grayson hovered in the air nearby, watching the battle with intense focus but making no move to intervene. He had received the same command from Sukuna to stay back, to not interfere, and despite his enormous power, he respected the warrior's right to his own battle. The fight had reached a critical point. Sukuna, despite his remarkable healing abilities, was approaching his limits. Battle Beast, though wounded in dozens of places, showed no signs of fatigue or weakness. In a desperate gambit, Sukuna gathered his remaining cursed energy, focusing it into a single, concentrated attack. Sacred Flame Arrow. The fiery projectile shot from his palm with blinding speed, its trajectory perfectly calculated to strike Battle Beast's chest. The alien warrior saw it coming but, perhaps out of curiosity or arrogance, made no attempt to dodge. The arrow struck him directly in the center of his chest, erupting into an inferno that engulfed his upper body. For a moment it seemed the attack might have succeeded where others had failed. Then Battle Beast laughed, the sound echoing through the flames that surrounded him. "Fire that burns hot as the very stars themselves," he rumbled, clearly impressed despite himself. A worthy technique. With terrifying determination, he charged through the flames, his mace raised for a killing blow. The weapon connected with Sukuna's left side with immense force, shattering bone and tearing flesh. Sukuna's arm was torn completely from his body, blood spraying in an arc as he was blasted backward, crashing through yet another wall and into an open area beyond the central plaza of a shopping complex, mercifully evacuated during the battle. He landed in a broken heap, his consciousness flickering as reversed cursed techniques struggled to cope with the massive trauma. The severed arm lay several meters away, cursed energy still swirling around it like dying embers. Battle Beast landed at the edge of the new crater, watching as Sukuna somehow forced himself to rise once more, blood pouring from the ragged wound where his arm had been. The wheel above Sukuna's head had reached a fever pitch of rotation, its glow now blindingly bright, its metallic sound resonating through the destroyed plaza. "Enough," Sukuna said, his voice somehow steady despite his grievous injuries. "I have what I need." With his remaining hand, he made a gesture of summoning, his blood spattering the ground in a crimson arc, 10 Shadows technique. 8th form, Divine General Maharaga. The air behind him shimmered, then tore open as a massive figure emerged, its muscular form dwarfing even Battle Beast's impressive physique. The same wheel that had been spinning above Sukuna's head now adorned Maharaga's, and upon its hand, it held an enormous executioner's blade. Battle Beast's eyes widened in genuine appreciation. "Another construct? This one seems more substantial." "Not a construct," Sukuna corrected, blood still flowing from his wound despite his healing abilities. "A divine general. My divine general." He turned slightly, addressing the massive Shikigami. "Maharaga, aid me in this battle in the way you deem best fit. Destroy this opponent." What happened next occurred so quickly that even those with enhanced perception barely registered the movement. Maharaga, rather than attacking Battle Beast, moved with impossible speed not toward the alien warrior, but toward Sukuna himself. The executioner's blade flashed once in the dying sunlight, then plunged forward, piercing through Sukuna's back and erupting from his chest in a spray of blood and shattered bone. Time seemed to freeze as the blade protruded from Sukuna's chest, dripping with his blood. His eyes widened in genuine shock, an expression rarely seen on his face. From above, having broken away from their prison earlier, Eve and Mark screamed in horror as they drew closer. "Megumi! No!" The wheel above Maharaga's head continued to spin, casting its cold light over the scene as Sukuna's blood pooled on the ground beneath him, spreading in a widening circle of crimson. Maharaga ripped out the blade as Sukuna stumbled. The last thing the king saw before he fell face first into his own blood was a murderous expression on Battle Beast's face. Soon after there was only darkness. Awakening Eve's scream tore through the air as she descended like a comet. A streak of pink energy cutting through the smoke-filled air to land beside Sukuna's fallen form. The impact of her landing cracked the already damaged concrete, sending ripples through the devastated plaza. "No, no, no," she chanted, her voice breaking as she gathered him into her arms, cradling his head in her lap. Her hands trembled violently as they moved across his body, searching for any sign that the wound wasn't as fatal as it appeared. "This isn't happening. This can't be happening." The executioner's blade had vanished, but the wound remained a gaping hole through his chest, blood pooling beneath him in an ever-widening circle. The blood spread across the broken concrete, seeping into cracks. "Megumi, please," she whispered, tears streaming down her face as she pressed her hands to the wound, pink energy flowing from her fingertips in a desperate attempt to repair the damage. "Please don't leave me. Not now." Not when we finally got together. Not when I finally found someone who understands me, who sees me for who I really am. His eyes remained open but unfocused, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth in a thin, steady stream. The wheel that had spun above his head throughout the battle had disappeared, leaving only the massive form of Maharaga standing impassively nearby, its own wheel still spinning with that eerie metallic sound that seemed to cut through the chaos around them. "You can't die," Eve insisted, her voice rising in pitch as her powers surged, molecules around them beginning to destabilize as her control wavered. Small objects, pieces of debris, dust, fragments of glass began to float upward as her powers began to get out of control. "I won't let you die. Do you hear me? I won't. We have too much left to do together. Too much life to live." Mark landed beside her, his face pale with shock, his costume torn and bloodied from his earlier encounter with Battle Beast. He himself was in disbelief. His best friend, the one he considered his brother, was dead. Yet, as he was taught by him, he knew he would be a failure of both friend and student to lose his cool right now. He had to be strong, had to think clearly, had to remember the lessons in control that Sukuna had drilled into him. "Eve, I don't think," he began, his voice catching in his throat as he took in the full extent of Sukuna's injury. "Mine." "Shut up," she snarled, not looking away from Sukuna's face, her fingers desperately tracing over his features as if memorizing them. "He's not going to die. He can't. He's mine." The last word emerged as a scream, and with it, something seemed to break inside her. Pink energy erupted from her body in pulsating waves, the ground beneath them cracking as her powers surged beyond their normal constraints. The concrete split open in jagged lines radiating outward from where she knelt, as if the earth itself was responding to her grief. Mark backed away, eyes wide with alarm as he felt the air around them begin to vibrate with molecular instability. "Eve, you need to calm down, calm down." She looked up at him, and Mark recoiled at the sight of her eyes no longer merely glowing pink but blazing with unnatural light that seemed to pierce through him. The intensity of her gaze was physically painful, like staring directly into a sun that had somehow turned magenta. "He's dying. The only person who ever truly saw me, who understood me, who belonged to me, and you want me to calm down? How dare you?" Her voice carried a new quality and echo that seemed to vibrate through the very molecules of the air. "He was the only one who accepted me completely," she continued, her voice breaking with emotion. "Not just my powers, not just my brain, but all of me, even the parts one tried to hide from everyone else. He knew I watched him, that I studied him, that I wanted to understand everything about him, and he didn't run. He didn't think I was crazy. He thought I was worthy." Her attention returned to Sukuna, her hands trembling as she stroked his face, leaving trails in the blood and dust that marred his features. "Wake up!" cracking as fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. She pleaded, her voice, "Please wake up. I need you. I need you more than anything. More than air. More than life itself. Please, Megumi. Please don't leave me alone again." Battle Beast watched from a distance, his head tilted in curiosity at this display of emotion. His own wounds, the severed hand, the multiple cuts across his body, the burns from Sukuna's flame seemed forgotten as he observed the scene with the interest of a being who had witnessed countless deaths across innumerable worlds. "The warrior has fallen," he observed. "A pity. He fought well. Better than most I have encountered in recent centuries." Eve's head snapped up at his words, her expression contorting with a rage so pure, so primal, that it transformed her features into something barely recognizable as human. Her skin seemed to glow from within, pink energy suffusing every cell of her body. "You," she hissed, rising slowly to her feet. Sukuna's body gently lowered to the ground with a tenderness that contrasted sharply with the violence emanating from her. "You did this." The pink energy surrounding her intensified, becoming almost blinding in its brilliance. Her feet lifted from the ground as she began to float, her hair whipping around her face in a wind that seemed to affect nothing else in the vicinity. The air around her shimmered as molecules responded to her unconscious commands, reality itself seeming to warp in response to her grief and fury. "Eve!" Mark called out in alarm, sensing the dangerous shift in her powers, a fundamental change in how her abilities were manifesting. Don't do this. You can't beat him. He's too strong, he'll kill you too. But Eve wasn't listening. Something had truly changed within her internal limiters, subconsciously maintained her entire life, were crumbling under the weight of her despair and rage. The mental barriers that had always regulated her molecular manipulation, keeping it within safe parameters, were dissolving like sugar in boiling water. A world without him, she whispered, her voice eerily calm yet somehow still echoing despite the chaos swirling around her, doesn't deserve to exist. The pink energy expanded outward in a shockwave that rippled through the devastated landscape, pulverizing concrete and warping steel wherever it touched. The few remaining intact windows for blocks around shattered simultaneously, raining glass down on the streets below. Battle Beast narrowed his eyes, recognizing the threat, and moved with surprising speed to avoid the blast, his massive form blurring as he leapt clear of the energy wave. If I can't have him, Eve continued, rising higher into the air, her form beginning to lose definition as her body became akin to pure living energy, then no one gets to be happy. No one gets to live. Buildings began to crumble as she extended her powers. A nearby office tower groaned, its structural integrity compromised as the very atoms that composed it began to vibrate at Eve's will. The very air seemed to vibrate with the force of her grief, creating a high-pitched whine that made those in the vicinity cover their ears in pain. Eve, stop! Mark shouted, flying up to try to reach her, pushing against the waves of energy that buffeted him like a physical force. This isn't what Megumi would want. He wouldn't want you to destroy everything in his name. You don't know what he would want, she screamed back, a pulse of energy knocking Mark backward with enough force to send him crashing through a partially collapsed wall. None of you knew him like I did. None of you saw him like I did. None of you loved him like I did. Her voice rose to an almost inhuman pitch, the sound distorting as it got out of her mouth. He was mine. Mine to watch, mine to study, mine to love. And now he's gone. And this last accusation seemed directed at the world itself, at the universe. It's all your fault that had allowed Sukuna to be taken from her. Her attention turned to Maharaga, still standing motionless beside Sukuna's body, its will continuing its eerie rotation. And you? She snarled, her face contorting with renewed rage. His own creation. You betrayed him. You were supposed to protect him, to fight for him, and instead you killed him. She lashed out with a concentrated beam of energy, focusing all her power into a single, devastating attack attempting to disintegrate the divine general at the molecular level. The beam struck Maharaga directly in the center of its massive chest, the impact creating a blinding flash of light and a concussive force that shook the ground. But to Eve's shock and mounting fury, when the light faded, Maharaga stood unharmed. The energy had dissipated harmlessly against the Shikigami's body, the wheel above its head spinning faster as if in response to the attack, adapting to it in real time. Why won't you die? She screamed, redoubling her attack, pouring more of her power into the beam until it widened to engulf Maharaga completely. Why won't everything just die? Her voice cracked with the force of her desperation, the sound carrying for miles as her powers continued to escalate beyond anything she had ever manifested before. Her form was now a towering pillar of pink light visible across the city, a beacon of destruction and despair that seemed to reach toward the heavens themselves. Civilians who had survived the initial battle now fled in renewed terror as buildings began to collapse under the strain of her rage. Emergency vehicles attempting to reach the area found roads buckled and impassable, the very infrastructure of the city warping under Eve's unconscious influence. A universe without him, she declared, her voice amplified by her powers until it resonated through the bones of everyone within miles. Has no right to continue. If I can't have my happiness, I'll erase everything. Every molecule, every atom, every particle. I'll tear it all apart until nothing remains but darkness. Her power continued to grow and grow and grow, the pink energy now pulsing with a rhythm like a heartbeat. Her heartbeat, accelerated by grief and rage. I studied him for months, she continued, her voice carrying that eerie resonance that seemed to bypass the ears and speak directly to the mind. I cataloged every movement, every expression, every word. I calculated the molecular composition of his skin, the precise rhythm of his heartbeat, the exact shade of his eyes. I knew him better than anyone ever could. And now he's gone. And the world keeps turning as if he never existed. As her rage reached its peak, something unexpected happened. A presence materialized behind her, warm, solid, and unmistakably familiar. Arms wrapped around her from behind, not to, but for embracing her with gentle strength that somehow contained her despite the maelstrom of power she had become. Eve froze, her attack faltering as shock coursed through her system like an electric current. The pink energy surrounding her flickered, momentarily dimming as her concentration broke. "That's enough, Eve," a voice murmured in her ear, Sukuna's voice, but different somehow. Deeper, more resonant, carrying an authority that seemed so him. It was a voice that commanded not just attention but obedience, that spoke with the weight of divine right behind each word. "This world may be flawed," the voice continued, "but it's still ours, and I'm not ready to let it end just yet." Slowly, disbelievingly, she turned within the embrace, her powers receding enough to allow her to perceive clearly. The being holding her was Sukuna, yet transformed in ways that defied her understanding. His body was whole but changed, taller, more powerfully built, with intricate patterns covering his skin like living tattoos, more evident and clearer than his original ones. Most striking were his eyes, not two, but four, arranged in two vertical pairs on his face, all gazing at her with warmth. They seemed to see through her, past her physical form to her very soul. "You're alive?" she whispered, her voice small and fragile with hope. "More than alive," he replied, his forearms still holding her securely. "Reborn." As Eve stared in wonder, Sukuna glanced down at his own transformed body, a flicker of surprise and satisfaction crossing his features. His movements carried a new fluidity, a perfect integration of power and control that made his previous form seem like a rough draft by comparison. "Maharaga didn't betray me," he explained. "It saved me. In its wisdom, it recognized that my soul and body were still not fully integrated, that at my current strength, I could never defeat Battle Beast." He flexed his forearms experimentally, cursed energy swirling around them with newfound intensity, the crimson aura deeper and more vibrant than before. "So it forced the integration, completing what began months ago when I first awakened my abilities. My soul and body are now in perfect balance. What was fractured is whole. What was divided is united." Eve's powers began to recede further, the pink glow dimming as her shock and relief overwhelmed her rage. The buildings around them stopped crumbling, the air ceased its vibration, and reality itself seemed to stabilize in response to her calming emotions. "You're different?" she managed, reaching up to touch his face with trembling fingers, tracing the markings that adorned his skin. "Not just physically, but everything about you feels different. More complete." "I am what I was always meant to be," Sukuna replied. He leaned down, capturing her lips in a kiss that sent waves of energy cascading through her body, a sensation that went beyond physical pleasure to something more fundamental, as if her very molecules were singing in response to his touch. Eve felt her own form changing in response, her molecules rearranging, subtly growing taller, stronger, her body adapting to complement his transformed state. The changes weren't just superficial. She could feel her powers expanding, deepening, becoming more integrated with her consciousness. When they separated, Eve looked down at herself in wonder. Her costume remained intact, still covering her entire body, but she had evolved. She felt stronger, more stable, more in control of her molecular manipulation than she had ever been before. "What did you do to me?" she asked, not in accusation but in amazement. "I didn't do anything," Sukuna replied, his expression softening as he gazed at her. "Your powers responded to mine, your powers perhaps recognizing something kindred in my transformation." Sukuna gazed around at the devastation, then up at the sky, his expression one of wonder as he experienced the world through his transformed senses. Everything is so clear now, he murmured, his voice carrying a note of genuine awe. Every sound, every scent, every particle of energy in the air. I can feel the world in ways I never could before. He extended one hand, cursed energy flowing around it with effortless precision. Maharaga didn't just integrate my soul, it adapted my very essence, incorporating what it learned from Battle Beast. My atoms are now smart atoms, like those of a Viltrumite responding to my will, enhancing my strength and durability beyond even what I previously imagined. The world is clear to me now. His attention turned to Battle Beast, who had been watching this transformation with growing excitement. His remaining hand flexed eagerly, and a grin spread across his bestial features, the expression of a predator scenting worthy prey. At last, Battle Beast rumbled, his fangs bared in a savage grin that contained no fear, only anticipation. A true test of my skills. Show me what you've become. Sukuna descended slowly until he hovered only a bit above Battle Beast. His forearms relaxed at his sides, but cursed energy swirling around him. The two warriors regarded each other with mutual respect, apex predators, recognizing each other's lethal potential. Before, I was merely playing at being what I was, Sukuna stated. A shadow of my former self, trapped between worlds, between identities. Now, I am more than I ever was. His four eyes narrowed slightly, studying Battle Beast. The question, Beast, is whether you are prepared to face the consequences of what you've awakened. Few who have roused my true nature have lived to speak of it. Battle Beast's grin widened, bloodlust and joy mingling in his expression as he rolled his massive shoulders, loosening muscles in preparation for combat. I have traveled across galaxies seeking worthy opponents, he declared, his voice rumbling with anticipation. I have slaughtered armies and challenged gods, fought the champions of 1,000 worlds and found them wanting. There is no consequence I fear more than the emptiness of victory without struggle, the hollow triumph over unworthy foes. He retrieved his mace from the rubble, twirling it with ease despite missing a hand, it not affecting the balance of his body at all. Come then, Sukuna, show me the full extent of your rebirth. Let us write a battle in blood and bone that will be remembered across the stars. Sukuna's lips curved into a smile that hadn't been seen in this world before, the smile of a predator confident in its absolute dominance, of a king surveying his domain. It was an expression that had once made armies tremble, that had heralded the fall of dynasties. As you wish, he replied, cursed energy gathering around his four hands. But remember, Beast, you asked for this. When the pain becomes too much to bear, when you beg for the mercy of death, remember that this was your choice. Above, Eve and Mark watched in awe, joined now by Nolan and Uram, carried by Nolan who hovered nearby, all of them sensing that they were about to witness something unprecedented. Battle Beast crouched, muscles tensing for his charge. Our battle will be glorious, he roared, the sound echoing across the devastated landscape. Sukuna's four eyes narrowed. Our battle will be brief, he replied, his voice carrying absolute certainty. And with that, they moved towards each other, Battle Beast jumping towards Sukuna, who charged downward with flight. The King of Curses and the Beast of the Stars, meeting in a combat that would be remembered long after the dust had settled and the blood had dried. The King of Curses, the air crackled with energy as Sukuna and Battle Beast collided at the center of the devastated plaza. The impact generated a shockwave that pulverized the remaining concrete, sending debris flying in all directions and forcing the onlookers to shield themselves. Battle Beast's mace swung in a devastating arc, its spiked head trailing blue energy as it cut through the air. Sukuna, moving with newfound speed that matched the alien warriors, caught the weapon between two of his four hands, the impact sending tremors through his transformed body. Interesting, Sukuna observed, his four eyes narrowing as he analyzed the weapon. Your mace channels energy with technology. Primitive, but effective. Battle Beast's response was a savage grin as he twisted the weapon, attempting to wrench it free. A warrior's tools are extensions of his will. Mine has tasted the blood of champions across 100 worlds. Then allow me to introduce it to something new, Sukuna replied. Cursed energy flowed from his hands into the mace, traveling up its length to Battle Beast's grip. The alien warrior's eyes widened as the energy reached him, attempting to slice through his flesh from within. With a roar of pain and surprise, Battle Beast released the weapon, leaping backward to create distance. Blood dripped from his remaining hand where the cursed energy had begun to cut through his palm. "Dismantle," Sukuna explained casually, tossing the mace aside. "My energy can cut through anything it touches, from the outside or within." Battle Beast flexed his injured hand, his expression one of fascination rather than fear. A worthy technique, but a true warrior relies on more than a single approach. He charged forward again, this time empty-handed but moving with even greater speed. His massive body blurred as he closed the distance, feinting left before striking with a devastating right hook aimed at Sukuna's head. Sukuna didn't dodge. Instead, he met the punch directly with one of his own, their fists colliding with enough force to create a visible distortion in the air around them. The ground beneath their feet cracked further, spiderweb fissures racing outward from the point of impact. For the first time, Battle Beast's expression registered surprise. His punch, which had shattered mountains and moons, even planets, had been matched perfectly. "Impossible," he muttered, his eyes narrowing. "Your strength has evolved," Sukuna finished for him. "My atoms now respond to my will much like a Viltrumite's, but with a crucial difference." Before Battle Beast could respond, Sukuna unleashed a flurry of strikes with all 4 arms, each moving with precision that belied their devastating power. The alien warrior blocked what he could, his forearms taking impacts that would have killed anyone else with their mere wind pressure, but several blows still broke through his defense. Blood sprayed from Battle Beast's muzzle as Sukuna's fist connected with his jaw, sending him staggering backward. Another strike to his ribs produced a sickening crack, and a third to his knee nearly buckled the joint. Battle Beast recovered quickly, his combat experience evident in how swiftly he adapted his stance to compensate for his injuries. He wiped blood from his muzzle, his eyes gleaming with renewed excitement. "At last," he growled. "A challenge worthy of my full attention." He reached behind his back, drawing a curved blade that hummed with the same blue energy as his mace. "Let us see if your new form can withstand Thoktian steel." The blade moved in a blur as Battle Beast attacked again, the weapon trailing energy that seemed to cut through the very air itself. Sukuna weaved between the strikes, his 4 eyes tracking the blade's path with perfect clarity. When he saw an opening, he struck not at Battle Beast, but at the space between them. "Dismantle." The air itself seemed to split, an invisible force racing toward Battle Beast. The alien warrior sensed the danger and attempted to dodge, but the technique caught his side, opening a deep gash that immediately began to pour purple blood. Battle Beast glanced down at the wound, then back at Sukuna, his expression calculating. "You cut without touching, a technique that bypasses conventional defense." "One of many," Sukuna replied, his 4 arms moving in complex patterns as he gathered cursed energy. Something in Sukuna's stance, in the way the air began to warp around him, triggered Battle Beast's primal survival instincts. In all his centuries of combat across countless worlds, he had developed an almost supernatural ability to sense lethal intent. 2 of Sukuna's hands made an enmity sign. What he sensed now sent a chill through his battle-hardened body. Death. Absolute, unavoidable death if he remained within range of whatever Sukuna was preparing. Domain EXP Sukuna began, but before he could complete the utterance, Battle Beast was already moving. With explosive speed, the alien warrior launched himself backward, putting hundreds upon hundreds of meters between them in a single bound. The concrete shattered beneath his feet from the force of his departure, creating a small crater where he had stood. "If I had remained there one moment longer, I would have ceased to exist," Battle Beast thought, his warrior's instincts screaming warnings louder than he had ever experienced. Whatever technique he was about to unleash, it would have meant certain death. Sukuna's eyes widened slightly in surprise, the domain he had been about to manifest dissipating as his concentration was broken by Battle Beast's unexpected retreat. "Impressive instincts," Sukuna acknowledged, his forearms lowering slightly. Few beings can sense the danger of my domain expansion before it manifests. Battle Beast stood at the far end of the devastated plaza, his chest heaving not from exertion but from the primal fear. He had just experienced a sensation foreign to a warrior who had faced the most terrifying opponents the universe had to offer. Your technique, Battle Beast called across the distance. It carries the scent of annihilation, a weapon that leaves no possibility of survival. Perceptive, Sukuna replied, a cold smile spreading across his face. My domain expansion creates a space where my techniques are guaranteed to hit, with no possibility of evasion. Within that domain, cleave would adjust to your durability, ensuring a fatal cut regardless of your physical resilience. Sukuna explained to strengthen his technique. Battle Beast's eyes narrowed, reassessing his opponent with newfound wariness. A technique that bypasses all defense. Truly, you are a worthy adversary. Instead of charging back into close combat, Battle Beast reached behind his back, producing a compact device that expanded into what appeared to be a high-tech bow. A blue energy arrow materialized as he drew back the string, the projectile humming with the same power as his other weapons. Let us see how you fare against attacks from a distance, he called, releasing the arrow with perfect form. The energy projectile streaked towards Sukuna with incredible speed, leaving a trail of blue light in its wake. Rather than dodge, Sukuna raised one hand, cursed energy forming a barrier before him. The arrow struck the barrier and detonated, creating an explosion that momentarily obscured Sukuna from view. When the smoke cleared, he stood unharmed, though the ground around him had been cratered by the blast. Ranged combat, Sukuna observed, is a sound strategy against an opponent whose close-quarters techniques proved lethal. But he vanished from sight, reappearing instantly behind Battle Beast, his newfound speed allowing for movement that bordered on teleportation. It assumes your opponent is limited to the same constraints. Battle Beast's instincts saved him once again. He spun with shocking speed, his blade intercepting Sukuna's strike mere millimeters from his spine. The clash of cursed energy against the blue energy of the alien weapon created a localized shockwave that shattered nearby debris. Your speed has increased dramatically, Battle Beast noted, disengaging to create distance once more. Your transformation has enhanced all aspects of your being. Indeed, Sukuna confirmed, his forearms moving in a complex pattern as he gathered cursed energy once more. And you have yet to witness the full extent of my capabilities. He extended all four hands, cursed energy gathering at his fingertips. Sacred flame. Instead of a single arrow, for streams of supernatural fire erupted from his hands, converging on Battle Beast from different angles. The alien warrior attempted to dodge, but the flames adjusted their trajectory, tracking him with unnatural precision. When they struck, the effect was catastrophic. The sacred flame engulfed Battle Beast completely, burning with an intensity that melted the asphalt beneath his feet. The flames weren't just hot, they were conceptual, burning the very essence of their target rather than merely its physical form. Battle Beast roared in genuine pain for the first time in the battle, his fur charring and his armor beginning to melt under the supernatural heat. With a desperate swing of his blade, he created a shockwave that temporarily dispersed the flames, giving him a moment to recover. Fire that burns the soul itself, he gasped, his breathing labored. Truly magnificent. Sukuna didn't allow him time to recuperate. He closed the distance in an instant, all four arms moving in a coordinated attack that left no angle for defense. Battle Beast blocked what he could, but for each strike he stopped, two more connected. The alien warrior's legendary durability was being pushed to its limits. Bones cracked under the relentless assault, armor splintered, and blood flowed freely from dozens of wounds. Yet still, Battle Beast fought on, his every movement speaking to centuries of combat experience. Each time Sukuna believed he had gained the upper hand, the alien warrior would reveal another technique, another weapon, another strategy. From a hidden compartment in his armor, Battle Beast produced a pair of energy daggers, their edges glowing with the same blue light as his other weapons. These he wielded with surprising dexterity despite his injuries, forcing Sukuna to adjust his approach. "Your arsenal seems endless," Sukuna observed, evading a slash that would have opened his throat. "A warrior must be prepared for any challenge," Battle Beast replied, his movements becoming more fluid as he found his rhythm with the new weapons. "Reliance on a single approach leads to defeat." The daggers hummed as they cut through the air, leaving trails of energy that lingered for seconds after each swing. When one managed to graze Sukuna's arm, he felt a burning sensation unlike conventional wounds. The energy was attempting to disrupt his cursed energy pathways. Interesting, Sukuna thought, analyzing the sensation. The weapons are designed to target energy systems likely effective against various powered beings across the galaxy. "Your weapons are designed to disrupt energy flow," he stated, shifting his strategy to keep more distance. "Clever, but ultimately futile against me." He extended one hand, focusing cursed energy into a precise point. "Dismantle." The technique shot forward, invisible but devastating. Battle Beast attempted to block with one of his daggers, but the cursed energy sliced through the weapon as if it were paper, continuing on to cut deeply into his forearm. The alien warrior grunted in pain but didn't retreat. Instead, he hurled his remaining dagger directly at Sukuna's face, forcing him to dodge and creating an opening for a follow-up attack. Battle Beast capitalized immediately, closing the distance and delivering a powerful head, but that connected solidly with Sukuna's face. The impact was enough to momentarily daze even his enhanced form, blood trickling from his nose as he staggered backward. "First blood from your new form," Battle Beast observed with satisfaction. "A worthy achievement." Sukuna wiped the blood away, his 4 eyes narrowing. "Still, gaze upon your form," the king began as he gestured with his hand at Battle Beast's injuries. "All that for a simple bleeding nose." "Worth it?" Battle Beast stated with a teeth-filled grin. The patterns on Sukuna's skin began to glow with an inner light, cursed energy flowing through the markings like blood through veins. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, denser, as if reality itself was being compressed by his power. "You fought well, Beast," Sukuna acknowledged suddenly, his voice taking on a resonant quality that seemed to bypass the ears and speak directly to the mind. "Few have pushed me to access my full potential. For that, you have my respect." He raised all 4 arms, the cursed energy surrounding them intensifying until it was almost blinding. "But this battle ends now." Battle Beast sensed the shift in power, his warrior's instincts warning him of imminent danger. Yet instead of retreating, he grinned, baring his blood-stained fangs in a display of pure battle lust. "Show me your true power," he roared, bracing himself for whatever was to come. "Let this be a death worthy of song." Sukuna's response was another technique he hadn't used since his rebirth, not even since his awakening within the brat. Dismantle Maximum. The technique manifested not as a single cutting force, but as thousands invisible lines that crisscrossed the entire battlefield in a 3-dimensional grid of destruction. Unlike his domain, which guaranteed hits, this could be dodged, but that was easier said than done. Battle Beast, of course, still attempted to dodge, his legendary reflexes pushing his battered body to its absolute limit. He managed to avoid some of the cutting lines, but the sheer number made complete evasion impossible. The effect was catastrophic. Hundreds of cuts appeared across Battle Beast's body simultaneously, each deeper and more precise than conventional weapons could achieve. Armor shattered, flesh parted, and even bone was sliced through with surgical precision. Purple blood erupted from the alien warrior's body in a fine mist as the technique ran its course, leaving him standing in a pool of his own vital fluids. For a moment, he remained upright through sheer force of will, his eyes still burning with the joy of combat despite his grievous injuries. Then, slowly, he collapsed to his knees, his remaining weapons falling from nerveless fingers. "Magnificent!" he gasped, blood bubbling from his lips with each word. "Truly magnificent." Sukuna approached the fallen warrior, his 4 eyes studying Battle Beast with a mixture of respect and clinical assessment. The alien's injuries were beyond recovery. Even his legendary constitution couldn't survive such comprehensive damage. "You fought well," Sukuna acknowledged, standing before the kneeling warrior. Few have ever pushed me to such lengths. Battle Beast looked up, meeting Sukuna's gaze without fear. And you have given me what I sought for centuries, a battle worthy of my skills, a defeat without dishonor. Blood continued to pool beneath him, his life ebbing away with each passing second. Yet his expression remained one of satisfaction rather than despair. I have one request, Battle Beast managed, his voice growing weaker. Grant me a warrior's death, clean, final, by your hand. Sukuna considered the request, then nodded. In this moment, he recognized Battle Beast not as an enemy, but as a worthy opponent, one deserving of respect in his final moments. Very well, he said, gathering cursed energy into his hand. Few have earned such consideration from me. Consider it recognition of your skill. Battle Beast straightened as much as his broken body would allow, presenting his chest. My name is Thak, son of Zor. Remember it. I will remember, Sukuna promised, his hand poised for the final strike. Your name will not be forgotten, Thak, son of Zor. With perfect precision, Sukuna delivered a clean, merciful death, his hand passing through Battle Beast's chest to crush his heart instantly. The alien warrior's eyes remained open, a smile of satisfaction on his face as life left his body. As Battle Beast's Thak collapsed forward, Sukuna caught him, lowering his massive form to the ground with a respect few would have expected from the king of curses. Rest well, warrior, Sukuna said quietly. Your quest has ended. He straightened, turning to face the observers who had watched the combat from a safe distance. Eve descended immediately, rushing to his side with a mixture of awe and concern on her face. Are you hurt? She asked, her eyes scanning his transformed body for injuries. Nothing significant, Sukuna replied, the glow fading from the markings on his skin as he relaxed from his combat stance. He was a worthy opponent. Mark landed nearby, his expression a mixture of relief and disbelief as he surveyed the devastation around them. I don't even have words for what that was. Nolan descended more cautiously, Eurom still in his arms. His expression was one of careful assessment as he studied Sukuna's transformed state. You've changed, he observed simply, setting Eurom down gently. More than just physically. Yes, Sukuna agreed, flexing his forearms experimentally. The integration is complete now, body and soul in perfect harmony. Eurom approached, bowing deeply before him. Sukuna-sama, she said, her voice carrying a note of reverence. You have returned to your true glory. Sukuna nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his attention to the fallen form of Battle Beast. He deserves a proper burial. By warrior's custom. I'll handle it, Nolan offered, surprising everyone with the gesture. I recognize his kind. There are specific rites that should be observed. Sukuna studied Nolan for a moment, then nodded. Very well. As Nolan moved to collect Battle Beast's body, Sukuna turned his attention to the city around them. The devastation was extensive, multiple blocks reduced to rubble, infrastructure destroyed, casualties likely in the hundreds if not thousands. The city has suffered greatly, he observed, his four eyes taking in the full scope of destruction. This battle has cost many innocent lives. It wasn't your fault, Eve said quickly, placing a hand on one of his arms. Battle Beast attacked first. You were just defending yourself, defending all of us. As emergency vehicles began to approach the scene, sirens wailing in the distance, Sukuna's transformation he understood remained stable, his forearms, marked skin, and extra eyes now apparently permanent features of his new form. He will need to test out later whether he can change back, but for now that was an unimportant matter, for truly the King of Curses had returned, his glory once more realized. We should leave before authorities arrive, Sukuna said, his four eyes scanning the approaching emergency vehicles. There will be questions, ones I am not in the mood to answer. But as he turned to depart, something strange caught his attention. A subtle vibration in the air, a distortion in the fabric of reality that his heightened senses could perceive but not immediately identify. Wait, he commanded, raising one hand. Something's wrong. The others paused, looking around in confusion. I don't see anything, Mark said, scanning the area. It's not something to see, Sukuna replied, his 4 eyes narrowing. It's something to feel. The world itself is shifting. Eve's curiosity immediately engaged. What do you mean? Are you detecting some kind of dimensional anomaly? Before Sukuna could respond, the distortion intensified. The air began to waver, like heat rising from hot asphalt, but across the entire visible spectrum. Buildings in the distance seemed to bend and twist, their outlines becoming fluid rather than solid. What the hell? Mark whispered, now able to perceive the effect as it strengthened. Nolan set Battle Beast's body down carefully, his expression hardening with concern. This isn't natural. Something is happening to the very fabric of reality. The distortion continued to intensify, spreading across the sky like ripples in a pond. The blue expanse above them began to take on a reflective quality, as if the sky itself had become a vast mirror. Sukuna-sama, Yuram whispered, moving closer to her master, her voice tight with apprehension. This feeling, it's not of this world. No, Sukuna agreed, his 4 eyes fixed on the distorting sky. It's not. With a sound like shattering glass magnified 1,000-fold, the sky cracked. Fissures spread across the mirrored surface, fragmenting the reflection of the world below into countless shards. Then, with a final catastrophic crack, the sky broke apart completely. The fragments dissolved into nothingness, revealing swirling green light behind them. The emerald radiance poured through the broken sky, washing over the city in pulsating waves that seemed to bend and twist everything they touched. Everyone down, Sukuna shouted, pulling Eve and Yuram against him protectively as the green light enveloped them all. And then, there was only the light, consuming everything in its path, erasing the boundaries between what was and what would be. The war begins earlier in a reinforced cell deep beneath the Global Defense Agency headquarters. Angstrom Levy thrashed against his restraints. His skin glistened with sweat, his eyes darting wildly as if tracking unseen horrors. No, 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 he muttered, his voice hoarse from hours of screaming. It's happening. He's changing, evolving, becoming what he was always meant to be. The monitoring equipment surrounding his bed recorded his elevated heart rate, his spiking brain activity, the strange dimensional energy fluctuations that emanated from his body in waves. Through the observation window, 2 GDA scientists watched with clinical detachment, making notes on tablets as they observed their subjects' deterioration. Subjects' episodes are increasing in frequency and intensity, Dr. Wilson, the older researcher, noted. This is the 3rd major event in the past hour. Stedman wants a full report by morning, Dr. Chun replied, adjusting her glasses. He thinks there might be a connection between Levy's condition and the battle happening downtown. You mean the one with that 4-armed guy? Wilson asked. The footage is all over social media already. Some kind of monster fight in the business district. That's the one, Chun confirmed. Stedman thinks Levy's dimensional abilities might be reacting to whatever's happening there. Inside the cell, Levy's consciousness was far from his physical body. His mind floated through the multiverse, tethered to countless alternate versions of himself, experiencing their realities in disjointed fragments. And in that moment, across the dimensional barrier, he felt it a surge of power so distinctive, so terrifying, that it sent shivers through every iteration of Angstrom Levy across the multiverse. Sukuna, he whispered, the name itself seeming to draw blood from his lips. The king of curses. He's awakened, fully awakened. In his mind's eye, he saw it, the transformation, the 4 arms, the marked skin, the multiple eyes, the true form of the demon who had haunted his dimensional visions for weeks. No, 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 Levy repeated, his restraints creaking as he strained against them. Not here. Not in my world. The monitors began to beep more rapidly as his heart rate accelerated, his blood pressure spiking to dangerous levels. He's going into distress, Chun said, reaching for the emergency button. Wait, Wilson cautioned, grabbing her wrist. Stedman's orders were explicit. No intervention unless his vitals indicate imminent death. He wants to see how far these episodes go. This is inhumane, Chun protested, pulling her hand away. Look at him. He's suffering. Science isn't always pretty, Wilson replied coldly. Besides, after what he tried to do with those summoning rituals. He's lucky he's not in a regular prison. Inside Levy's fractured mind, memories that weren't his own flooded through him. Experiences of alternate Levies who had encountered Sukuna across the multiverse. A laboratory in ruins, equipment shattered, papers scattered across blood-soaked floors. Sukuna standing amid the destruction, holding aloft the severed head of Angstrom Levy, for eyes gleaming with amusement. You thought to study me? The demon laughed in the memory. To categorize me? I am beyond your comprehension, little scientist. No, Levy moaned, his body convulsing. A suburban home, once peaceful, now a charnel house. Sukuna seated at the dining table, consuming human flesh with deliberate appreciation, while an alternate Levy, bound and forced to watch, screams as his family is devoured piece by piece. The love you hold for them seasons the meat, Sukuna observed in the memory, tearing flesh from bone with elegant precision. Your despair is the perfect accompaniment to their flavor. Stop, please, Levy begged, tears streaming down his face. A young woman, a daughter he never had but an alternate Levy cherished, violated by the demon while her father watches, unable to look away, unable to help, unable to die despite his desperate pleas. This is the price of curiosity, Sukuna explained calmly in the memory. You sought to understand the king of curses. Now you understand. Everything you love belongs to me. Enough! Levy screamed, his voice cracking with the force of his desperation. The scientists jumped as the monitoring equipment suddenly malfunctioned, screens flickering with static before displaying incomprehensible data. What the hell? Wilson muttered, backing away from the window. I'm calling Stedman, Chun decided, reaching for her phone. This is beyond our clearance level. Look, Wilson pointed at Levy through the observation window. He's glowing. Inside the cell, Levy had gone eerily still, his eyes open but unseeing, fixed on the ceiling. His lips moved in a silent chant, words from a language that had no business being spoken by human tongues. Azarath Metrian Zinthos, he whispered, his voice taking on a resonant quality that seemed to echo despite the room's soundproofing. Klaatu Barada Nikto, Ash Nazg Derbachaluk. He didn't understand what he was saying, but something from deep within was guiding his tongue, and Levy, in his desperation, knew nothing but to follow it. I need to stop him, Levy muttered, his voice shifting between lucidity and madness. Before he becomes what I've seen. Before he does to this world what he's done to so many others. The green glow intensified, casting eerie shadows across the cell. The restraints holding Levy began to smoke, the metal heating to a dull red where it touched his skin. I need help, he realized, his fractured mind racing through possibilities. I need myself. With a sudden clarity that cut through his madness, Levy reached out with his dimensional awareness, something he had recently been able to consciously do, searching across the multiverse for a specific version of himself, one he had glimpsed before, one with resources, with power, with an army at his disposal. In another reality, another Angstrom Levy, scarred, deformed, his brain partially exposed through a cracked skull, paused in his plotting. This Levy had been gathering various versions of Invincible to execute his revenge against Mark Grayson, using them to destroy the hero's reputation. Times Square is in ruins? He asked, addressing the alternate Invincibles gathered in his warehouse headquarters. Yeah, it's dust, Mohawk Mark replied with a dismissive shrug, leaning against a support beam. Just like you wanted. Made a real show of it too. Made sure plenty of cameras caught Invincible destroying public property. His costume was similar to the original Mark's, but with a spiked hairstyle and more aggressive design elements. His attitude matched his appearance, cocky, aggressive, with a perpetual sneer. Don't act like you didn't enjoy it, Mustache Mark commented, cleaning blood from his gloves. This older, grizzled version with facial hair and battle scars, had seen more combat than most of his counterparts. You were laughing the whole time. Of course I enjoyed it, Mohawk Mark shot back. Doesn't mean I care about Levy's stupid revenge fantasy. The hospital evacuation went perfectly too, Astronaut Mark reported, his costume modified with elements of space gear. More strategic than the others, he approached their arrangement with Levy as a military operation. Everyone saw Invincible endangering patients. The media's having a field day. Good, the scarred Levy nodded, observing the chaos on multiple monitors. And the mayor's office? Left enough evidence to frame the original for corruption, Sinister Mark replied, his costume darker with black accents where the original had blue with a cape. His voice carried a permanent undertone of cruelty. His reputation is being systematically destroyed, just as you promised would happen. And once it is, Viltrumite Mark added, a version who had embraced his alien heritage more fully with a costume incorporating elements of Viltrumite battle armor. You'll hold up your end of the bargain? Access to the realities we each requested. That was our deal, Levy confirmed, his attention still on the monitors. You helped me destroy Mark Grayson's life, and He stopped abruptly, a strange sensation washing over him. What is this? The scarred Levy murmured, feeling an intrusion into his consciousness. Who dares? Something wrong, braincase? Mohawk Mark asked with mock concern. Having another episode? Silence. Levy snapped, concentrating on the mental intrusion. Or what? Sinister Mark challenged, stepping forward. You'll send us home? Good luck finding more willing pawns for your pathetic revenge scheme. I said silence. Levy repeated, his exposed brain beginning to glow green. Someone is contacting me. Another version of myself. The assembled Invincibles exchanged glances, unnerved by the green glow but not particularly concerned for Levy himself. Great. Another you, Mustache Mark grumbled. Because one wasn't annoying enough. Is this going to delay our payment? Viltrumite Mark demanded, his eyes narrowing. I have a worlds to conquer back home. The only reason I am here is because this opens up the potential for even more. And I have a Cecil Stedman to kill, Sinister Mark added. Everyone shut up and let him concentrate, Astronaut Mark ordered, his tactical mind recognizing the potential significance. This could be important. Levy ignored them all, focusing on the mental contact. Who are you? He demanded silently. What do you want? Help me, a voice projected across the dimensional barrier. Our worlds are in danger. Sukuna has awakened. Sukuna? Levy muttered aloud, sorting through his vast knowledge of the multiverse. I know no such being. The King of Curses, the imprisoned Levy explained, his mental voice tinged with desperation. A demon from ancient Japan who devours worlds. He exists across multiple dimensions, always different yet always the same. Always hungry, always cruel. And why should I care about your problem? The scarred Levy demanded. I have my own vengeance to complete. He's talking to himself again, Mohawk Mark Stage whispered to the others. Just what we need, our meal ticket going even more insane. Shut up, Astronaut Mark hissed. Whatever's happening, it's affecting his powers. Look at his head. Indeed, the scarred Levy's exposed brain was now pulsing with green energy, the same color that had characterized his dimensional powers before his injury. Because if he isn't stopped, there will be no vengeance for either of us, the imprisoned Levy insisted. No worlds left to conquer. Nothing but ash and bone, and his laughter echoing across the void. This Sukuna, Levy said aloud. What exactly is he capable of? Who the hell is Sukuna? Sinister Mark demanded. Are you making deals with other dimensions now? I think another version of him is warning him about some kind of threat, Astronaut Mark explained, watching Levy carefully. Some kind of enemy. Great, Viltrumite Mark sneered. Just what we need. More complications. Show me. Levy commanded his alternate self. Show me this threat. The imprisoned Levy opened his mind fully, sharing the horrific visions that had plagued him for weeks. The destruction, the death, the casual cruelty of a being who viewed humans as nothing more than toys to be broken or food to be consumed. The scarred Levi recoiled physically, staggering back against his control console as the images flooded his mind. "What's happening to him?" Mustache Mark asked, not out of concern but pragmatic self-interest. "If he dies, how do we get back to our worlds?" "He's not dying," Astronaut Mark observed. "He's receiving information. Psychically, it seems. This is beyond anything I've encountered," Levi gasped, addressing the Invincibles. "A being of immense power, a destroyer of worlds. Sounds like our kind of challenge," Mohawk Mark said with a grin. "Point us at him. We'll take care of it. For the right price, of course." "It's not that simple," Levi replied, sweat beading on his malformed brow. "This entity, this Sukuna, he exists across multiple realities. And now he's fully manifested in my counterpart's world." "Yes," the imprisoned Levi pleaded. "Free me first, then together we can direct your Invincibles against Sukuna, before he grows too powerful to stop." The scarred Levi hesitated, sensing something off about this request. "You're not telling me everything," he accused aloud. "What aren't you saying?" "He's definitely losing it," Sinister Mark said to the others. "Maybe we should consider finding another dimensional traveler to get us home." "Good luck with that," Viltrumite Mark replied dryly. "They don't exactly grow on trees." "We need him functional," Astronaut Mark insisted. "At least until he fulfills his end of our bargain." In his cell, the imprisoned Levi's expression twisted with frustration. The restraints around his wrists and ankles had begun to melt, the metal dripping onto the floor in glowing pools. "There's no time," he shouted aloud. "He's fully awakened now. We must act immediately." Outside the cell, alarms began to blare as the facility's sensors detected the rising energy levels. "We need to evacuate," Chun insisted, grabbing Wilson's arm. "Whatever's happening in there, it's beyond our control now." "But the data," Wilson protested. "Screw the data," Chun snapped, dragging him toward the exit. "I'm not dying for Stedman's obsession with this guy." Inside the cell, Levi's body had begun to levitate several inches above the examination table, the last of his restraints giving way as the metal melted completely. "If you won't help willingly," he snarled, addressing his alternate self across the dimensional divide, "then I'll take control by force." In his headquarters, the scarred Levi staggered as he felt a foreign consciousness attempting to seize control of his mind. His powers, his carefully gathered army of alternate Invincibles. "You dare?" he growled, fighting back against the intrusion. "You would steal from yourself?" "I would save everyone," the imprisoned Levi countered, pushing harder. "Even if it means sacrificing you." "What's happening to him now?" Mustache Mark demanded, watching as Levi clutched his exposed brain, green energy pulsing more intensely. "Looks like a psychic attack," Astronaut Mark assessed. "Another version of him is trying to take control." "Of what?" "Him," Mohawk Mark scoffed. "They can have him." "No, you idiot," Viltrumite Mark growled. "Of his powers. Of us. Of everything." Sinister Mark's eyes narrowed. "Nobody controls me. Not Levi. Not some other Levi. Not anyone. He's trying to take control of my powers," Levi gasped, confirming Viltrumite Mark's assessment. "Of all of you. Like hell he is," Mohawk Mark snarled, stepping forward aggressively. "We're not anyone's puppets." "Who is this other you?" Astronaut Mark demanded, his tactical mind seeking information. "What does he want with us?" "He's from a dimension where the Sukuna exists," Levi explained, still fighting the mental battle. "He wants to use you to fight it. A real fight instead of this reputation-destroying nonsense?" Sinister Mark considered, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "That actually sounds more interesting." "No!" Levi's voice rose in panic. "He's hiding something. This isn't just about fighting some demon. There's more he isn't telling me." "When is there not?" Viltrumite Mark replied dismissively. "You dimensional. Travelers are all the same, always with your schemes and half-truths. Maybe we should hear what this other levy has to offer, Mustache Mark suggested pragmatically. Might be a better deal than what we've got here. You would betray our arrangement? Levy demanded, still struggling against the mental invasion. Betray implies loyalty, Astronaut Mark pointed out coldly. We have a business arrangement, nothing more. If your counterpart offers better terms. You have no idea what you're dealing with, Levy shouted, blood now trickling from his eyes and ears as he fought the mental battle. This entity, this Sukuna, he's beyond anything you've faced before. We've heard that before, Mohawk Mark yawned theatrically. Everyone thinks their big bad is the biggest and baddest. When we're the baddest of them all. The two versions of Angstrom Levy, connected across dimensional barriers, engaged in a mental battle for supremacy. Their consciousnesses intertwined, memories flooding between them, powers merging and separating in chaotic pulses. In the GDA cell, Levy's body began to rotate slowly in midair, the green glow surrounding him intensifying until the observation window cracked from the pressure. Evacuate the building, a security officer shouted over the intercom. Unknown dimensional event in progress. This is not a drill. Scientists and agents fled through the corridors as the facility began to shake. Structural supports groaning under dimensional stresses they were never designed to withstand. Meanwhile, across the multiverse, other entities began to notice the disturbance. The barriers between realities, normally solid and impermeable, were thinning as the two levies fought for control. In a ruined Tokyo, standing amid the devastation of what had once been Shibuya, a figure paused in his slaughter. Ryaman Sukuna, possessing the body of Yuji Itadori but with 15 of his 20 fingers consumed, tilted his head as if listening to a distant sound. Interesting, he murmured, his split pupil eyes narrowing as he perceived a rift forming in reality itself. A door opening where no door should be. Around him, the remains of Shibuya smoldered buildings collapsed, streets cratered, bodies strewn across the landscape. The strongest sorcerers of the modern era had tried to stop him and failed. Only Fushiguro had escaped, taking the remaining fingers with him. How convenient, Sukuna remarked, observing the dimensional rift that had appeared before him. I was just wondering where my next entertainment might come from. He approached the rift, cursed energy swirling around him as he examined the phenomenon. Through the distortion, he could see glimpses of another world, a modern city, not unlike Tokyo, but different in subtle ways. A new playground, he decided, a cruel smile spreading across Yuji's face, twisted by Sukuna's control. How thoughtful of someone to provide it. Without hesitation, he stepped toward the dimensional anomaly, drawn by instinct and curiosity as well as a feeling that this will aid him to control the brat more thoroughly somehow. In another reality, in ancient Japan during the Heian era, a different Sukuna, this one in his original body, four-armed and marked with patterns that signified his divine lineage, paused in the act of consuming a defeated sorcerer's heart. A summoning? He wondered aloud, dropping the partially eaten organ as he sensed the dimensional disturbance. No. Something more interesting. His court of terrified subjects prostrated themselves as he rose from his throne of human bones, cursed energy swirling around him like a crimson aura. My lord, a brave courtier ventured, forehead pressed to the blood-soaked floor. What troubles you? Nothing troubles the king of curses, Sukuna replied, his four eyes fixed on the rift that had appeared in his throne room. But something intrigues me. He approached the dimensional tear, studying the images visible through it, a modern world, with strange structures of glass and steel, machines that moved without horses, people dressed in unfamiliar garments. A new realm to conquer, he mused, a smile spreading across his face. How delightful! Great lord, the courtier pleaded. The conquest of our own land is not yet complete. The northern sorcerers still resist your divine rule. Sukuna turned, fixing the man with a cold stare. Are you presuming to advise me? And no, divine one, the courtier stammered, pressing himself flatter against the floor. Merely observing. Then observe this, Sukuna replied, gesturing casually. The man's body erupted in blood as invisible cutting forces sliced him into perfect cubes of flesh and bone. The consequence of wasting my time with obvious statements. He turned back to the rift, his interest rekindled. A new world, he repeated, and something familiar waiting there. How curious. Without further hesitation, he stepped through the dimensional tear, leaving his court in stunned silence. And in yet another reality, in modern Tokyo, a third Sukuna stood over the broken body of Satoru Gojo, the most powerful sorcerer of the modern era. Victory was his at last. His rivalry with the Six Eyes Bearer finally concluded. Was that all? Sukuna asked the corpse at his feet, disappointment evident in his tone. After all that talk, all that anticipation, this is how our battle ends? With you broken and me unsatisfied. He kicked Gojo's body, sending it rolling across the destroyed landscape of what had once been Tokyo Jujutsu High. The school was now nothing but rubble, the barrier that had protected it for generations shattered by their battle. What now? He mused, sensing the dimensional rift forming nearby. Another challenger so soon? Or something more entertaining? He approached the tear in reality, curious despite his post-victory melancholy. Through it, he could see another world similar to his own in some ways, yet different in others. A parallel reality, he observed, his interest growing. How fascinating. And there's something there. Something like me, yet not me. The prospect of meeting another version of himself, perhaps one who might provide a greater challenge than Gojo had ultimately offered, was too intriguing to resist. This has potential, he decided, stepping toward the rift. At the very least, it should relieve my boredom. Back in the headquarters of the Scarred Levy, the mental battle had reached its climax. Both versions of Angstrom Levy were exhausted, their powers strained to the breaking point as they fought for control. Stop this madness, the Scarred Levy shouted, blood trickling from his nose and ears. You're tearing apart the multiverse itself. Better that than allowing Sukuna to devour it world by world. The imprisoned Levy countered. Look what's happening because of your resistance. Through their shared consciousness, both Levies became aware of the consequences of their struggle. The dimensional barriers were failing, not just between their two worlds, but across multiple realities. And through those failing barriers, things were beginning to move. Something's happening to the monitors, Astronaut Mark announced, pointing at the screens that had been showing their various destructive activities across cities. The images were now distorting, showing strange green rifts opening in the sky. What the hell is that? Mohawk Mark demanded, leaning closer to one of the screens. Are those portals? Not just portals, Viltrumite Mark observed, his enhanced vision allowing him to see details the others missed. Something's coming through them. Multiple somethings. This is your fault, Sinister Mark accused Levy. You and your dimensional meddling. Not just his fault, Mustache Mark corrected, watching the dimensional energy surrounding Levy grow more chaotic. Looks like both versions of him are causing this. Fighting each other instead of working together. Typical, Viltrumite Mark sneered. Self-destruction through self-obsession. What have you done? The Scarred Levy whispered in horror, addressing his alternate self. In his cell, the imprisoned Levy began to laugh, the sound high and broken. Not just me. We've done this together. We've opened the way. The green glow surrounding him expanded explosively, shattering the reinforced walls of his cell and spreading throughout the GDA facility. Scientists, agents, and security personnel fled in terror as the building itself began to warp and twist under the influence of dimensional energies. And soon it poured through all and engulfed the worlds. The war begins. The war of Invincibles and Kings. Double the imperial throne room of Viltrum stood silent and imposing, its vast marble expanse designed to humble even the mightiest warriors who entered its hallowed space. Grand Regent Thrag sat upon the massive throne, his muscular form draped in the traditional red cape of Viltrumite leadership, his expression as impassive as carved stone. The silence was broken by the sound of footsteps, confident, measured, Familiar. Too familiar. Thrag's eyes narrowed as he observed the figure approaching across the polished floor. The newcomer was identical to himself in every physical aspect, the same impressive height, the same powerful build, the same regal bearing that commanded respect and fear in equal measure. The same face that had overseen the execution of thousands who had failed the Viltrumite Empire. The doppelganger stopped at the base of the throne's dais, standing tall but not challenging. There was no need for introductions or explanations. Both beings understood the situation with the clarity that came from being the most tactically brilliant mind in the known universe. "You are me," Throne Thrag stated, his deep voice resonating through the chamber. It wasn't a question. "And you are me," the standing Thrag confirmed, his identical voice carrying the same authoritative tone. "From another timeline, another universe." Throne Thrag's fingers tightened imperceptibly on the armrests of his seat, the only outward sign of his inner tension. "The dimensional barriers have collapsed. Our realities have merged. Temporarily," standing Thrag added, his analytical mind already processing the implications. "Such mergers cannot sustain themselves naturally. The universes will either separate again, or perhaps one will consume the other," Throne Thrag finished, "creating a singular reality where only one version of each entity can exist." A moment of silence passed between them as both considered the ancient legend stories passed down through Viltrumite history of beings who traversed dimensions, consuming their alternate selves to gain power beyond measure. "The old texts speak of demons and spirits," standing Thrag said, his eyes never leaving his counterparts. "Entities that could devour the flesh and souls of their duplicates across realities, gaining not just additional strength, but multiplied power." Throne Thrag nodded. "Their essence combining rather than merely adding together." Another silence, heavier than the first. "We have always avoided such methods," standing Thrag observed. "An unspoken agreement across the realities. The risk of failure would leave our respective empires vulnerable," Throne Thrag agreed. "And the practical challenges of ruling across dimensional barriers made the prospect inefficient. But circumstances have changed," standing Thrag noted, his voice taking on a subtle edge. "The barriers fell without our intervention. The opportunity has presented itself without the associated risks." Throne Thrag's grip tightened further on his throne, the sound of cracking marble filling the chamber as his fingers crushed the ornate armrest to powder. "I assume you already understand how this will end," he said, rising to his full height, his cape billowing behind him. "Only one Thrag can rule. Only one empire can exist. Only one universe will remain when this is done." Standing Thrag agreed, his muscles tensing in preparation. No more words were necessary. Two identical minds had reached the same conclusion simultaneously, as they always had, as they always would. They moved with the blinding speed that had made Thrag legendary among even Viltrumites, covering the distance between them in a fraction of a second. Their fists connected with catastrophic force, the impact generating a shockwave that shattered the throne room's massive windows and cracked its ancient columns. The battle for the title of Emperor of the Universe had begun. The green light faded gradually, revealing a changed landscape. Where once had been the devastated remains of a business district now stood an intact cityscape similar but subtly different, as if someone had rebuilt everything with slight variations from the original design. Sukuna was the first to recover, his four eyes blinking as they adjusted to the altered reality. "What happened?" Mark groaned, pushing himself up from the ground where he'd fallen during the dimensional shift. "Where are we?" "Not where," Sukuna corrected, his enhanced senses already analyzing their surroundings. "When, or rather which?" Eve stood beside him, her own transformed body still radiating pink energy as she scanned their environment at the molecular level. "The dimensional structure has been compromised," she reported, her scientific mind immediately focusing on the problem. "We're experiencing a reality merger." "A what?" Mark asked, helping Uram to her feet. The ice manipulator seemed disoriented but unharmed. "Multiple universes collapsing into one another," Eve explained, her eyes glowing as she continued her analysis. Similar to parallel dimensions but with slight variations in events, decisions, outcomes. So this is still our city? Mark questioned, looking around at the unfamiliar yet familiar landscape. Yes and no, Sukuna replied, his forearms flexing experimentally to ensure his powers remained intact. It's the same city, but from a different timeline. One where our battle with Battle Beast either never happened or happened differently. That's not possible, Mark said, shaking his head in disbelief. Look, I've watched enough sci-fi movies and anime and read enough manga to at least think about dimensional travel being real. Sure, but merging entire universes? And yet here we are, Sukuna observed dryly. The evidence suggests otherwise. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching flight, the distinctive whoosh of someone moving at superhuman speed through the air. All four turned to face the newcomer, instinctively forming a defensive formation. Two figures descended from the sky, one in a familiar black and blue costume, the other radiating pink energy. Mark and Eve, but not their Mark and Eve. Another one, the descending Mark shouted, his expression hardening as he accelerated toward them. Levy's getting desperate if he's sending them in groups now. Before anyone could respond, this alternate Mark slammed into their Mark with devastating force, sending both crashing through a nearby building. Mark! Our Eve cried out, her powers flaring in response to the threat. The alternate Eve hovered above, her hands already glowing with molecular energy. I don't know what game Levy's playing, she called down. But it ends now. Sukuna stepped forward, his four eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. We are not your enemies, he stated, his voice carrying that unmistakable authority. There has been a dimensional merger. We are from another reality. Yeah, right? Alternate Eve scoffed, unleashing a blast of pink energy. That's exactly what the last batch of duplicates said before they started killing civilians. Sukuna deflected the energy blast with a casual wave of cursed energy, his patience visibly thinning. Enough. This misunderstanding is becoming tedious. Inside the damaged building, the two Marks grappled with each other, evenly matched in strength and speed. They crashed through walls and support beams, bringing down chunks of ceiling around them. I don't know what Levy told you, alternate Mark growled, landing a solid punch to his counterpart's jaw. But I'm not letting you ruin my life. I don't even know who Levy is, our Mark shouted back, retaliating with a kick that sent his doppelganger flying backward. We were fighting Battle Beast when everything went green. Outside, the situation was escalating as alternate Eve attempted to restrain Uram with molecular bonds, only to find her constructs shattered by precise applications of ice. Sukuna-sama, Uram called, her voice calm despite the chaos. Shall I neutralize this opponent? No, Sukuna replied, watching the aerial battle with calculated interest. They are not our enemies, merely confused. Our Eve had taken to the air, engaging her counterpart in a dazzling display of pink energy that lit up the sky like fireworks. The two molecular manipulators circled each other, testing defenses, probing for weaknesses. You're good, alternate Eve admitted, creating a shield to block an energy pulse. This is new though, with Angstrom sending duplicates of me as well. I don't know who this Angstrom is, but I'm not working for anyone, our Eve retorted, her enhanced powers allowing for more complex molecular manipulations than her counterpart had ever displayed. I'm simply you from another reality. A better reality, apparently. The two Marks burst from the building, still locked in combat, their costumes torn and bloodied from their exchange. Enough! Sukuna's voice thundered across the battlefield, carrying enough power to momentarily freeze everyone in place. Cursed energy radiated from him in palpable waves, his four eyes glowing with inner light. This pointless conflict solves nothing, he continued, his tone brooking no argument. We are not working for whoever your enemy is. We are versions of yourselves from another timeline, brought here by whatever caused the dimensional merger. Alternate Mark hovered cautiously, blood trickling from a split lip. How do we know you're not just another of Levy's tricks? He's been sending alternate versions of me to destroy my reputation for weeks now. Because we have no idea who this Levi person is. There, Mark replied, wiping blood from his nose. We were in the middle of a battle with an alien warrior named Battle Beast when everything went green. Next thing we knew, we were here. Battle Beast? Alternate Mark's expression shifted from hostility to confusion. The alien gladiator who worked for Machine Head? He is more than that, at least he was in our world more than that. Don't really know about yours. There, Mark said. He nearly killed me before Megumi stepped in. Alternate Eve descended slowly, her powers still at the ready but her aggression diminished. And who exactly is Megumi? This four-armed guy, I'm guessing. Sukuna inclined his head slightly. I am Megumi Fushiguro, also known as Sukuna. One people call hero in this world. That doesn't explain why we should trust you, Alternate Mark said, though his stance had relaxed somewhat. We've been dealing with dimensional incursions for days now, all of them hostile. If we were working for your enemy, Sukuna observed calmly, we would have continued the attack rather than attempting to explain ourselves. Logic suggests we are telling the truth. Our Eve drifted closer to Sukuna, her body radiating pink energy. Look, I understand your caution, but we're as confused as you are about what's happening. We just want to figure this out and return things to how they're supposed to be. Alternate Eve studied our Eve, noting the differences in her appearance and energy signature. You're different from me. Enhanced somehow. Recent development. There, Eve replied with a small smile. Evolutionary adaptation, you might say. Alternate Mark and Eve exchanged glances, some unspoken communication passing between them. Fine, Alternate Mark said finally. Let's say we believe you're not working with Levi. We still need to figure out what happened and how to fix this. Dimensional merger, you called it. Perhaps we should continue this discussion somewhere more secure, Nolan suggested, descending from above. The Global Defense Agency might have resources to help us understand what's happening. The Guardians will also be useful. Dad, Alternate Mark called out in shock, his body tensing as he hovered in midair. Beside him, Alternate Eve immediately shifted into a combat stance, pink energy flaring around her. You're working with Omni-Man? Alternate Eve demanded, her voice tight with anger and fear. He's supposed to be off-world. Nolan raised an eyebrow, noting their hostile reaction. Interesting. My relationship with you appears to differ significantly in your reality. Differ? You tried to kill me. Alternate Mark shouted as he realized this one wasn't his father, though still too frustrated to not vent. His fists clenching. You murdered the Guardians of the Globe. Our Mark's expression fell, his tone becoming somber. Oh. So Megumi didn't stop Dad in your world. Stop him? Also, back up, I know he introduced himself, but that was too short, so, again, who the hell is Megumi? And how could he possibly stop him? Demanded, pointing at Nolan. Alternate Mark, his father beat him to near death to him. His father, when not holding back, was an unstoppable force of destruction. Our Mark pointed with his thumb to Sukuna. He's my best friend. In our world, he confronted my dad in the Flaxen dimension and, well, changed things, prevented a whole lot of murder and mayhem. Alternate Mark stared at Sukuna with disbelief. You stopped Omni-Man? How is that even possible? It's a long story, Sukuna replied simply, his four eyes surveying the cityscape, one better told in a secure location. The Global Defense Agency would be the logical choice, as Nolan suggested. Alternate Mark hesitated, exchanging another glance with his Eve. The GDA isn't exactly friendly territory for me right now. Cecil and I aren't on good terms. Like, restraining order, not good terms. Nevertheless, they have resources we need, Nolan stated. And if dimensional barriers are collapsing, we need all the help we can get. After a moment of tense silence, Alternate Mark nodded reluctantly. Fine, but I'm watching you, he added, pointing at Nolan. All of you. The group took to the air, flying toward the GDA headquarters visible in the distance. As they flew, our Eve drifted closer to Alternate Eve, studying her with scientific curiosity that bordered on uncomfortable staring. So, our Eve asked suddenly, "Are you single?" Alternate Eve nearly dropped altitude in surprise, her concentration breaking momentarily. "What? Why would you ask that?" "Just curious about differences between our timelines." Our Eve replied with a too casual shrug that fooled absolutely no one. No, I'm not single," Alternate Eve answered, confusion evident in her voice. "Mark and I are together." Our Eve's face lit up with a smile that was just a little too bright, like someone had replaced her normal expression with a 1,000-watt bulb. "Oh, that's wonderful." Our Mark, overhearing the exchange, shook his head with a small smile. "Your Yandere side is showing, Eve." "My what?" our Eve asked, at the exact same moment that alternate Eve and alternate Mark both exclaimed. "Her what?" "You know," our Mark explained, gesturing dramatically. "The whole, I will track your molecular signature across time and space thing. The I've cataloged every breath you've taken for the last 6 months obsession. The if anyone else looks at you I will rearrange their atoms into a modern art installation, possessiveness towards Megumi. That whole deal." Our Eve's smile turned dangerous, though it never left her face. "Mark, if you don't shut up right now, I'll molecularly rearrange your vocal cords into a pretty bow tie. Then I'll use them to tie your shoelaces together. While you're flying." "Megumi?" Alternate Eve asked, looking between our Eve and Sukuna with wide eyes. "You're with him? The four-armed guy with the extra set of eyes who looks like he stepped out of a horror movie." "Eve and I are in a relationship," Sukuna confirmed. "A recent development, but a significant one." Our Mark raised his hands in a defensive position, though his smile remained. "Hey, I think it's great. Terrifying, but great. Like watching a volcano erupt from a safe distance. Except there is no safe distance." "I'm not terrifying," our Eve protested, though her eyes glowed slightly brighter with the statement, making her look like a pink lighthouse beacon. "You literally threatened to destroy the universe when you thought he died," our Mark pointed out. "You were going to unmake reality because you were sad. That's not normal breakup behavior. That's not even normal my goldfish died behavior. That was an emotional moment," our Eve defended, pink energy flaring briefly around her like an agitated aura. "Besides, he's fine now. Better than fine, magnificent really," she added, her gaze softening as it landed on Sukuna's transformed form, a look that somehow managed to be both adorable and deeply unsettling. Alternate Mark and Eve exchanged bewildered glances, clearly struggling to process this strange dynamic from their counterparts. "Your world is different," alternate Mark finally said, the understatement hanging in the air like a lead balloon as they approached the GDA headquarters. "Different is one word for it," alternate Eve muttered. "Completely insane is another." Complicated Cecil Stedman sat across from Cecil Stedman. The mirrored image was perfect down to the last detail, same thinning hair, same wire-rimmed glasses, same perpetually exhausted expression that came from decades of managing superhuman crises. The only difference was the subtle hardness in the eyes of the Cecil from the original timeline, a man who had witnessed the betrayal of Earth's greatest hero and the slaughter of the Guardians of the Globe. "So, original, canon," Cecil began, his fingers steepled before him. "In your version of events, Nolan never killed the Guardians." "No," altered fanfic Cecil confirmed, leaning back in his chair. "Thanks to Sukuna's intervention." They sat in the secure conference room deep within the merged GDA headquarters, a strange architectural hybrid that somehow incorporated elements from both their original facilities, creating a building that felt simultaneously familiar and alien to both men. "And you trust him?" Original Cecil asked, skepticism evident in his voice. "After knowing what he was sent here to do?" Altered Cecil adjusted his glasses. "Trust is a strong word. Let's say I recognize the strategic value of his cooperation, especially with the Viltrumite Empire's imminent arrival." Original Cecil's expression darkened. "In my experience, Nolan nearly killed Mark before fleeing Earth. He's been off-world for months." "Interesting divergence point," Altered Cecil noted. "In my experience, Sukuna confronted Nolan in the Flaxen dimension, forcing him to reconsider his mission. The battle between them was significant. This Sukuna, original Cecil said, pulling up footage of the four-armed being on a nearby screen. He's not in our records. No equivalent exists in our history. A unique variable, altered Cecil agreed. His presence appears to be the primary divergence between our timelines. The door opened, admitting both versions of Mark and Eve, along with Sukuna, Nolan, and Uram. The tension in the room immediately spiked as original Mark's eyes locked onto Nolan. I still don't understand why he's here, original Mark said through gritted teeth. Because we need every resource available, original Cecil replied, his tone making it clear the decision wasn't up for debate. If dimensional barriers are collapsing across the multiverse, we can't afford to indulge personal grudges. Personal grudges? Original Mark repeated incredulously. He murdered the Guardians. He tried to kill me. He was still too incredibly traumatized to even contemplate truly trusting his father again, another version of him or not. In your experience, altered Mark interjected, stepping between his counterpart and his father. In mine, he didn't. Because of Megumi. Original Mark turned his glare to Sukuna. Right? The mysterious four-armed guy who supposedly stopped Omni-Man. Forgive me if I still find that hard to believe. Your disbelief changes nothing, Sukuna replied, his eyes regarding original Mark with detached interest. Facts remain facts regardless of your emotional response to them. Everyone please, altered Cecil interrupted, raising a hand. We have more pressing concerns than historical discrepancies. He gestured to the main display, which showed a map of the merged city with dozens of glowing green points indicating dimensional anomalies. We're detecting new incursions every few minutes. Most appear to be confused civilians or alternate versions of known individuals, but some are hostile. Define hostile, Altered Eve asked, moving closer to examine the data. We have reports of at least 3 alternate Invincibles attacking civilians in different parts of the city, original Cecil explained, along with what appears to be a version of Battle Beast rampaging through the financial district. Another Battle Beast? Altered Mark groaned. We just finished dealing with one. Actually, I finished dealing with him, Sukuna corrected, his tone matter-of-fact rather than boastful. Original Cecil's eyes narrowed slightly. You defeated Battle Beast? Alone? Yes, Sukuna confirmed simply. Original Cecil exchanged a glance with his counterpart, clearly reassessing the four-armed being's capabilities. There's more, Altered Cecil continued, changing the display to show surveillance footage from downtown. We're picking up energy signatures unlike anything we've encountered before. 3 distinct sources, all sharing certain characteristics with Sukuna's energy pattern, but each with unique variations. The footage showed 3 figures moving through the chaos of the merged city. Each appeared humanoid but with distinctive characteristics that set them apart from normal humans. The first moved with predatory grace through a shopping district, his eyes scanning the surroundings with cold interest as civilians fled in terror. Though he appeared mostly human, there was something fundamentally wrong about his presence, as if reality itself rejected him. The second strode confidently down a main boulevard, for arms casually swinging at his sides, his traditional Japanese clothing marking him as clearly out of place in the modern setting. Buildings crumbled in his wake, not from any visible attack but simply from proximity to his overwhelming presence. The third moved more deliberately, studying his surroundings with analytical precision. This version appeared as a young man with haunted eyes and a face that seemed too burdened for its years. Though his body was clearly different from the other's leaner, with messy black hair falling across his forehead, the presence within was unmistakable. He too had a normal set of arms much like the first one and wore modern clothing. But what was most noticeable about him was his more controlled demeanor, suggesting a different temperament from the others. There was something particularly unsettling about this version, a cold calculation behind those dark red eyes that promised methodical destruction rather than chaotic violence. Sukuna stared at this third version longer than the others, his 4 eyes narrowing in what might have been recognition or concern. Yuta Okatsu, he murmured in his mind. the name falling from his lips with a weight that suggested significant history. He found a way to possess him after all. Sukuna himself wished to possess the body of Yuta rather than Megumi as well, for the special grade could copy all cursed techniques, the 10 shadows as well. But Sukuna could not find a way to work away the fact the boy was unsuited in body for his soul's poisonous strength. Apparently, this version of himself somehow managed to find a workaround. "What are they?" Original Mark asked, staring at the footage with growing concern. "They're me," Sukuna replied, his 4 eyes narrowing as he studied the images. "Or rather, versions of me from different timelines." "There are more of you?" Original Eve asked, unable to keep the alarm from her voice. Stupid question, she later thought in her mind, since with there being more versions of Mark and herself, more of others is a logical conclusion. But when it comes to a guy capable of subduing Omni-Man, the peak of strength in both Marks and her eyes, with them having to face 3 of them, the thought was terrifying. "It appears so," Sukuna confirmed, "though each seems to represent a different point in my evolution." Altered Eve moved closer to the display, her curiosity evident despite the seriousness of the situation. "The energy signatures are similar but distinct, like different stages of the same fundamental force. This complicates matters," Nolan observed, speaking for the first time since entering the room. "If these versions have even a fraction of Sukuna's capabilities, then they're immense threats." Both Marks exchanged glances, a shared thought passing between them despite their differences. "I need to check on my mom," they said in unison, then stared at each other in surprise. "I should come with you," Nolan said, rising from his seat. "Debbie might be—" "No," Original Mark said firmly, placing a hand against Nolan's chest to stop him. "There are probably 2 versions of my mom now, and you can do whatever you want with your wife, but you stay away from my mom. Don't speak to her. Don't even be in the same room as her. She's dealt with enough grief because of you." A flash of pain crossed Nolan's face before he quickly masked it with a neutral expression. "I understand," he said quietly, stepping back. Altered Mark looked between them uncomfortably. "We should go," he said to his counterpart. "The sooner we make sure they're safe, the sooner we can deal with everything else." As the 2 Marks prepared to leave, Nolan nodded once to his son, the one from his timeline, before turning away, his shoulders carrying a weight that hadn't been there moments before. Sukuna's attention remained fixed on the display, particularly on the image of the version possessing Itadori Yuji. "I'm going to handle that one," he stated, the decision already made. "I'm coming with you, Altered Eve." "I'll get things ready, Sukuna-sama," and Yuram stated at the same time, immediately moving to his side. Sukuna shook his head. "No, this is something I must do alone," his tone brooking no argument. But Eve began, while Yuram herself retreated, understanding when her master has made up his mind. "You should test your new capabilities," he interrupted, his tone softening slightly as he regarded her. "Discover your limits before engaging in combat. It would be tactically advantageous." Eve hesitated, clearly wanting to argue but recognizing the logic in his words. "Fine," she conceded reluctantly. "But be careful." Sukuna's lips curved in a slight smile. "Always." While as he left, he gently put his hand on Yuram's head and ruffled her hair slightly, causing her eyes to widen in surprise as she looked up, but Sukuna had already passed her. As he walked toward the door, his thoughts turned to the vessel his alternate self had chosen, Itadori Yuji, the boy whose very existence he had once despised with every fiber of his being. Now, confronted with the possibility of facing him directly, Sukuna found his feelings unexpectedly complicated. He didn't know what he wanted from this encounter, but he knew he needed to face this version of himself, to speak with the boy, and ultimately to destroy his other self. After all, the heavens and earth were too small to contain more than one king. Thoughts of invaders in a warehouse on the outskirts of the merged city. 6 figures sat in uncomfortable silence. Each wore some variation of the Invincible costume, yet each was fundamentally different from the others in ways that went far beyond their attire. Sinister Mark leaned against a support beam, his dark costume with its black accents where the original had blue reflecting his corrupted soul. A cape hung from his shoulders, an affectation he'd adopted after taking control of his world's superhero community through systematic elimination of anyone who opposed him. Mohawk Mark paced restlessly, his spiked hair and modified costume with torn sleeves and added spikes projecting the rebellious image he cultivated. His fingers tapped against his thigh in an impatient rhythm, betraying his growing boredom. Viltrumite Mark sat rigidly in a chair that seemed too small for his imposing frame. His costume incorporated elements of traditional Viltrumite battle armor, shoulder plates, bracers, and a modified chest emblem that resembled the Viltrumite Empire's insignia. Unmasked Mark stood by the window, staring out at the city with an expression of quiet longing. True to his name, he wore no mask, his face exposed to the world. His costume was simpler than the others, almost minimalist, as if the trappings of heroism were an afterthought to him now. Dark Mark sat hunched in a corner, his costume a muted version of the original. All bright colors replaced with shades of gray and black. A hood partially obscured his face, casting shadows that matched the darkness in his eyes. Astronaut Mark studied a map of the city spread across a table, his costume modified with elements of space gear, reinforced plating, life support connections, and a subtle alien influence in the design that hinted at his time with the Flaxen Empire. So, Mohawk Mark broke the silence, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Anyone else wondering why we're sitting around in this dump instead of blowing up Midtown like we're supposed to? Astronaut Mark looked up from his map. Because we're not stupid, he replied evenly. Something feels wrong about all this. The dimensional fluctuations are increasing exponentially. This isn't what Levy described would happen. Exactly, Viltrumite Mark agreed, his deep voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to commanding armies. It's the same reason as you. We didn't get to our positions by rushing blindly into chaos. Mohawk Mark snorted. Speak for yourself. I'm here because the pay was good and the promise of unlimited worlds to conquer sounded fun. He kicked at a crate, sending it skidding across the floor. Now we're just sitting around while reality itself gets a makeover. Patience? Sinister Mark advised, his cold voice carrying an undercurrent of amusement. The board is being reset. New pieces are entering play. We should understand the game before making our move. Always with the chess metaphors. Mohawk Mark rolled his eyes. Some of us just want to flip the board and be done with it. Dark Mark spoke up, his voice heavy with emotion. We all had our reasons for joining Levy. Mine hasn't changed, regardless of what's happening to the dimensions. And what's that, exactly? Astronaut Mark asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Dark Mark's eyes took on a haunted quality. I just want to see my mom again. Mohawk Mark burst into cruel laughter. Still crying about mommy? That's pathetic, even for you. Dark Mark's fists clenched, but he didn't rise to the bait. You wouldn't understand. You didn't watch her die. No, I killed mine, Sinister Mark said casually, examining his gloves with disturbing detachment. It was surprisingly easy, just like killing Cecil, and Robot, and everyone else who got in my way. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. What about the rest of you? Astronaut Mark asked, deliberately changing the subject. Why side with Levy? What's your endgame here? Viltrumite Mark straightened, his pride evident in every movement. The conquest of all realities under Viltrumite rule. My father was weak, hesitating when he should have acted. I showed no such weakness when I took his place. How original, Mohawk Mark mocked. Another Viltrumite wanting to rule everything. Never heard that one before. And your goal is what? Chaos for its own sake. Viltrumite Mark countered, eyes narrowing. Mohawk Mark grinned, the expression more feral than amused. Freedom, pure and simple. No rules, no responsibilities, no Cecil Stedman telling me what I can and can't do. Just the power to go wherever I want, take whatever I want, do whatever I want. You sound like a child, Astronaut Mark observed. And you sound like a bore, Mohawk Mark shot back. What's your story anyway, Space Boy? Levy didn't share much about your timeline. Astronaut Mark's expression darkened. The Flaxens captured me during their third invasion. They have different perceptions of time. What was months for Earth was decades for me. I was remade in their image, trained in their ways of war. When I returned, everything I knew was gone. So you're helping Levi because? Dark Mark prompted. Because he promised me a world where the Flaxens never invaded. Where I never lost everything. His voice took on a harder edge. And if that doesn't work out, I have an army waiting for my signal to begin conquest across multiple dimensions. Unmasked Mark, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. I miss Megumi. The simple statement drew all eyes to him. Who? Mohawk Mark asked, genuinely confused. Unmasked Mark turned from the window, his expression a complex mixture of grief and longing. Megumi Fushiguro. In my world, he was my best friend. The only one who truly stood by me, not out of fear or reverence, but because he genuinely believed the world could be better with us together. Never heard of him, Sinister Mark said dismissively. He was different. Unmasked Mark continued, ignoring the interruption. Not because of powers or abilities, he had none, but because of his mind, his way of seeing the world. He understood strategy, human nature, the long game in ways no one else did. He always knew exactly what to say, exactly how to approach a problem. What happened to him? Dark Mark asked softly, recognizing the pain of loss in Unmasked Mark's voice. Unmasked Mark's expression hardened. My father killed him. To prove a point about humans having too much influence over me. Said no human should have that kind of bond with a Viltrumite. His fists clenched at the memory. So I killed my father. Then I killed Thrag and took control of the Viltrum Empire. You killed Thrag? Viltrumite Mark asked, unable to keep the surprise from his voice. With strategies Megumi had helped me develop before he died. Unmasked Mark confirmed. He showed me how to think differently, how to approach combat in ways Viltrumites never considered, how to get stronger, how to use their arrogance and predictability against them. So what's your endgame with Levi? Astronaut Mark asked. Revenge on all versions of your father? Unmasked Mark shook his head. I want to find this world's Megumi, bring him back with me, have him at my side again, so we can make all realities better. Like we always planned. Mohawk Mark snickered. That's the gayest thing I've ever heard. The armrest of Unmasked Mark's chair shattered in his grip. In a blur of motion too fast for even the other Marks to fully track, he hurled the broken piece directly at Mohawk Mark's face. Mohawk Mark barely managed to dodge, the projectile embedding itself in the wall behind him with enough force to crack the concrete. Say that again, Unmasked Mark challenged, his voice deadly quiet. Please. Mohawk Mark raised his hands in mock surrender, though his smirk remained. Touched a nerve, did I? You have no idea what it's like to have someone who truly understands you, who sees the world the same way you do, Unmasked Mark said, his voice tight with emotion. Someone who makes you better just by existing. And then to have that ripped away. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. Has anyone actually seen this Megumi guy in this timeline? Dark Mark finally asked, partly to defuse the tension. Astronaut Mark shook his head. I've been monitoring local hero activity since we arrived. No mention of anyone by that name. He could be operating under a different identity, Unmasked Mark suggested. Or maybe he's keeping a low profile in this world. Or maybe he doesn't exist here at all, Sinister Mark pointed out cruelly. Not all timelines have the same players. Unmasked Mark's expression darkened. He exists. I can feel it. Speaking of feeling things, Viltrumite Mark interrupted, his head tilting slightly as if listening to something distant. Anyone else sense that? The others paused, their enhanced Viltrumite senses picking up what ordinary humans couldn't. A subtle vibration in the air, a disturbance in the fabric of reality itself. Something's happening, Astronaut Mark confirmed, moving to the window. The dimensional fluctuations are intensifying. Outside, the sky had taken on a strange, rippling quality, as if reality itself was becoming fluid, Green energy pulsed across the horizon in waves, each one stronger than the last. Maybe our time to act is getting closer than we think, Sinister Mark stated with a smile. Astronaut Mark shook his head, his expression grim as he studied the rippling sky. No, this is different. The dimensional barriers aren't just weakening, they're collapsing entirely. He turned back to the group, his tactical mind already calculating possibilities. Levy's plan was to use controlled dimensional breaches to allow us to operate in this world, then return to our own realities once we'd completed our objectives. This, he gestured toward the window. This is uncontrolled. Chaotic. So what? Mohawk Mark challenged, though there was a hint of unease beneath his bravado. More chaos means more opportunities. It means we might not have realities to return to, Astronaut Mark countered. The dimensional merger is accelerating. I've seen something like this before during my time with the Flaxons. When multiple timelines begin to collapse into one another, duplicates can't coexist indefinitely. Viltrumite Mark rose from his chair, his imposing frame casting a shadow across the warehouse floor. Explain. The universe abhors redundancy, Astronaut Mark said, his voice taking on a lecturing tone. Two versions of the same person can't exist in the same reality for long. Eventually, the timeline will correct itself. By doing what exactly? Dark Mark asked, pulling his hood further over his face as if to hide from the implications. By eliminating the duplicates, Astronaut Mark replied simply, or merging them. Either way, only one version of each person will remain when this is over. A heavy silence fell over the group as they processed this information. And who decides which version survives? Sinister Mark asked, his cold eyes calculating. Usually the version native to the dominant reality, Astronaut Mark explained. But with this level of dimensional instability, it could be random. Or it could be determined by strength of will, physical power, or some other factor we don't understand. Unmasked Mark turned back to the window, watching as the green energy waves grew more intense. So we're fighting for our very existence now. It would appear so, Astronaut Mark confirmed. Mohawk Mark kicked another crate, his frustration evident. Great. So Levy drags us into this mess, promising unlimited worlds to conquer, and now we might not even exist tomorrow. Fantastic plan. We need to adapt, Viltrumite Mark stated, his military mind already shifting to contingency planning. If only one version of each of us can survive, we need to ensure it's one of us, not this world's Mark Grayson. How do we do that? Dark Mark asked. We eliminate him, Sinister Mark suggested, a cruel smile playing across his lips. Remove the competition. That might not work, Astronaut Mark cautioned. The merger appears to be operating on a metaphysical level. Killing this world's Mark might simply cause one of us to transform into his replacement, losing our own identity in the process. Then what do you suggest? Viltrumite Mark demanded. Astronaut Mark was silent for a moment, considering their options. We need leverage, something that gives us an advantage in this merger process. Like what? Mohawk Mark scoffed. A dimensional anchor? A reality stabilizer? This isn't one of your sci-fi Flaxon technologies. No, Astronaut Mark agreed. But there might be something else. He turned to Unmasked Mark. You said this Megumi person helped you defeat Thrag, that he understood strategy in ways others didn't. Unmasked Mark nodded, a flicker of hope entering his eyes. Yes, he could see patterns others missed, anticipate moves before they were made. Then finding him might be our best option, Astronaut Mark concluded. If he exists in this reality, he might understand what's happening better than we do. You want to pin our survival on some random human? Viltrumite Mark asked incredulously. He created a plan to make one of us kill Thrag and conquer Viltrum uncontested. That requires absurd amounts of intelligence and creativity. Astronaut Mark countered. And he's not random, Unmasked Mark corrected, his voice taking on a hard edge. He's Megumi Fushiguro, the most brilliant mind I've ever encountered. Fine, Sinister Mark interjected, pushing away from the support beam. Let's say we try to find this Megumi person. Where do we even start looking? Unmasked Mark considered this. In my world, he was a high school student at Reginald Vell Johnson High, the same school as Mark Grayson. Then that's where we start, Astronaut Mark decided. We find this Megumi and convince him to help us. And how exactly do we do that? Mohawk Mark scoffed, gesturing toward the window where the rippling green sky cast an eerie glow over the chaos outside. The world has gone to shit. Dimensional rifts are opening everywhere. People are panicking in the streets. What kind of ridiculous idea is infiltrating a school? There probably isn't even school in this apocalypse. Astronaut Mark frowned, acknowledging the point. Fair assessment. Educational institutions would likely be suspended during a dimensional crisis of this magnitude. If he's anything like the Megumi I knew, Unmasked Mark interjected, he wouldn't be sitting in a classroom anyway, not with everything falling apart outside. Then where would he be? Dark Mark asked. Unmasked Mark considered this, drawing on his memories. Somewhere strategic. Somewhere he could observe, analyze, and plan. My Megumi always positioned himself to gather maximum information with minimum exposure. The Global Defense Agency, Viltrumite Mark suggested. If he's as tactically minded as you claim, he might have found his way there. Or he could be working with this world's heroes, Astronaut Mark added. The Guardians of the Globe or the Teen Team. Or he could be dead, Sinister Mark pointed out coldly. Dimensional collapses aren't exactly conducive to survival for ordinary humans. Unmasked Mark's expression hardened. He's alive, and we're going to find him. Split up, Astronaut Mark decided. Cover more ground. Dark Mark and Unmasked Mark, check the GDA headquarters. Viltrumite Mark, scout the known hero bases. Mohawk Mark and Sinister Mark, search the emergency shelters and medical centers. I'll monitor the dimensional fluctuations from here and coordinate our efforts. What kind of shitty names are those? I know we all have the same name, but come on, Mohawk Mark protested. I like it, Sinister Mark. Has a nice ring to it, Sinister Mark stated. And if we find him? Dark Mark asked, ignoring the two. We bring him here, Unmasked Mark replied. I'll convince him to help us. He'll understand the stakes. As the group dispersed to prepare for their respective missions, Unmasked Mark remained by the window, watching the increasingly unstable sky. His thoughts turned to memories of his Megumi, the quiet confidence, the strategic mind, the unwavering loyalty. I'll find you, he whispered to the empty air. Wherever you are in this world, I'll find you. What is old? What is new? What is gone? What remains? The sky above the devastated shopping district rippled with emerald energy as Sukuna descended. His forearms held slightly away from his body for balance. He landed with deliberate precision on the cracked pavement, creating a small crater from the impact. Before him stood a figure that was simultaneously familiar and foreign, a young man with distinctive pink hair and slitted eyes that gleamed with malevolence. Though the body was that of Yuji Itadori, the presence controlling it was unmistakable. Sukuna, the four-armed being acknowledged a courtesy, since he himself has long gotten used to the name Megumi, his multiple eyes assessing the vessel before him. The pink-haired youth's lips curved into a contemptuous smile, his eyes narrowing as he studied his counterpart. What is this? He asked, his voice dripping with disdain. Some pathetic imitation dares to wear my face? Not an imitation, Sukuna replied evenly. Another iteration. From this world. Shibuya. Sukuna circled slowly, examining the four-armed figure with theatrical disgust. This world must be truly pitiful if this is what passes for me. He gestured dismissively. Look at you. For arms yet no presence. Multiple eyes yet blind to your own degradation. The shopping district around them lay in ruins. Evidence of Shibuya. Sukuna's brief, but devastating presence in this reality. Storefronts had been sliced apart with surgical precision. Concrete pillars bisected by invisible blades, and the scattered remains of those unfortunate enough to cross his path lay in meticulously arranged pieces, a grotesque display of artistry in death. I see you've been entertaining yourself, Sukuna observed, glancing at the carnage with detached assessment. Merely stretching my legs after being confined for so long, Shibuya Sukuna replied, casually stepping over a severed limb. This vessel fought admirably, but the dimensional transition weakened him. Finally, I have what is rightfully mine. Release your hold on Yuji Itadori, Sukuna commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Shibuya Sukuna's laughter echoed through the ruined shopping district, sharp and mocking. Ha? You're giving me orders? How amusing! He wiped an imaginary tear from his eye. Why would I relinquish what I've claimed? This flesh is mine by right of conquest. You forced his soul to bear the brunt of the dimensional transition, Sukuna stated, weakening him enough to finally chain and control him. Relinquish that control. Or what? Shibuya Sukuna challenged, his smile turning predatory. You'll fight me? Please. I can sense your nature from here. His expression twisted with revulsion. You reek of humanity, of compromise, of weakness. Whatever version of me you are, you've fallen so far you might as well be human. Sukuna's 4 eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression remained controlled. I see you still cling to the delusion that isolation equals strength, that purposeless cruelty equals power. Delusion, Shibuya Sukuna scoffed. It is the natural order. The strong devour the weak. I am Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses. My dominion is absolute. A king without subjects rules nothing, Sukuna countered. A king without purpose is merely a tyrant with a title. Purpose. Shibuya Sukuna's face contorted with disdain. What purpose does a god need beyond his own satisfaction? What meaning exists beyond power itself? Sukuna regarded him with something almost like pity. You still don't understand. After all these years, you remain blind to the most fundamental truth. And what truth would that be? Shibuya Sukuna sneered. That true strength lies not in what you can destroy, Sukuna stated, but in what you choose to preserve. Not in how many fear you, but in what you're willing to protect. Shibuya Sukuna's expression shifted from mockery to genuine disgust. You sound like that insufferable Gojo, or worse, like the vessel itself. He spat on the ground. I can't believe you're a version of me. You're soft. I am still the king of curses, Sukuna declared, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. But a king evolves or becomes obsolete. A king adapts or is overthrown. You have remained static, trapped in the same patterns of thought for centuries. Evolution? Adaptation? Shibuya Sukuna laughed bitterly. You mean surrender, compromise, weakness. I have not surrendered, Sukuna replied, his 4 arms tensing slightly. I have transcended. Where you see only destruction, I see potential. Where you see only domination, I see connection. Where you see only consumption, I see growth. Poetic nonsense, Shibuya Sukuna dismissed. If you were truly me, you would understand that power is its own justification. That strength needs no purpose beyond itself. I was you, Sukuna acknowledged, arrogant, isolated, convinced of my own superiority. But I have become more. More. Shibuya Sukuna's voice dripped with contempt. You've become less. A shadow of true greatness. A domesticated beast who's forgotten his fangs. My fangs remain, Sukuna stated coldly. I simply choose when to bear them. Then bear them now, Shibuya Sukuna challenged, sliding into a combat stance. Prove you're still worthy of the name Sukuna. I don't need to prove anything to you, Sukuna replied, especially not to a version of myself still trapped in childish notions of power. Childish. Shibuya Sukuna's rage was palpable, cursed energy swirling around him in violent patterns. I'll show you the difference between your evolution and true power. He lunged forward, fingers extended in the familiar formation for dismantle, the cutting technique that had slaughtered countless sorcerers across centuries. Sukuna didn't dodge. With a single, fluid motion enhanced by the smart atoms now integrated into his being, he struck not at Shibuya Sukuna's physical form, but at the barrier between souls within Yuji's body. His fist connected with Shibuya Sukuna's abdomen with devastating precision, cursed energy bypassing physical defenses to strike directly at the spiritual boundary. The impact sent ripples through both visible and invisible planes of existence. Shibuya Sukuna froze mid-attack, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. What, he gasped, as something fundamental shifted within the vessel he had claimed. What have you done? I've reminded you of your place, Sukuna stated, his voice carrying the full weight of his authority as the king of curses. You are not the master here. You are a parasite, feeding on a strength that was never truly yours. The vessel's body convulsed violently as the barrier between souls shattered. Something dark began to emerge from Yuji's mouth, a finger, blackened and twisted with cursed energy, followed by another and another. Impossible! Shibuya Sukuna snarled, his voice distorting as more fingers forced their way out. No one can break the binding vow. No one can separate me from my vessel. I am not no one, Sukuna replied calmly, watching as the cursed objects were expelled one after another. I am Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses, the first son of heaven. And unlike you, I understand the true nature of our power, not just how to use it, but why it exists at all. You still speak of purpose as if it matters, Shibuya Sukuna spat, even as his control over Yuji's body weakened with each expelled finger, as if power needs justification beyond itself, something I refuse to even contemplate. Power without purpose is merely violence, Sukuna stated. Strength without direction is simply destruction. You could have been more than a curse, more than a nightmare whispered in the dark. You could have been a king in truth, not just in name. As the last of the fingers emerged, Shibuya Sukuna's presence began to fade from Yuji's body, coalescing into a spectral form that hovered above the expelled cursed objects. I refuse to accept this. All I see is a king, whose hold has become soft. The specter accused, its voice growing fainter as its connection to the physical world weakened. A pale shadow of what we once were. Sukuna stood impassive, unmoved by the accusation. Of course, he replied, his tone matter-of-fact rather than defensive. I've lost after all. The admission seemed to confuse the fading specter. Lost? What nonsense are you? Its words cut off as the last of its presence was forced out of Yuji's body. The young man's natural eye color returned, his eyes clearing of Sukuna's influence for the first time since the dimensional transition. Yuji blinked, disoriented, as he took in the four-armed figure standing before him and the spectral form hovering nearby. What happened? He managed weakly, his voice hoarse. You're free, Sukuna stated simply. Temporarily, at least. Yuji's gaze fell to the cursed fingers scattered around him, then back to the four-armed being who had somehow expelled them from his body. Who are you? Someone who understands, Sukuna replied, better than he ever did. Before Yuji could respond further, his eyes rolled back in his head, his body going limp as exhaustion and the trauma of the forced separation overcame him. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious but free from Sukuna's control for the first time since crossing the dimensional barrier. Sukuna regarded the fallen vessel and the expelled fingers with a contemplative expression. The spectral form of Shibuya Sukuna still hovered nearby, weakened but defiant, tethered to this reality by the cursed objects that contained fragments of his soul. Eventually, they would need to be dealt with. The dimensional merger would not allow duplicates to exist indefinitely, even in this separated state. But for now, they could remain as they were, a reminder of what he had once been, and what he had chosen to become. The King of Curses turned his gaze to the rippling sky above, where green energy continued to pulse with increasing intensity. The merger was accelerating, reality itself becoming more unstable with each passing moment. There was much to be done, and little time remaining. But at least one task had been completed, one piece of himself established as he lifted Yuji's unconscious form from the ground. Sukuna felt the weight of his choices past, present, and future settle upon his shoulders like the mantle of the king he still was, despite everything that had changed. A king evolves or becomes obsolete. A king adapts or is overthrown. and he had no intention of being either obsolete or overthrown. So that happened. The Grayson family home stood as an island of relative normalcy amid the chaos of the dimensional merger. Outside, the sky continued to ripple with emerald energy, casting an eerie glow through the windows of the suburban house. Inside, an unprecedented family reunion was taking place, one that defied everything normal. Two Debbie Graysons sat across from each other at the dining room table, their identical faces reflecting different lives, different experiences, different sorrows. Between them stood two versions of their son, Mark, physically identical yet fundamentally altered by the divergent paths their lives had taken. "It's the strangest thing," original Debbie said, her hands wrapped tightly around a mug of tea that had long since gone cold. "One minute I was in the kitchen making dinner. The next there was this green flash, and suddenly, she gestured helplessly toward her counterpart. We were standing face to face," altered Debbie finished for her, a gentle smile softening her features. "It seems counterparts are being drawn together as the dimensions merge. According to Cecil R. Cecil, it's happening all across the city." Original Mark nodded, leaning against the kitchen counter with his arms crossed. "Yeah, same thing happened with me. I was just flying around downtown when bam! Suddenly I'm staring at another counterpart of myself with Eve. Then we fought, then we stopped, and now we're here. Talk about a weird day, even by superhero standards." "No kidding," altered Mark agreed with a half-smile. "Though at this point, I'm starting to think weird is our new normal." Original Debbie studied her alternate self, noting the subtle differences that distinguished them, a certain ease in her bearing, fewer worry lines around her eyes, a warmth that spoke of a life less traumatized. "I still can't believe it," she said quietly. "In your world, Nolan never." She trailed off, unable to complete the thought. Altered Debbie reached across the table, placing her hand over her counterpart's. "No, he didn't. Thanks to Megumi." "This Megumi person," original Debbie said, glancing between altered Mark and his mother. "You mentioned he confronted Nolan? How is that even possible?" "Nolan was the most powerful being on the planet." Altered Mark's expression softened at the mention of his friend. "Megumi's something else," he explained, his tone warming. "Got these crazy abilities that even Dad couldn't just brush off. But it wasn't just that. Megumi sees through people, you know? Gets them in a way that's kinda scary sometimes. He confronted Dad in the Flaxen dimension," he continued, running a hand through his hair. "Somehow got Dad to actually think about what he was planning to do, what he'd be throwing away if he went through with it." A genuine smile spread across his face. "And he did it. Got through Dad's thick Viltrumite skull somehow. Made him choose us." Original Mark let out a disbelieving snort. "Yeah, right. My dad nearly beat me to death when I tried to stop him. Killed the Guardians without even blinking. But sure, this Megumi guy just talked him out of it. He couldn't just accept it. He didn't want to accept it. Did just some guy, best friend of his alternate self or not, know his dad better than he did? Got through his dad when even the near-on killing of his son didn't? How can he just take that and go with it?" Though deep down, original Mark realized that he was jealous. Jealous that he didn't have such luck to have some awesome friend who fixed all your problems before they even became ones. "Hey, I know how it sounds," altered Mark shot back, defensive. "I wouldn't have believed it either if I hadn't seen the aftermath. But it happened. In our world, the Guardians are still alive. Dad's actually working with them now, helping get Earth ready for when the Viltrumites show up." Original Debbie's hands trembled slightly, causing her tea to slosh in its mug. "It's hard to accept that there's a version of my life where everything didn't fall apart," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Where I wasn't lied to for 20 years. Where my husband didn't turn out to be." She couldn't finish, tears welling in her eyes. Altered Debbie squeezed her counterpart's hand. "It wasn't perfect even in our world," she said. "When Nolan finally told me the truth about who he was, why he came to Earth, I was devastated, betrayed, furious. But he chose us," altered Mark jumped in. "That's the big difference. When push came to shove, he picked his family over his mission. Picked being human over being a good little Viltrumite soldier." Original Mark pushed himself off the counter, pacing the kitchen with restless energy. Well, good for you guys, he said, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. My father chose the Empire. He chose his precious duty over everything we had together. And I'm so sorry for that, altered Debbie told him, her eyes filled with compassion. I can't imagine the pain you've both endured. Original Debbie wiped away a tear, attempting to regain her composure. Tell me about him, she requested suddenly. You're Nolan. After he changed his mind. What is he like now? Altered Debbie's expression grew thoughtful. More honest than he's ever been, she replied after a moment. There's a weight that's been lifted from him, now that he's no longer living a lie. He's more present, more engaged. She smiled faintly, and surprisingly vulnerable, in ways I never saw before. He's still Dad, Altered Mark added with a shrug. Still stubborn as hell, still thinks he knows everything. But he's also, I don't know, more real somehow? Like he finally stopped fighting against his human side and just let himself be both. Original Mark kicked at an invisible spot on the floor, his frustration palpable. And all because of this Megumi guy? One random dude somehow changed the mind of a Viltrumite warrior with centuries of conditioning. Hey, watch it! Altered Mark snapped, his casual demeanor instantly vanishing. Megumi isn't just some random dude. He's the most extraordinary person I've ever known. My best friend. The one person who saw what was coming and had the guts to do something about it. Original Debbie noticed the shift in Altered Mark's tone. You care about him a great deal, she observed. He saved my family, Altered Mark stated firmly. He saved my future. Everything I have, everything I am now, I owe to him. There was an intensity to his words that bordered on possessiveness. Without Megumi, I'd have lost everything, just like... He glanced at his counterpart, then looked away. Just like I did. Original Mark finished for him, his voice tight. An uncomfortable silence fell over the kitchen. This Megumi, Original Debbie said finally, attempting to ease the tension. What's he like? Beyond his abilities, I mean... Altered Mark's expression immediately brightened. He's brilliant, like scary smart, sees things nobody else catches, has this super dry sense of humor that catches you off guard. A smile played at his lips as he continued. He pretends to be this cool, detached guy, but he cares more than anyone I know. He just shows it differently. You know? He sounds special, Original Debbie said, noticing how animated her alternate son became when discussing his friend. He is, Altered Mark confirmed enthusiastically. Dad tried to blow him off at first, just some human butting into Viltrumite business. But even Dad couldn't ignore Megumi for long. The guy just gets things, sees through all the BS. Original Mark had stopped pacing, listening with growing interest despite himself. And now? How does your dad feel about him now? Respects the hell out of him, Altered Mark replied without hesitation. Which is saying something, 'cause Dad doesn't respect many people. They have these intense debates sometimes about power, responsibility, civilization, all that deep stuff. It's like watching two chess masters going at it. They sound close, Original Debbie observed. Altered Debbie laughed softly. I wouldn't go that far. They respect each other, but there's always this tension between them, like two alpha predators in the same territory, always keeping an eye on each other. That sounds more like the Nolan I knew, Original Debbie murmured. He's still Viltrumite, Altered Debbie acknowledged. That hasn't changed, but he's also more than that now. He's chosen to be more. Original Mark leaned against the wall, his posture defensive. And you trust him? After knowing what he was sent here to do. Altered Mark met his counterpart's gaze directly. Trust is earned, he said. And he's earning it, day by day. It hasn't been easy. And there are still times when I wonder. He shook his head. But then I remember what Megumi told me. Judge him by his choices, not his origins. By what he does now, not what he was programmed to do. Wise words, Original Debbie said softly. That's Megumi, Altered Mark replied, that fond, protective tone returning, always cutting through to the heart of things. Original Debbie studied her alternate son's face, recognizing something in his expression that reminded her of how her husband used to look at her, not romantic but a fierce, almost possessive devotion. Something Altered Debbie could also see, and they were both correct. Altered Mark, after seeing his original counterpart, seeing the shadows over his original mother's face, her sorrow, his other's bitterness and jealousy, the thought of his own father nearly killing him, the family he would die for, who he loved more than life itself, despaired nearly broke him. He couldn't imagine going through all that, didn't want to imagine it, and therefore realizing more than ever all that was prevented because of his best friend made him extremely protective over him. You and Megumi, she began carefully. You seem very close. Altered Mark nodded. As I said, he's my best friend. The one person who really gets what I'm going through, the pressure of these powers, the responsibility, the whole human Viltrumite balancing act. In my world, Original Mark said, that person was Eve, at least for a while. Eve? Altered Mark looked surprised. Eve and I are friends, but nothing like. He trailed off, shaking his head. She and Megumi are actually together now. It's still new, but they're intense. Eve and Megumi? Original Mark echoed, clearly struggling to imagine a relationship between someone he knew well and someone he'd never met, especially a counterpart of his own girlfriend. Makes sense when you think about it, Altered Mark explained with a shrug. They're both super smart, both driven, both see the world in ways most people don't. And they're both, he hesitated, searching for the right word, focused. When they want something, they go after it like a missile locked on target. They sound well matched, Original Debbie observed. They are, Altered Mark agreed, though it took them forever to figure it out. Megumi's not exactly Mr. Emotional Openness, and Eve. He chuckled. Well, Eve has her own brand of intensity. The conversation paused as another tremor shook the house, stronger than previous ones. The dimensional energy outside pulsed more violently, casting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. It's getting worse, Original Mark said, glancing toward the window. Yeah, the merger's speeding up, Altered Mark confirmed, his expression growing serious. Cecil thinks we're getting to the point where the realities will either become one stable dimension or what? Original Debbie asked when he didn't continue. Or everything goes boom, Altered Mark finished grimly. Total reality collapse. Original Debbie reached for her alternate self's hand, squeezing it tightly. What can we do? Cecil's got the best brains from both our worlds working on it, Altered Debbie assured her, including Megumi and Eve. If anyone can find a solution, they will. And if they can't? Original Mark pressed. Altered Mark met his counterpart's gaze. Then we deal with whatever comes next together. As a family, weird as this family might be right now. Original Debbie looked between the two versions of her son, then at her alternate self. Despite the strangeness of the situation, despite the apocalyptic energies swirling outside, she felt something she hadn't experienced in months. Hope. Together, she agreed softly. As a family. Suddenly the roof explodes. Both Marks immediately move their mothers and protect them. Mothers from the collapse. Stand ready for my arrival, worms. A booming voice came from above. As the two looked, they saw a mighty titan of a Viltrumite, with a metal arm, and a scarred face with one blind eye. Conquest has descended from the heavens. Ready for battle. Conquest. The roof of the Grayson family home exploded inward, raining debris throughout the living room. Both Marks moved with identical superhuman speed, shielding their respective mothers from the falling wreckage. Stand ready for my arrival, worms? A booming voice announced from above. Through the newly created skylight descended a massive figure, a Viltrumite even larger than Nolan, with bulging muscles that strained against his pure white costume. One of his arms was mechanical, gleaming with advanced technology far beyond Earth's capabilities. His face bore extensive scarring, with one eye milky white and blind, the other burning with cruel intelligence. Who the hell is that? Altered Mark whispered, positioning himself protectively in front of both Debbies. Original Mark shook his head, equally bewildered. No idea, but definitely Viltrumite. The massive alien landed with enough force to crack the foundation of the house, his weight causing the floorboards to groan in protest. He surveyed the room with casual disdain, his single functioning eye lingering on the two identical marks. Two half-breeds, he observed, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. How convenient. Who are you? Original Mark demanded, his fists clenched at his sides. The Viltrumite's scarred face twisted into what might have been a smile. I am Conquest, enforcer of the Viltrumite Empire. He cracked his neck casually. And you are traitor's spawn. Without warning, he moved faster than either Mark could track. His metal fist connected with Original Mark's chest, sending him crashing through 3 walls and out into the yard beyond. Before Altered Mark could react, Conquest's organic hand closed around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Interesting still despite having confronted it myself earlier, Conquest mused, studying Altered Mark's face as he struggled for air. You look identical, yet your energy signature is slightly different. This variant situation is so fun. Let him go, Altered Debbie shouted, her maternal instinct overriding her fear as she rushed toward the massive alien. Conquest flicked his wrist dismissively, creating an air current that sent her tumbling across the room. Original Debbie caught her counterpart before she could slam into the wall. Mom! Altered Mark gasped, clawing at the fingers around his throat. Pathetic, Conquest sneered. Is this truly the best this world has to offer? The son of Nolan, choking like a common animal? He hurled Altered Mark through the ceiling, sending him arcing high into the sky. Then, with a casual leap, Conquest followed, leaving the two Debbies alone in the ruined house. We need to get out of here, Original Debbie urged, helping her counterpart to her feet. Right now. Altered Debbie nodded shakily. Mark? Both Marks. They're Viltrumite, Original Debbie reminded her. They're tough. But we're not, and we'll only distract them if we stay. Outside, Altered Mark had recovered enough to launch himself back into the fight. He intercepted Conquest midair as the Viltrumite pursued his counterpart, landing a solid punch to the alien's jaw. That the best you got? Original Mark taunted, following up with a rapid series of strikes. Conquest barely seemed to notice the assault. Amusing, he commented, catching Mark's fist effortlessly. You have spirit, at least. With a single twist, he dislocated Mark's arm, eliciting a scream of pain. Altered Mark rejoined the fight, driving both feet into Conquest's back with enough force to send all 3 of them plummeting toward the ground. They crashed into a nearby park, the impact creating a crater 30 feet wide. Civilians scattered, screaming in terror as the 3 superpowered beings emerged from the dust cloud. You fight well, Conquest acknowledged, brushing dirt from his shoulder. For children. Both Marks attacked simultaneously, coordinating instinctively despite never having fought together before. They circled Conquest, striking from opposite sides, using their speed and flight capabilities to stay mobile. Conquest merely laughed, turning to track their movements with practiced ease. Is this truly all you can muster? Nolan has trained you poorly. Shut up about my father, Altered Mark shouted, his dislocated arm hanging uselessly at his side as he continued to fight with his good arm. Your father, Conquest repeated, catching Original Mark's punch and using his momentum to hurl him into his counterpart. A traitor and a disgrace to the Empire. Both Marks tumbled across the ground, quickly regaining their footing. Blood trickled from various cuts on their faces, but their Viltrumite physiology was already working to heal the damage. We need a plan, Original Mark muttered. This guy's on another level. Hit him harder? Altered Mark suggested, grimacing as he popped his dislocated shoulder back into place. Works for me. They charged again, this time flying low to the ground before shooting upward at the last moment, catching Conquest with uppercuts that snapped his head back. The Viltrumite staggered slightly, the first sign that their attacks were having any effect at all. Better, Conquest acknowledged, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip. But not good enough. He moved with frightening speed, appearing between the two marks before they could react. His metal arm caught original Mark across the face, sending him spinning through the air. His organic hand seized altered Mark by the leg, swinging him like a club to bat his counterpart further away. Did you truly believe you could challenge me? Conquest asked, genuine curiosity in his voice as he slammed altered Mark repeatedly into the ground. I have conquered worlds that would make your nightmares seem pleasant. I have exterminated species whose very existence offended the Empire. He lifted altered Mark by his costume's collar, studying his battered face. You are nothing, less than nothing, a half-breed abomination playing at heroism. Leave my sons alone. The new voice cut through the chaos, followed immediately by a red and white blur that slammed into Conquest with devastating force. The impact sent the scarred Viltrumite skidding backward, releasing his grip on altered Mark. Nolan Grayson, the altered timeline's Omni-Man, hovered protectively in front of his son, his cape billowing in the wind created by his sudden arrival. Dad? Altered Mark gasped, relief evident in his voice. Get your counterpart and go, Nolan ordered, never taking his eyes off Conquest. Get your mothers somewhere safe. Conquest's scarred face split into a grin that held no humor. Nolan, he said, his voice almost friendly. The Empire's most notorious traitor. Conquest? Nolan acknowledged, his expression grim. I'd heard rumors you'd been assigned to this sector. I'd hoped they weren't true. You know this guy? Altered Mark asked, helping his counterpart back to his feet. Unfortunately, Nolan confirmed. He's the Empire's enforcer. When planets resist, they send Conquest to resolve the situation. Such a diplomatic way of putting it, Conquest laughed. Tell them, Nolan. Tell your half-breed offspring what I really do. Nolan's jaw tightened. Mark, go. Now. No way. Both Marks replied in unison. How touching, Conquest observed. Family solidarity. It would be heartwarming if it weren't so pathetic. He studied Nolan with his single functioning eye. You know, I was sent here for the anomaly, this dimensional disruption that's caught the Empire's attention. Finding you was just a fortunate coincidence. Thrag will be pleased when I bring back your head. You can try, Nolan replied coldly. Oh, I'll do more than try. Conquest launched himself forward, his metal fist leading the way. Nolan met the charge head-on, their collision creating a shockwave that shattered windows for blocks around. The two Viltrumites grappled mid-air, each trying to gain leverage over the other. You've grown soft, Nolan, Conquest taunted, his mechanical arm whirring as it exerted increasing pressure. All these years playing house with these humans has weakened you, and you're still the same sadistic butcher, Nolan retorted, breaking the clinch with a head but that sent Conquest tumbling backward. The enforcer recovered quickly, wiping blood from his nose with an expression of delight. Oh, there's still some fight in you. Excellent. I was worried this would be too easy. They clashed again, moving with such speed that the Marks could barely track them. Buildings trembled from the force of their impacts, and sonic booms punctuated the air as they broke the sound barrier repeatedly. We have to help him, Original Mark insisted, watching as his father's counterpart took a devastating blow to the ribs. You're right, Altered Mark agreed. But we need to be smart about this. This guy's not like anything we've faced before. They rejoined the battle, timing their attacks to coincide with Nolan's, creating a three-pronged assault that even Conquest couldn't completely ignore. For a brief moment, it seemed they might be gaining an advantage. Then Conquest's expression shifted from amusement to irritation. Enough of this, he growled, his voice dropping an octave. I have indulged your resistance long enough. He caught Original Mark's punch, twisting his arm until bones cracked. Before Altered Mark could intervene, Conquest's boot connected with his chest, sending him crashing through a nearby office building. Then, with brutal efficiency, he turned his full attention to Nolan. You betrayed everything we stand for? Conquest snarled, driving his fist into Nolan's stomach with enough force to rupture organs. You abandoned your mission, your people, your purpose. Nolan attempted to counter, but Conquest was moving with newfound intensity, each strike precisely targeted to cause maximum damage. And for what? Conquest continued, catching Nolan's arm and wrenching it backward until the shoulder dislocated. For these weak, pathetic creatures? For a woman who will be dust in a century. For a half-breed son who will never truly belong to either world. With a sickening crack, he tore Nolan's arm completely from its socket. Red blood sprayed across the battlefield as Nolan screamed in agony. "No!" Both Debbies cried out in unison. They had emerged from the ruined house, drawn by the sounds of the battle. Now they stood frozen in horror at the sight of Nolan's mutilation. "Dad!" Altered Mark shouted, struggling to free himself from the rubble of the collapsed building. Conquest didn't pause. With methodical cruelty, he seized Nolan's remaining arm. "The Empire has opened my eyes, Nolan," he said, almost conversationally. "After consuming my counterpart, I've come to know of your betrayal from the other's memories." With another savage twist, he tore off Nolan's second arm, eliciting another scream that echoed across the devastated neighborhood. "Stop it!" Original Debbie screamed, running toward them despite the danger. Altered Debbie followed, both women driven by the same protective instinct despite knowing they were powerless against such a being. "Run!" Nolan gasped, his voice hoarse from screaming. "Debbie, please, run." Conquest turned toward the approaching women, a smile spreading across his scarred face. "Ah, the human pets. Two of them, how delightful. Shall I show you what happens to those who corrupt Viltrumite bloodlines with sentiment?" "Leave them alone!" Original Mark shouted, launching himself at Conquest despite his broken arm and numerous other injuries. Conquest swatted him aside like an insect, his attention fixed on the Debbies. "I think I'll take my time with them," he mused, stepping over Nolan's armless form. "Make you watch, Nolan. Show you the consequence of your weakness." He reached toward the women, who had stopped in their tracks, paralyzed by terror. The impact came from nowhere, a streak of red that slammed into Conquest with enough force to send him hurtling away from the Debbies, away from Nolan, away from the marks. The scarred Viltrumite crashed through several buildings before coming to a stop nearly half a mile away, embedded in the side of a bank. Where Conquest had stood moments before, a four-armed figure hovered a few feet above the ground, his multiple eyes scanning the battlefield with cold calculation. "Sukuna!" Altered Mark gasped in relief. The King of Curses glanced briefly at the armless Nolan, then at the approaching Debbies, then at the two battered marks. His expression revealed nothing of his thoughts. "Get them out of here," he commanded, his voice carrying that unmistakable authority. "All of them, now." Before either Mark could respond, a sonic boom announced Conquest's return. The Viltrumite enforcer shot through the air, his face contorted with rage as he barreled toward Sukuna. "You dare!" Conquest roared, his metal fist cocked back for a devastating strike. Sukuna met the charge head-on, his own momentum carrying him away from the civilians as he collided with Conquest. The impact created a shockwave that flattened trees and shattered remaining windows for blocks around. "Go!" Sukuna shouted over his shoulder as he grappled with the Viltrumite. "Take the women and go!" The two titans crashed into the ground hundreds of meters away, creating a crater that swallowed half a city block. They emerged from the dust cloud locked in combat, Conquest's metal fist driving toward Sukuna's face with enough force to shatter mountains. Sukuna caught the fist with one of his four hands, cursed energy swirling around the point of contact. Conquest's scarred face split into a grin. "Perfect," he whispered. From his mechanical fist, dozens of tiny needles suddenly extended, piercing Sukuna's palm and injecting their contents directly into his bloodstream. The King of Curses' eyes widened in shock as he felt something cold spreading through his veins, disrupting his cursed energy flow. Taking advantage of Sukuna's momentary surprise, Conquest lunged forward, his mouth opening impossibly wide to reveal filed teeth that gleamed with some viscous substance. Before Sukuna could disengage, those teeth sank into his neck, injecting another dose of whatever compound the needles had delivered. Sukuna broke away, putting distance between himself and the Viltrumite. His hand went to his neck, coming away stained with his own blood. More concerning than the physical wound was the sensation coursing through him, a disruption of his cursed energy unlike anything he'd experienced before. "What is this?" he demanded, his voice steady despite the alarm he felt. "What have you done?" Conquest laughed, wiping Sukuna's blood from his lips with evident satisfaction. "Surprised? Did you think that these last few days the universe has been twiddling their thumbs?" He began circling Sukuna, studying him with the calculating eye of a predator. "We studied where the anomaly came from and found the heart of it to be this blue mud ball. We accessed its records and saw you kill Battle Beast, and boy oh boy did that get our king excited." Sukuna attempted to activate his reversed curse technique to neutralize whatever poison was spreading through his system, only to find the healing energy sluggish and unresponsive. "Me too as well, can't deny that." Conquest continued, clearly enjoying Sukuna's confusion. "I've always wanted to have my go at the fur ball, but orders are orders, and the cat was strong. It was no guarantee that either of us would survive, and Viltrum is already too low on manpower to risk one of their mightiest." He shrugged, the motion incongruously casual given the circumstances. "Though let me not digress. We studied you, boy. We sampled your blood. We found out that you truly are an evolution of this species, one already so compatible with our race. It's got many of our women riled up and ready to have their way with you." Sukuna's 4 eyes narrowed as he processed this information. The Viltrumites had been monitoring him, studying him, and somehow they'd developed a compound specifically designed to counter his abilities. It was similar to the energy-disrupting daggers Battle Beast had, but far more potent. "We can't clone you though, sadly," Conquest continued, his tone almost conversational. "Your DNA is too volatile. Probably something to do with your spiritual side." He lunged forward suddenly, forcing Sukuna to block a punch that would have taken his head off. The impact sent shockwaves through the area, threatening to collapse already damaged buildings where civilians might still be trapped. "See, our kind has always had one weakness and one only: magic," Conquest explained, pressing his attack with increasing ferocity. "Magic and the spiritual have always been something we studied, but it could only get us so far because of us not having any natural aptitude for it." Sukuna found himself on the defensive, blocking rather than counterattacking. Each impact threatened to create deadly shockwaves that would endanger anyone still in the vicinity. He needed to move this fight away from Debbie and the others who still weren't far enough away, but Conquest seemed to anticipate his intention. "You are our chance to finally rid ourselves of this weakness," Conquest declared, his single eye gleaming with fanatical light. Every time Sukuna attempted to gain altitude, to carry their battle away from the city, Conquest countered, forcing him back toward the ground. It was a deliberate strategy, Sukuna realized, using the threat to civilians to limit his options. "Take the women and go," Sukuna roared toward the marks, who were still hesitating near their mothers and the fallen Nolan. "Get them out of here now." Conquest took advantage of his momentary distraction, delivering a devastating headbutt that sent Sukuna crashing into the earth, creating yet another crater in the already devastated landscape. "Going somewhere?" the Viltrumite enforcer asked, landing beside the impact site. "We're just getting started." Before Sukuna could rise, Conquest was on him, pinning him with his massive weight. His metal hand seized one of Sukuna's arms, wrenching it with methodical precision until the joints separated. "You know, I was so lonely," Conquest said conversationally, as if they were sharing drinks rather than engaged in mortal combat. "So lonely until a few days ago." With a savage twist, he tore the arm completely free, tossing it aside like garbage. Blood sprayed across both of them as Sukuna roared in pain. "All the Viltrumites are scared of me," Conquest continued, seizing a second arm. "No one talked to me. No one wanted to be my friend. Everyone thinks I'm unstable." Another twist, another separation of flesh and bone. Another arm discarded. "They send me from planet to planet, committing atrocities in their name. and as I got better at it, they feared me more and more. I am a victim of my own success. Conquest's face was inches from Sukuna's now. His expression a disturbing mixture of rage and something almost like tenderness. Tears gathered in his single functioning eye. Conquest, I don't even get a name of my own. Only a purpose. His voice caught, a sob escaping his massive frame. But that changed yesterday, and I feel somehow that it is because of you. The tears flowed freely now, tracking clean lines through the blood and dirt on Conquest's scarred face, as he continued to rain blows down on Sukuna's body. I finally met another version of myself, he explained between punches. We talked, we fought, we ate each other, till finally I was the one who remained, but during that time I was truly not alone. Understood, all thanks to you. He seized Sukuna by the face, lifting him from the crater. With a burst of speed that broke the sound barrier, Conquest flew upward, dragging Sukuna through the air. All of this, the dimensional merger, the barriers breaking down, it allowed me to find myself, Conquest continued, his voice carrying despite the roaring wind. To truly know myself, by consuming myself. They streaked across the sky, crossing continents in seconds. Mountains appeared below them, then oceans, then more mountains. Conquest never slowed, dragging Sukuna's battered form through the atmosphere with single-minded purpose. I'm sorry, Conquest said suddenly, his tone shifting to something almost gentle as they approached a massive mountain range. My heart aches for you. I wanted to fight you at your full strength, but orders are orders. You're too strong to play with. With devastating force, he drove Sukuna into the side of a mountain, burying him deep within the rock face. I'm sorry, he repeated, the words a strange mantra as he continued his assault. I want you to know that I am grateful to you. He seized Sukuna's shoulder with his teeth, tearing away a chunk of flesh and swallowing it. Your power will become part of me, he said, blood, both his and Sukuna's, dripping from his chin. Just as my counterpart became part of me. It's beautiful, really, the ultimate communion. Deep within Sukuna, something shifted. The poison flowing through his veins had disrupted his cursed energy, weakened his connection to his techniques, but it couldn't sever it completely. He was Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses, the first son of heaven. His power was not merely physical, not merely spiritual, but a fundamental part of his very existence. With a roar that shook the mountain to its foundations, Sukuna unleashed a wave of cursed energy that sent Conquest tumbling backward. The Viltrumite crashed through several peaks before regaining control, hovering in midair with an expression of surprise that quickly transformed into delight. Yes, he shouted, his voice echoing across the mountain range. Fight back. Make this worthy of remembrance. Sukuna emerged from the shattered mountainside, his remaining arms glowing with cursed energy. The wounds where his other arms had been were sealed with that same energy, preventing further blood loss. His 4 eyes burned with cold fury. You talk too much, he stated simply. Then he moved, crossing the distance between them faster than even Conquest could track. His fist connected with the Viltrumite's jaw with enough force to send him hurtling into the sky. Sukuna followed, propelling himself upward. They clashed again at the edge of the atmosphere, the impact creating a flash visible from the ground below. Conquest laughed wildly as they traded blows, each impact powerful enough to shatter bones had either of them been normal beings. This is what I wanted, Conquest exulted, blood spraying from his mouth as Sukuna landed a particularly devastating strike. A true challenge, a worthy opponent. You're insane, Sukuna observed coolly, dodging a punch that would have taken his head off. Sanity is overrated, Conquest replied, catching Sukuna with a kick that sent him plummeting back toward Earth. Especially for those of us created solely for destruction. They crashed back through the atmosphere, their bodies heating to temperatures that would have incinerated lesser beings. The battle carried them across continents, through oceans, leaving devastation in their wake. Cities flashed beneath them as they fought, helpless humans looking up in terror at the streaks of light that heralded their passing. Wherever they touched down, Destruction followed, buildings collapsed, streets cratered, lives ended in an instant. "Please, somebody help us!" a woman screamed as the battling titans crashed through her apartment building. "What's happening?" a man shouted, clutching his child to his chest as they ran from the collapsing structure. "It's the end of the world," another answered, his voice hollow with despair. "God has abandoned us." Sukuna heard their cries, felt their fear like a physical weight. These were not his people. He had never claimed humanity as his to protect, but they were innocent bystanders in a conflict they couldn't comprehend. Conquest showed no such concern. He reveled in the destruction, in the terror, in the death that followed in their wake. Each scream seemed to energize him, driving him to greater heights of violence. "Can you hear them?" he asked Sukuna as they grappled midair. "The sweet music of their fear? This is what I live for." "You live for nothing," Sukuna replied, landing a blow that shattered several of Conquest's teeth. "You exist only to fulfill others' purposes. A weapon, not a being." Rage flashed across Conquest's face. "I am more than a weapon." "Are you?" Sukuna countered, evading a wild swing. "Then why do you follow orders you despise? Why do you commit atrocities that you yourself earlier alluded to not bringing you satisfaction? You're a tool, Conquest. Nothing more." "Shut up," Conquest roared, his attacks becoming less precise, more fueled by emotion than strategy. Sukuna used this to his advantage, redirecting the Viltrumite's momentum, using his own strength against him. But the poison in his system was still working against him, slowing his reactions, weakening his connection to his cursed energy. And Conquest, for all his emotional instability, was still one of the most powerful beings in the galaxy. His physical strength remained overwhelming, his durability beyond anything Sukuna had encountered since his awakening in this world. Especially after devouring his other self, magnifying his strength immensely. The battle carried them back toward where it had begun, the suburban neighborhood now unrecognizable after the devastation they had wrought. The Grayson home was completely destroyed, but there was no sign of the Marks, the Debbies, or the injured Nolan. They had escaped, at least. Sukuna felt his transformation failing, the strain of maintaining his four-armed form becoming too much with the poison disrupting his energy flow. His body shimmered, the extra arms dissolving as he reverted to his original form, still powerful, still enhanced, but no longer the full manifestation of the King of Curses. Conquest noticed the change immediately, his scarred face splitting into a triumphant grin. "Weakening already? The compound works even better than our scientists predicted." "I have enough left for you," Sukuna replied, his voice steady despite the strain evident in his posture. They clashed again, their movements creating sonic booms that shattered any windows that had somehow survived the earlier devastation. Though reduced to his two-armed form, Sukuna fought with undiminished skill, each movement precisely calculated for maximum effect. Conquest matched him blow for blow, his wild fighting style contrasting with Sukuna's controlled technique. They were opposites in many ways, one a creature of pure emotion and instinct, the other a being of calculation and strategy. Yet both were killers, both were monsters in their own way. "We're not so different, you and I," Conquest observed during a brief respite as they circled each other. "Both feared, both alone, both beyond the comprehension of lesser beings. The difference," Sukuna replied, "is that I choose my path. You merely follow the one laid out for you." Conquest's expression darkened. "You think I have a choice? The Empire is everything. Without it, I am nothing." "A convenient excuse for a lack of will," Sukuna countered. With renewed fury, Conquest attacked again. They traded devastating blows, each impact creating craters in the already ruined landscape. Blood spattered the ground beneath them as they fought with increasing desperation. Both were tiring now, the extended battle taking its toll even on their superhuman endurance. Conquest's movements were becoming slower, his attacks less precise. The poison in Sukuna's system prevented him from healing properly, each wound remaining open longer than it should have. Yet neither would yield. They stood amid the ruins of what had once been a peaceful neighborhood, bloodied, battered, but unbowed. Their eyes locked, Conquest's single-functioning or burning with hatred and something almost like respect. Sukuna's twin pools of crimson reflecting nothing but cold determination. One way or another? Conquest gasped, blood bubbling from his lips. This ends now. On that, Sukuna agreed, his own breathing labored. We are in agreement. They charged each other one final time, each summoning their remaining strength for a decisive blow. Their fists drew back, muscles tensed, the very air seeming to hold its breath in anticipation of the collision. It never came. A blur of motion intercepted Conquest mid-charge, yanking him away from Sukuna with such force that the air displaced by the movement created a vacuum. Before either combatant could process what was happening, Conquest was suspended in midair, held aloft by a figure in a familiar blue and yellow costume. Except this wasn't Mark Grayson. Not the original, not the altered. This was someone else entirely. Someone with the same face but different eyes, harder, colder, more calculating. Megumi, the newcomer said, his voice filled with unmistakable relief as he looked at Sukuna. I've finally found you. Then, with a casualness that belied the immense strength required, he tore Conquest in half with his bare hands. The Viltrumite enforcer didn't even have time to scream before his body was separated at the waist, red blood and internal organs spilling onto the devastated ground below. The newcomer discarded the pieces without a second glance, his attention fixed solely on Sukuna. His expression was one of pure joy, of completion, as if he had found something precious that had long been lost. I've been looking everywhere for you, he said, taking a step toward the battered king of curses. Across dimensions, across realities. And here you are. Sukuna studied the newcomer carefully, noting the similarities to Mark Grayson but also the profound differences. This was a being who had seen things, done things that had fundamentally altered him. Who are you? Sukuna asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. The newcomer smiled, a smile that held affection but also something darker, something possessive. Don't you recognize me, Megumi? It's me, Mark. He spread his arms as if inviting inspection. Different timeline, different experiences, but still me. Still your Mark. Behind him, the two halves of Conquest twitched, Viltrumite regeneration already beginning to work despite the catastrophic damage. Without looking, the newcomer unmasked Mark, stomped on the upper half's head, crushing it with casual brutality. Sorry about the interruption, he said, turning his attention back to Sukuna. But I couldn't let him hurt you anymore. You're too important. His eyes, so like Mark's yet so different, gleamed with an intensity that bordered on fanaticism. I've been searching for you since the dimensional barriers started breaking down. And now that I've found you, I'm never letting you go again. The possessiveness in his voice was unmistakable, as was the devotion and the danger. This was not the Mark Grayson that Sukuna knew. This was something else entirely. And as the sun set over the devastated landscape, casting long shadows across the ruins of what had once been a peaceful suburb, Sukuna found himself facing a new and unexpected threat, one born not of hatred or conquest, but of twisted love. To clarify some things, so I wish to clarify some misunderstood things. First things first, why no Maharaga against conquest? Reason, because just like in JJK canon, in the four-armed form Sukuna can't use the 10 shadows. I didn't change that since I want the Megumi form to have its relevance. Otherwise a guy like Sukuna who loves strength will never transform back. Now, the big elephant in the room, the compound poison. I already around 30 chapters ago established that Viltrumites were interested in the spiritual and magic and already stated since the very beginning of this FIC that it is an AU. The fact there are more surviving Viltrumites isn't just for the fun of it. It's because there were those scientists who studied magic enough to be able to save themselves and others. I really like Invincible and JJK. I wouldn't write pointless plots. If I write or allude to something like the fact Battle Beast daggers were able to disrupt Sukuna's cursed energy, since cursed energy is formed from emotions, a spiritual aspect, I already dropped the hint for something like this. So, no dismantles, no domain, also because Debbie and Mark and the others were too close. No good control for RCT and enough reinforcement. Now, it working in the future? No, Sukuna is too smart for that and has Maharaga. So yeah, hope that clarified everything, and if there are questions, do ask them. Bye. The mad Emperor Sukuna studied the newcomer carefully, his body still tense from battle despite his exhaustion. The being before him wore Mark Grayson's face but carried himself with an authority that neither version of Mark he knew possessed. There was something imperial in his bearing, something dangerous in the casual way he had dismembered conquest without hesitation. "You're Mark," Sukuna repeated, his voice neutral despite his wariness. "I think you're confused." Unmasked Mark's smile didn't falter, though something flickered in his eyes, disappointment, perhaps, or impatience. "I understand," he said, his tone gentle but insistent. "The dimensional merger is disorienting. You might not recognize me immediately." He took another step forward, and Sukuna noticed how the ground seemed to tremble slightly beneath his feet, not from unsteadiness, but from barely contained power. "But it's me, Megumi. Your Mark. Your brother in all but blood." His voice softened further, taking on a quality of reverence. "Do you remember when we were kids? When you found me behind the school, getting beaten up by those seniors? You were just the new transfer student, but you stepped in without hesitation." Sukuna remained silent, his expression revealing nothing as unmasked Mark continued, his eyes taking on a distant quality as he recalled memories that weren't shared by the being before him. "You taught me how to stand up for myself, how to think strategically, how to see the world as it truly is, not as I wished it to be." Unmasked Mark's smile turned wistful. "Remember our pact? Under that old oak tree in your backyard? A better world, you said. Not through brute force, but through vision." He gestured expansively, as if showcasing an invisible empire. "I've built it, Megumi. Everything we talked about, everything you envisioned. The Viltrumite Empire reborn under my leadership, guided by your principles. Strength with purpose, power with vision. I am not the Megumi you knew," Sukuna stated flatly. "I may wear his face, but I am someone else entirely." Unmasked Mark's smile dimmed, tinged with something like pity. "You always did that, tried to distance yourself when emotions became too intense. It was your way of protecting yourself." He shook his head fondly. "But you never needed to protect yourself from me. Not from your brother." "You're not listening," Sukuna said, his patience wearing thin. "I am not your friend. I am not your brother. I am Sukuna." "Sukuna," Unmasked Mark repeated, testing the name. "Your hero identity in this timeline? Interesting choice." He nodded as if approving. "Strong. Distinctive. I like it." He moved closer, his eyes never leaving Sukuna's face. "Eve misses you terribly, you know? In my world, she's never been the same since my father took you from us." This caught Sukuna's attention. "Eve?" "Yes," Unmasked Mark confirmed, something softening in his expression. "You two were inseparable. Not just romantically, though you were that too, but intellectually. Two brilliant minds that found each other in a world of mediocrity." He sighed, a sound heavy with remembered grief. "She's never moved on, never even looked at anyone else. How could I? She told me once. He was the only one who ever truly saw me." Unmasked Mark's expression darkened. "She was there when my father killed you, tried to stop him, nearly died herself. The way she screamed your name," he shuddered at the memory. "I still hear it in my nightmares." "Your father killed your Megumi?" Sukuna noted, probing for information while assessing his options. "Why?" A shadow passed over Unmasked Mark's face, his expression hardening into something cold and vengeful. "To prove a point, to show me that humans were beneath us, that no human should have influence over a Viltrumite." His fists clenched at the memory. He called it a necessary lesson in detachment. "And how did you respond to this lesson?" Sukuna asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "I killed him," Unmasked Mark stated simply, without emotion. "Then I killed Thrag. Then I took control of the Empire and remade it according to the principles he had taught me." The casual way he described the murder of his father and the Viltrumite Grand Regent beings of immense power, spoke volumes about his own capabilities. This was not someone to be underestimated. "Do you remember our last conversation?" Unmasked Mark asked suddenly, his voice taking on an almost childlike quality. "The night before it happened, we were on your rooftop, looking at the stars." His eyes grew distant again, lost in memory. "You pointed at the sky and told me that someday I would rule those stars. Not as a tyrant, but as a shepherd. The universe needs order, you said. But order without purpose is just tyranny." Unmasked Mark's focus returned to Sukuna, his expression intense. "I've fulfilled that prophecy, brother. I've created the order you envisioned. And now, by some miracle of the multiverse, I've found you again. We can complete what we started together." "And if I decline?" Sukuna asked, his tone deliberately neutral. Something dark flashed across Unmasked Mark's face, a glimpse of the violence that lurked beneath his controlled exterior. For a moment, he looked capable of the same casual brutality he had displayed with conquest. Then the moment passed, his expression smoothing back into earnest persuasion. "This dimension is collapsing," he pointed out reasonably. "The merger is accelerating. Soon, there will be only one reality, one version of each of us." He extended his hand. "Come with me willingly, and I'll ensure it's us who survive the merger. You and me as it should be, as it was meant to be." Before Sukuna could respond, a familiar voice called out from above. "Megumi!" Both turned to see Altered Eve descending from the sky, her body glowing with pink energy. Her expression shifted from relief at finding Sukuna to confusion at the sight of yet another mark. "Eve," Sukuna acknowledged, his tone carrying a warning she immediately recognized. She landed a cautious distance away, her eyes darting between Sukuna and Unmasked Mark. "Are you okay?" she asked, taking in Sukuna's battered appearance and the remains of conquest scattered nearby. "I'm fine," Sukuna replied, though the statement was obviously untrue. "This is another Mark, from a different timeline." Unmasked Mark studied Eve with intense interest, his expression softening in recognition. "Eve," he said, his voice gentle. "You look so much like her. My Eve, though she wears her grief more visibly than you." Eve's eyes narrowed at his tone. "And who exactly are you?" "I'm Mark Grayson," he replied simply. "Emperor of the Viltrumite Empire, ruler of 17 galaxies, and Megumi's brother in all but blood." Eve's gaze snapped to Sukuna, a question in her eyes. "Emperor? He's from a timeline where Megumi existed but was killed by Nolan," Sukuna explained briefly. "He believes I'm the same person." "Because you are," Unmasked Mark insisted gently. "Different experiences, perhaps, but the same soul." Eve moved closer to Sukuna, her protective instinct evident in her posture. "Well, sorry to disappoint you, Your Majesty, but Megumi, or Sukuna, as we know him here, is staying right here. With us. With me." Unmasked Mark's expression shifted as he reassessed Eve. "Ah," he said, understanding dawning. "You and he are together in this timeline too." The way he said it carried a strange mixture of approval and possessiveness, as if he were evaluating a familiar pattern rather than discovering something new. "Yes," Eve confirmed, her own voice taking on a protective edge. "We are. In my world, you never stopped loving him," Unmasked Mark said, his voice softening. "Even after he was gone, you remained faithful to his memory, to his vision." A sad smile touched his lips. "She'll be overjoyed to know I found him. Found you. That we can be together again, the three of us, as we were always meant to be." "This isn't your timeline?" Eve pointed out, pink energy beginning to swirl around her hands. "And Sukuna isn't your Megumi." Unmasked Mark's expression hardened. "The dimensional merger will resolve such discrepancies. Only one version of each of us can survive when the barriers fully collapse." "Is that a threat?" Eve demanded, the energy around her hands intensifying. "Simply a statement of fact," Unmasked Mark replied with a shrug. "The multiverse abhors redundancy. It will correct itself one way or another." his eyes fixed on Sukuna. The only question is which versions will remain when the dust settles. The tension in the air was palpable, Eve's protective rage meeting unmasked Mark's cold determination with Sukuna caught between them. Before the situation could escalate further, another voice joined the conversation. "There you are," astronaut Mark called, descending from the sky with Dark Mark close behind him. "We've been searching everywhere for you." Unmasked Mark turned to regard his counterparts with mild irritation. "I told you to wait at the rendezvous point." "Yeah, well, when dimensional barriers are collapsing and reality itself is on the verge of imploding, waiting isn't really an option," astronaut Mark replied dryly. He glanced at Sukuna, then at Eve, assessing the situation quickly. "I see you found him." "Yes," unmasked Mark confirmed, his voice softening as he looked back at Sukuna. "Just as I said I would." Dark Mark landed silently, his hooded costume casting his face in shadow. He kept his distance from everyone, observing rather than participating. "And I see you've already eliminated the competition," astronaut Mark noted, gesturing toward Conquest's remains with professional detachment. "Efficient as always." "He was hurting Megumi?" unmasked Mark replied, as if that explained and justified everything, which to him it clearly did. Eve stepped closer to Sukuna, her hand finding his in a gesture that was both supportive and possessive. "What's going on here?" she asked, her voice low. "Who are all these marks?" "Variants," Sukuna replied simply. "From different timelines, different experiences, different choices." As unmasked Mark opened his mouth to speak again, a sudden blue light enveloped both Sukuna and Eve, growing in intensity until it was almost blinding. What unmasked Mark began, his eyes widening in alarm. Before anyone could react, Sukuna and Eve vanished in a flash of blue energy, teleported away without warning. For a moment, unmasked Mark stood frozen, staring at the empty space where they had been. Then his expression contorted with rage, a primal fury that transformed his features into something barely recognizable. "No!" he roared, the sound carrying such force that it shattered windows for miles around. "Bring him back!" The ground beneath his feet cracked, fissures spreading outward as his power surged uncontrolled. The sky darkened as clouds were drawn toward the epicenter of his rage, swirling in an unnatural vortex above them. "Mark!" astronaut Mark shouted, moving to restrain his counterpart. "Control yourself." "They took him!" Unmasked Mark raged, his voice carrying for miles, echoing across the devastated landscape. "They took him from me again." His power continued to build, the air around him becoming superheated, rippling with the force of his fury. Trees uprooted, debris lifted into the air, drawn into the vortex of his unleashed power. "If you destroy this planet, you'll lose him forever," astronaut Mark shouted, grabbing unmasked Mark's shoulders and forcing him to make eye contact. "Think, Mark, this is Cecil's doing. The GDA. They've teleported him to their facility. Destroying the planet won't bring him back. It will only ensure you never see him again." Slowly, painfully, reason began to penetrate unmasked Mark's blind rage. His breathing slowed, the vortex of power gradually subsiding. But the cold fury in his eyes remained, focused now rather than chaotic. "Cecil," he said, the name a curse on his lips. "Always interfering, always manipulating." "We'll find him," astronaut Mark assured him, cautiously releasing his grip. "We'll track him down. But destroying everything won't help." Unmasked Mark nodded, his jaw clenched so tightly that the muscles visibly strained beneath his skin. "Find him," he ordered, his voice deadly calm now. "Find him before sunset, or I'll tear this planet apart piece by piece, until he's returned to me." Dark Mark, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. "What about the woman, the Eve from this timeline?" Unmasked Mark's expression hardened further. "She was taken with him. Another manipulation by Cecil, no doubt, trying to use her to influence him. Or perhaps they're genuinely connected," Dark Mark suggested quietly. "As you said, your Megumi was with your Eve." It doesn't matter, unmasked Mark dismissed. When the merger completes, only one version of each person will remain. My Eve is the strongest. She's endured decades without him, kept his memory alive, dedicated herself to our shared vision. His eyes narrowed as he stared in the direction of the GDA headquarters, visible as a distant structure on the horizon. She deserves to be reunited with him, and I intend to ensure that happens. The blue light faded, and Sukuna found himself standing in the middle of a reinforced monitoring center with Eve at his side, her hands still clasped in his. The transition had been jarring, unexpected, a teleportation technology he hadn't encountered before. What the hell? Eve gasped, momentarily disoriented by the sudden displacement. Sorry for the abrupt extraction. Cecil Stedman's voice came from behind them. But the situation was escalating beyond acceptable parameters. They turned to see not one but two Cecils standing side by side, their identical expressions of calculated concern almost comical in their symmetry. Behind them, a wall of monitors displayed various angles of the devastation where they had just been, with unmasked Mark at the center of a growing vortex of power. That was unwise, Sukuna stated flatly, watching as unmasked Mark's rage manifested in destructive waves that rippled outward from his position. He will not react well to our sudden disappearance. We're counting on it. One of the Cecils, the original Timeline's version, Sukuna noted, replied. His reaction will tell us exactly what we're dealing with, while putting countless lives at risk, Eve countered, her tone sharp with anger. You can't just teleport people without warning. A calculated risk, Altered Cecil acknowledged, but one that provides valuable intelligence. On the monitors, they could see astronaut Mark restraining unmasked Mark, clearly trying to talk him down from his fury. The audio feed crackled with static, but unmasked Mark's voice came through clearly enough. They took him from me again. Fascinating, Original Cecil murmured, studying the readings on a nearby console. The power output is off the charts. He's potentially stronger than any Viltrumite we've encountered, including Nolan. He's unstable, Altered Cecil observed, emotionally compromised. That makes him both more dangerous and more vulnerable. Eve stepped closer to the monitors, her expression a complex mixture of curiosity and possessive concern, as she watched unmasked Mark's rage gradually subside under astronaut Mark's intervention. He truly believes you're his Megumi, she said to Sukuna, her voice low. The intensity of his reaction. It's not just an act. Obsession rarely is, Sukuna replied, his eyes never leaving the screens. He's built his entire identity around a relationship that no longer exists, around a person who is gone. Eve's grip on his hand tightened almost imperceptibly. I can understand that, she admitted, so quietly that only Sukuna could hear. The fear of losing you, of having you taken away. Sukuna glanced at her, noting the intensity in her eyes that mirrored, in its own way, the possessiveness they had witnessed in unmasked Mark. The parallel wasn't lost on him. The seeds of the same obsession existed within Eve, carefully controlled but undeniably present. We should check on the others, Altered Cecil interrupted, either oblivious to or deliberately ignoring the moment between them. They've been waiting for news of your condition. The others? Sukuna questioned. Both Marks, both Debbie's and Nolan, Original Cecil explained. They're in the medical wing. Nolan's injuries are extensive. Lead the way, Sukuna instructed, though his attention remained on the monitors for a moment longer, watching as unmasked Mark stared in the direction of the GDA facility with cold determination. The Emperor's parting words were clear even through the static. Find him before sunset, or I'll tear this planet apart piece by piece until he's returned to me. The Cecils led them through reinforced corridors to a larger medical chamber. Inside, they found both versions of Mark, both Debbie's gathered around a medical bed where Nolan lay, his shoulders ending in bandaged stumps where his arms had been. Megumi! Altered Mark exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. Eve, you're alive. No thanks to that psycho version of you, Original Mark added, his expression darkening. both having heard the more loud sayings with their enhanced hearing. Who the hell was that guy? Another variant, Sukuna replied simply. One from a timeline where Megumi Fushiguro was killed by Nolan Grayson. Both Debbies gasped, their hands moving to cover their mouths in identical gestures of horror. Nolan, despite his grievous injuries, managed to look both pained and guilty at the revelation. He seemed obsessed with you, Altered Mark noted, his gaze moving between Sukuna and Eve with concern. He believes I am his lost friend reborn, Sukuna confirmed. His brother, as he put it, the architect of his empire. Empire? Original Mark questioned, his brow furrowing. He rules the Viltrumite Empire in his reality, Eve explained, still visibly shaken by the confrontation. 17 galaxies by his account, after killing his father and Thrag in revenge for Megumi's death. He killed Thrag. Nolan's voice was hoarse with pain and disbelief. That's almost inconceivable. And now he wants you to join him, Altered Mark concluded. To rule with him. Yes, Sukuna confirmed. And he's willing to eliminate anyone he perceives as an obstacle to that goal. Including us, Original Mark realized. All of us. Anyone who might keep you here instead of going with him. We need to prepare, Eve said, her grip on Sukuna's hand tightening. He'll come for you. It's only a matter of time. He's already given me until sunset to consider his offer, Sukuna replied. But your teleportation stunt may have accelerated his timeline. We're monitoring the situation, Original Cecil assured them. The moment he makes a move, we'll know. And then what? Original Debbie demanded, fear and frustration evident in her voice. He tore Conquest apart like he was nothing. He's clearly more powerful than either version of my son. What exactly is your plan for stopping him? The Cecils exchanged glances, a wordless communication passing between them. We're working on several contingencies, Altered Cecil said carefully, including dimensional containment technology that might allow us to isolate him from our merged reality. In the meantime, Original Cecil continued, we need to understand exactly what we're facing with this dimensional merger. The readings are concerning. The barriers are collapsing at an accelerating rate, Altered Cecil elaborated. According to our calculations, we have less than 24 hours before the process reaches critical mass. And then, Altered Mark prompted, and then the multiverse resolves the redundancies, Original Cecil stated grimly. Only one version of each person can exist when the dust settles. Which means most of us in this room won't survive, Altered Debbie concluded. Unless we find a way to control the process, Altered Cecil countered, to determine which versions remain. He mentioned his Eve, Altered Eve said suddenly, her voice taking on an edge that Sukuna recognized all too well. He said she remained faithful to Megumi's memory even after death. He seems to think his Eve is the true version who should survive the merger, Altered Cecil noted. Just as he believes he's the true Mark. He's planning something, Sukuna stated. The merger may be a natural phenomenon, but he intends to control the outcome. Nolan needs medical attention that we can't provide here, Altered Debbie interjected, her hand resting gently on her husband's forehead. The regeneration process has started, but it's slow. Too slow. Viltrumite healing is remarkable, Nolan managed through gritted teeth. But even we have limits. Regrowing limbs takes time. Time we don't have, Original Mark pointed out. Not with Crazy Mark out there looking for Megumi and the dimensional merger accelerating. Sukuna studied the injured Viltrumite, his mind calculating possibilities, strategies, contingencies. There may be a way to accelerate your healing, he said finally. But it would require me to regain full access to my cursed energy. The poison Conquest injected is still disrupting my abilities. I can help with that, Altered Eve volunteered immediately. I've been studying your molecular structure since we met. If you let me examine the poison's effects, I can neutralize it with the right molecular restructuring. The eagerness in her voice, the intensity of her focus on him, only underscored what Sukuna had observed earlier. In another timeline, under different circumstances, this Eve could very easily have become like unmasked Mark's Eve, defined entirely by her connection to him, her identity subsumed by her devotion. Do it, Sukuna instructed. And while you work on that, we need to prepare for unmasked Mark's return. He won't wait until sunset. Not now. I'll put all GDA resources on any possible preparations immediately, Altered Cecil decided. As the group dispersed to their various tasks, Eve remained at Sukuna's side, her expression troubled. He said his Eve never stopped loving Megumi, she said quietly. That she remained faithful even after death. So he claimed, Sukuna replied non-committally. It's strange, she continued, her voice thoughtful. Across different realities, different timelines, we still find each other. You and I. Sukuna studied her face, noting the complex emotions playing across her features. Perhaps some connections transcend dimensional boundaries, he acknowledged. Or perhaps I'm just drawn to power, she suggested, a hint of rare self-awareness showing through. In every reality, obsessed with understanding the strongest being I've encountered. There was a moment of vulnerability in her admission, a recognition of her own nature that she rarely displayed. But it passed quickly, replaced by the familiar intensity that characterized her feelings toward him. His Eve devoted decades to Megumi's memory, she said, her voice taking on a harder edge. Built her entire life around preserving what they had, what they believed in. And you find that concerning? Sukuna asked, though he already knew the answer. Eve's eyes met his, unflinching in their honesty. I find it understandable, she corrected. If I lost you, if someone took you from me the way Nolan took Megumi from her. She didn't finish the thought, but she didn't need to. The implication was clear. She would become like unmasked Mark's Eve. She would devote herself to his memory, to his vision. She would wait decades for a chance to have him back, just as she would fight to keep him now. You won't lose me, Sukuna stated, the words more promise than reassurance. Eve's smile was small but genuine. No, she agreed. I won't. Outside the reinforced walls of the GDA facility, the sky continued to ripple with emerald energy, the dimensional barriers growing thinner with each passing moment. And somewhere out there, an emperor prepared for war, determined to reclaim what he saw as rightfully his, the brother he had lost, the architect of his empire, the friend without whom his vast conquests meant nothing. The clock was ticking toward sunset, but no one believed they had even that long before the storm broke. Unexpected, the GDA facility hummed with activity as teams of scientists and agents worked frantically to monitor the dimensional anomalies spreading across the planet. Amidst this controlled chaos, Original Mark stood by a reinforced window, staring out at the rippling green sky with a troubled expression. Hey, Altered Mark said, approaching his counterpart cautiously. How are you holding up? Original Mark shrugged, not turning from the window. Oh, just another day. Psychotic version of us shows up, wants to kidnap your best friend. And oh yeah, the universe is collapsing. His attempt at humor fell flat, even to his own ears. Altered Mark stood beside him, joining him in watching the unnatural sky. For a moment, they stood in silence, two versions of the same person contemplating very different lives. Can we talk? Original Mark asked suddenly. Somewhere private? Altered Mark looked surprised but nodded. Sure. There's a balcony on the east side. Should be quiet. They made their way through the facility, nodding to agents who did double takes at seeing two identical Invincibles walking side by side. The balcony was indeed deserted, offering a panoramic view of the city below, a strange hybrid of two merged realities, landmarks from both their worlds existing in impossible proximity. So, Altered Mark began awkwardly. What did you want to? I'm sorry, Original Mark interrupted, the words coming out in a rush. For being a dick. For the attitude, the comments, all of it. Altered Mark blinked in surprise. You don't have to. No, I do, Original Mark insisted, finally turning to face his counterpart directly. I've been treating you like you did something wrong, just because. He trailed off, struggling to articulate his feelings. Because I got the life you should have had? Altered Mark finished for him. Original Mark nodded, his expression pained. Your dad never betrayed you. Never killed the guardians. Never tried to kill you. You still have a family, both parents, intact. And it's not your fault, but I've been acting like it is. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture both versions shared when stressed. It's just hard, you know? Seeing what could have been, what should have been. Altered Mark leaned against the railing, considering his words carefully. I get it. If our situations were reversed, I'd probably feel the same way. He sighed. Sometimes I still can't believe how close I came to living your life. What do you mean? If Megumi hadn't intervened when he did, if he hadn't confronted my dad in the Flaxen dimension, he shook his head. Everything would have played out exactly like it did for you. Dad would have killed the guardians, would have tried to make me join him in conquering Earth. Original Mark's expression darkened at the memory. The worst part wasn't the beating. It was the betrayal. Finding out everything was a lie. I can't imagine, Altered Mark said quietly. Well, I can, but I don't want to. And that's why I don't blame you for resenting me. I don't resent you, Original Mark clarified. Not really. I resent the situation. And I took it out on you because you're an easy target, I guess. He extended his hand. So I'm sorry. You didn't ask for any of this any more than I did. Altered Mark took his hand, shaking it firmly. Apology accepted. And for what it's worth, I think you've handled everything pretty well, all things considered. I don't know if I would have been as strong. Original Mark snorted. Trust me, you don't get a choice. When the world goes to hell, you either get stronger or you break. I guess we're both pretty good at not breaking, Altered Mark observed with a small smile. They turned back to the view, standing shoulder to shoulder as they watched the dimensional energy continue to pulse across the sky. So, Original Mark said after a moment, Megumi, he's really that important to you? Altered Mark nodded without hesitation. He saved my family. He saved my future. Everything I have, I owe to him in some way. And that's why Unmasked Mark is so obsessed with him? Because in his world, Megumi did the same for him but then died. I think so, Altered Mark agreed. I mean, I can understand it, in a way. If I lost Megumi, especially if it was my dad who killed him, he shuddered at the thought. I might go off the deep end too. Original Mark studied his counterpart's expression. You really care about him, don't you? He's my best friend, Altered Mark said simply. My brother in all the ways that matter. He sees me, not Invincible, not the son of Omni-Man, just me. And he's always been there when I needed him most. Original Mark nodded, understanding dawning. I had that with William before. Well, before everything got complicated. Having someone who just gets you, who you don't have to explain yourself to. Exactly, Altered Mark agreed. So when I see Unmasked Mark, as crazy as he is, I get it. I really do. He lost the one person who understood him completely. Doesn't excuse trying to kidnap your friend, though, Original Mark pointed out. No, Altered Mark conceded. It doesn't, and we're going to stop him. Together. Original Mark smiled a genuine smile, the first he directed at his counterpart since they'd met. Together, he agreed. So what's our play here? How do we take down a version of ourselves who's apparently powerful enough to kill Thrag? I've been thinking about that, Altered Mark said, his expression turning serious. We need to use his obsession against him. He's so focused on getting Megumi back that he's not thinking clearly. That gives us an advantage. A small one, Original Mark cautioned. He's still ridiculously powerful. True, but we have something he doesn't. What's that? Altered Mark grinned. 2 of us, plus our dad, who, arms or no arms, is still Omni-Man plus the Guardians, the team, and most importantly, the actual Megumi that Emperor Mark wants so badly. You think Megumi Sukuna would help us fight him? Original Mark asked. I know he would, Altered Mark replied with absolute certainty. He's not about to let some alternate version of me drag him off to rule the galaxy. no matter how much that version thinks they're brothers. Original Mark nodded, feeling something he hadn't felt in a long time: hope. All right then, let's go make a plan to take down the Emperor of the Universe. Now you're talking, Altered Mark said, clapping his counterpart on the shoulder. As they turned to head back inside, Original Mark paused. Hey, for what it's worth, I'm glad at least one version of us got to have a normal life. Well, as normal as it gets when you're half Viltrumite. Altered Mark's expression softened. And for what it's worth, I think you might be the stronger version of us. You've been through hell and you're still standing. That counts for something. Thanks, Original Mark said, genuinely touched. Now let's go save the multiverse. Together, the two Marks walked back into the facility, no longer divided by resentment and jealousy, but united in purpose. They had a common enemy now, a version of themselves twisted by loss and obsession, and they would face him together. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the Grayson family home, Emperor Mark, the unmasked Mark, sat amid the devastation, his expression calm despite the destruction surrounding him. The rage that had nearly consumed him earlier had cooled into something more controlled, more focused, but no less dangerous. He held a small photograph in his hands, salvaged from the wreckage, a family portrait of this world's Graysons. Mark, Nolan, and Debbie, smiling for the camera, unaware of the tragedy that would eventually tear them apart. So different, he murmured, studying the image, yet so familiar. He carefully tucked the photograph into his pocket, a souvenir of this doomed timeline. His counterparts had not yet returned with news of Megumi's location, but he was patient. The GDA facilities were the obvious places to look, and when the time came, he would tear it apart stone by stone if necessary. A shadow fell across him, and Emperor Mark looked up, immediately alert. A figure stood at the edge of the ruined living room, a young Japanese man with haunted eyes and an aura of power that even Emperor Mark could sense. "You're not him," Emperor Mark said, rising to his feet with fluid grace. "But you're close, very close." The newcomer studied him with cold calculation. "And you're not the Mark Grayson I sensed earlier. Your power signature is different, stronger." "I'm the version that matters," Emperor Mark replied simply. "The one who will survive when the merger completes." The young man tilted his head slightly, assessing. "I am Sukuna," he introduced himself, though his appearance was nothing like the four-armed being Emperor Mark had encountered earlier. Emperor Mark's eyes narrowed as understanding dawned. "You're another version of him, of Megumi." A smile spread across his face, not warm, but triumphant. "Another incarnation, but not the one I knew." "No," Yakuna agreed, his voice carrying an ancient quality that belied his youthful appearance. "I am what came before, what he once was, in another life, another world." Emperor Mark circled him slowly, studying every detail. "I can see it now, the same soul but darker, wilder." His expression hardened, unrefined. Yakuna's lips curved in a cold smile. "I came to test myself against the strongest being I've sensed since arriving in this dimension. To see if the Emperor of the Viltrumites lives up to his reputation." "You came seeking combat," Emperor Mark translated, his own smile turning predatory. "How fortunate. I find myself in need of distraction while I wait for my associates to return with news of your counterpart." "My counterpart," Yakuna repeated, his eyes gleaming with interest. "The one who bears 4 arms and calls himself the King of Curses?" "I sensed him as well. A curious evolution of what I once was." "He is the perfected version," Emperor Mark stated with absolute conviction. "The one who guided me, taught me, made me what I am today." Yakuna laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Perfected? No. Deluded, perhaps. Compromised by humanity." He flexed his fingers, cursed energy beginning to swirl around them. "I am the true King of Curses, the original, the pure essence of what he pretends to be." Emperor Mark's expression darkened. "You know nothing of him, of what he is capable of what we built together." "I know enough," Yakuna countered, his posture shifting subtly as he prepared for combat. I know that I am here to test my power against yours. To determine which of us is truly superior. A test. Emperor Mark's voice took on a dangerous edge. You think to test me? I who conquered the Viltrumite Empire. Who killed Thrag with my bare hands. Who rules 17 galaxies. The air around him began to shimmer with power, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the pressure of his barely contained strength. You are but a shadow of the Megumi I knew, Emperor Mark continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, a crude predecessor to his greatness. But if combat is what you seek. He moved into a fighting stance, his eyes locked on Yukuna's. Then I will oblige. Perhaps it will help pass the time until I recover what is rightfully mine. Yukuna's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp for a human mouth. Good, he said simply, cursed energy now visibly manifesting around him in patterns that spoke of ancient, terrible power. Let us see if the Emperor deserves his crown. The two stood facing each other amid the ruins, two beings of immense power from different worlds, different realities, each convinced of their own superiority. The dimensional energy in the sky pulsed more intensely above them, as if the multiverse itself was holding its breath in anticipation of their clash. And as sunset approached, the battle between the Emperor and the King was about to begin. The faithful Eve, Emperor Mark Universe Eve, SPOV. The Imperial Observatory towered above the Viltrumite capital, its crystalline spire reaching toward the stars that the Empire claimed as its domain. Within its highest chamber, I stood before the dimensional viewer, my hands trembling slightly as I adjusted the controls. 17 years. It had been 17 years since I last saw his face. 17 years of preserving his memory, his vision, his legacy. 17 years of emptiness that no amount of power or purpose could fill. The viewer hummed to life, the quantum field stabilizers glowing with soft blue light as they processed the incoming data stream. Mark had been gone for 3 days now. 3 days since he had stepped through Levy's dimensional portal in search of something we had both given up hope of ever finding again. A second chance. Adam Eve. I turned at the sound of my name, my title. Really, though few remembered that it had once been a childish superhero name rather than the designation of one of the Empire's most powerful figures. Anissa stood in the doorway, her imposing Viltrumite frame silhouetted against the corridor lights. The latest transmission is coming through, she said, stepping into the chamber. I thought you'd want to know immediately. My heart stuttered in my chest. How long ago was it sent? About 6 hours, Anissa replied, moving to stand beside me at the control panel. The quantum fluctuations are getting worse. The delay is increasing. I nodded, trying to maintain my composure despite the anxiety churning inside me. Is it clear? Last time, the interference was so bad we could barely make out Mark's surroundings. Much better this time, Anissa assured me, her fingers dancing across the controls. The engineers made some adjustments to the reception array. We should get both visual and audio. The dimensional communicator Mark had developed before his departure was a marvel of engineering, allowing us to receive visual data from his experiences in the parallel world. But the growing instability between dimensions meant each transmission took longer to reach us. Show me, I commanded, my voice steadier than I felt. Anissa's fingers moved across the control panel with practiced efficiency. The holographic display flickered, then stabilized, showing a scene from Mark's perspective. He was standing in what looked like a devastated suburban area, facing, the breath caught in my throat. Megumi? I whispered, the name a prayer on my lips. There he was, different, changed, but unmistakably him. The same soul, the same presence that had been torn from us all those years ago. It's really him, Anissa murmured beside me, her own voice tinged with disbelief. After all this time, I stepped closer to the display, my fingers reaching out instinctively to touch the holographic image, passing through it like the ghost it was. He's alive, I breathed. In another dimension, another timeline, but alive. We watched in silence as the scene unfolded, Mark's voice coming through the transmission with surprising clarity. Do you remember when we were kids? When you found me behind the school? getting beaten up by those seniors. You were just the new transfer student, but you stepped in without hesitation. I closed my eyes briefly, the memory washing over me. I had been there that day, watching from a distance as the new Japanese exchange student, small for his age but with eyes that seemed to see everything, had calmly stepped between Mark and 3 seniors twice his size. World as it truly is, not as I wished it to be. You taught me how to stand up for myself, how to think strategically, how to see. The Mark's voice continued from the recording, said, not through brute force but through vision. Remember our pact? Under that old oak tree in your backyard? A better world. You, the oak tree. I murmured, a sad smile touching my lips. We were so young then, just children with dreams bigger than we could understand. Anissa glanced at me. You 3 were inseparable from the beginning, weren't you? From that very first day, I confirmed, my eyes never leaving the hologram. Mark, Megumi, and me against the world. We thought we could change everything. And we did, just not in the way we expected. On the display, Megumi Sukuna, as he apparently called himself now, stood wary and confused, clearly not recognizing Mark or the shared history he described. I am not the Megumi you knew, someone else entirely. His voice stated flatly. I may wear his face, but I am. The words sent a spike of pain through my chest, but I pushed it aside. It didn't matter. He was alive. He existed, and Mark would bring him home. He calls himself Sukuna now, Anissa noted, watching the exchange with the analytical precision that had made her one of the Empire's most effective generals. The King of Curses. Interesting title. A different life, I acknowledged. Different experiences. But it's still him. I can see it in his eyes. The footage continued, showing another figure arriving, a woman with pink energy surrounding her. My counterpart from that dimension. I watched with growing tension as she moved protectively to Megumi's side, her hand finding his in a gesture that was both possessive and intimate. She's with him, I said, my voice hardening. That world's version of me. They're together. Anissa glanced at me, concern flashing across her features. Eve, it doesn't matter. I cut her off, though the lie was transparent even to my own ears. She's irrelevant. When the merger completes, only one version of each person will remain. And you believe it will be you, Anissa stated. Not a question but an observation. I turned to her, my eyes glowing faintly with molecular energy. I have waited 17 years. I have preserved his vision, his principles, helped Mark build the empire Megumi always said was possible. What has she done to earn her place at his side? Anissa didn't flinch from my intensity. One of the few beings in the universe who could face my anger without fear. Nothing, she agreed. But the merger doesn't operate on merit. It follows its own laws. Then we'll change those laws, I said simply. Mark will find a way. He always does. We returned our attention to the footage, watching as more versions of Mark appeared, variants from other timelines, each different in subtle ways. Then, without warning, both Megumi and his Eve vanished in a flash of blue light, teleported away by unseen forces. Mark's rage was magnificent to behold, a pure, unrestrained fury that reminded me why he was emperor, why even the mightiest Viltrumites bowed before him. The transmission ended shortly after, cutting off as Mark issued commands to his variants to find Megumi before sunset. I stepped back from the viewer, my mind racing with implications, possibilities, plans. He'll find him, I said with absolute certainty. And when he does, he'll bring him home. Eve, Anissa said carefully, you need to prepare yourself for the possibility that this Megumi may not want to come. He has a life there, connections. Those connections are temporary, I interrupted. Illusions created by dimensional variance. What we had, what we built together, that was real. That was lasting. Anissa studied me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, with uncharacteristic gentleness, she asked, do you remember when we first met him? When he stormed into the High Council chamber? The question caught me off guard. pulling me from my strategic calculations back into memories I both treasured and feared to examine too closely. As if it were yesterday, I replied, my voice softening despite myself. 20 years earlier, the great hall of the Viltrumite High Council gleamed with polished stone and metal, its vast circular chamber designed to intimidate visitors with its sheer scale. Massive columns rose to a ceiling hundreds of feet above, and at the center, the council sat in a semicircle of raised thrones, with Grand Regent Thrag at the highest position. I stood with Mark near the entrance, both of us nervous but trying not to show it. We had been summoned to witness Nolan's formal reinstatement to the Viltrumite ranks after his successful mission on Earth. A mission that had unexpectedly resulted in his bringing his human wife and half-breed son to Viltrum. The proceedings were formal, filled with ancient ritual and ceremony that Mark found boring and I found fascinating. Thrag was in the middle of outlining new conquest strategies for the Andromeda sector when the massive doors at the far end of the chamber burst open. Every head turned as a small figure marched down the central aisle, a human boy, no more than 12 Earth years old, with dark hair and determined eyes. Megumi Fushiguro, the friend we had insisted on bringing with us despite Nolan's objections. This is inefficient, he declared, his voice echoing in the sudden silence of the chamber. His accent was still thick then, yet precise but clearly not his native language. Thrag's expression darkened with rage at the interruption. Who dares? He thundered, rising from his throne. Guards moved to intercept Megumi, but he continued walking, pulling a rolled scroll from his backpack. Your conquest strategy for Andromeda, he continued, seemingly oblivious to the danger he was in. It will result in unnecessary casualties and extended timeframes for complete subjugation. Seize this human child, Thrag ordered, his voice cold with fury. 2 Viltrumite guards flew toward Megumi, but before they could reach him, he had unrolled his scroll on the floor, a detailed star map of the Andromeda sector, covered in notations and strategic markings. Look, he commanded, pointing to specific regions on the map. Your approach relies on overwhelming force applied simultaneously across 17 key systems. This ignores the established trade networks and defensive alliances between the outer colonies. The guards hesitated, looking to Thrag for guidance. The Grand Regent's expression was murderous, but there was also a flicker of something else, curiosity, perhaps. If you instead focus initial efforts here, here, and here, Megumi continued, circling 3 specific systems, you disrupt their supply chains. The outer colonies become isolated, unable to support each other. They fall one by one with minimal resistance, reducing your casualties by approximately 60% while increasing territorial gains by 43% over the same time frame. The chamber was utterly silent as the boy continued his analysis, pointing out flaws in the Viltrumite strategy and offering alternatives with the confidence of a seasoned military commander. Mark and I exchanged glances of equal parts horror and pride, horror at the danger our friend had placed himself in, pride at his unflinching courage. Finally, Thrag raised a hand, silencing Megumi mid-sentence. You, he said, his voice dangerously soft. A human child, presumed to instruct the Viltrumite High Council on matters of conquest? Megumi looked up, meeting the Grand Regent's gaze without a trace of fear. I presume to identify inefficiency where I see it, he replied simply. Whether you choose to correct it is your decision. I was certain we were about to witness our friend's execution. Thrag was known for his swift and brutal punishment of any who questioned his authority. But to everyone's shock, the Grand Regent laughed, a short, sharp sound like breaking stone. Bring me that map, he ordered one of the guards. The Viltrumite delivered Megumi's scroll to Thrag, who examined it with narrowed eyes. The other council members leaned forward, studying the boy's strategic markings with expressions ranging from outrage to grudging interest. These calculations, Thrag said finally, looking back at Megumi. You did them yourself? Yes, Megumi replied without hesitation. Based on what data? Public transmission records, trade manifests, defensive deployment patterns observed over the past 5 years, Megumi listed, plus historical conquest records from your own archives. Our archives are sealed to outsiders, one council member objected. Megumi shrugged. Your encryption was basic. Mark stifled a laugh beside me, earning a sharp look from his father. But Nolan's expression held something besides anger, a dawning realization, perhaps, that he had underestimated his son's human friend. Thrag studied Megumi for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he turned to the council. Adjust the Andromeda strategy according to these recommendations, he ordered, to the visible shock of several members. We will test the humans' theories. He turned back to Megumi. If you are wrong, child, your life is forfeit. If you are right. He left the sentence unfinished, a rare concession from the Grand Regent. Megumi bowed slightly, a gesture that somehow managed to convey respect without submission. I am not wrong, he said simply, then turned and walked back down the aisle to where Mark and I waited. His small shoulders squared, his pace unhurried despite having just challenged the most powerful being in the known universe. That was Megumi, always one willing to burn all away for his pleasures, even risk his own life if need be. He was right, of course, Anissa said, pulling me back to the present. The Andromeda campaign proceeded exactly as he predicted. 63% reduction in Viltrumite casualties, 47% increase in territorial gains. He was always right, I replied softly. That was what made him so dangerous to some, and so valuable to others. He was so small compared to us, Anissa continued, a faint smile, touching her lips. This human boy, barely reaching my waist, standing before the Viltrumite High Council without a trace of fear, telling Thrag himself that his conquest strategy was inefficient. Despite everything, I found myself smiling at the memory. Thrag wanted to kill him on the spot. Until Megumi outlined a plan that would reduce our casualties by 60% while increasing territorial gains. Anissa finished. Even Thrag couldn't argue with those numbers. After that, Thrag insisted on having him present for all strategic planning sessions, I recalled. The other council members were furious, a human child advising the Viltrumite Empire, but Thrag overruled them all. Because results speak louder than pride, Anissa noted. And Megumi delivered results. I moved away from the viewer, walking to the chamber's vast window that overlooked the capital city, a gleaming metropolis that stood as testament to the order Megumi had envisioned and Mark had built. Do you remember what he said to Thrag, years later, when the Grand Regent asked why he continued to help us conquer? I asked, even though he knew what it meant for the conquered worlds? Anissa nodded. Conquest is inevitable, he said, but its nature is not. I cannot stop the tide, but I can direct its flow to minimize suffering. He changed everything, I said softly, not through power, but through vision, through understanding what the universe could be if strength were guided by wisdom. He did, Anissa agreed, coming to stand beside me. Even those who hated him for being human had to respect his mind. I turned to her suddenly, a question forming that I had never dared to ask before. Did you love him too, Anissa? The question clearly startled her, her eyes widening in surprise. What? It's a simple question, I pressed, studying her reaction. Did you love Megumi? Anissa looked away, her gaze fixing on the distant horizon. That's complicated. So you did? I concluded, a strange mixture of understanding and jealousy swirling within me. It wasn't like that, she said after a moment. Not exactly. She sighed, running a hand through her dark hair in a gesture reminiscent of Mark. You have to understand the context. For millennia, we followed Emperor Argal because of his wisdom, his vision. The empire prospered, expanded without significant resistance. We conquered, yes, but with purpose, with direction. She turned back to me, her expression earnest. When Megumi came, he reminded us of that time. Even though he wasn't Viltrumite, many of us, even Thrag, respected him because his wisdom, his tactics, his intelligence allowed us to conquer most of the known universe without meaningful challenge. That's why the Civil War happened, I realized aloud. Not just because Thrag refused to punish Nolan for killing Megumi, but because half the Empire believed Nolan had destroyed our greatest asset, Anissa finished. Our truest link to the glory days of Argal's reign. I remembered that terrible day with painful clarity. Finding Megumi's broken body in the palace gardens, Nolan standing over him with cold disdain. A necessary lesson in detachment, he had called it. A lesson for Mark to show him that humans were beneath Viltrumites, that no human should have influence over their kind. He hadn't expected the Empire to fracture over his actions. Hadn't anticipated that Megumi had become so integral to Viltrumite conquest that many would see his murder as treason against the Empire itself. Do you remember what Mark did? I asked softly. When he found us in the garden? Anissa's expression darkened. I will never forget it. The look in his eyes. She shuddered slightly. I had never seen such rage, such focused hatred. Not even from Thrag at his worst. He didn't say a word, I continued, the memory playing out before me as if it were happening again. He just looked at his father, then at Megumi's body in my arms, then back at his father. And then he moved. None of us could track him, Anissa recalled. Not even me. One moment Nolan was standing there. The next Mark had punched through his chest. Nolan never even had time to look surprised, I said. He just fell. And Mark stood over him, covered in his father's blood, and said, The Empire has a new emperor now, Anissa finished. And no one dared challenge him. Not after what we had just witnessed. Thrag tried. I reminded her. Thrag died, she replied simply. As did anyone else who opposed Mark's ascension. The boy who had been brought to Viltrum as a half-breed curiosity became its absolute ruler in the span of a single day. We fell silent, both lost in memories of that pivotal moment. The day Mark Grayson, barely 17 years old, had seized control of the Viltrumite Empire and begun reshaping it according to the principles Megumi had taught him. I didn't love him the way you did, Eve, Anissa said finally, breaking the silence. But I respected him more than any being I've ever encountered. We all did. Even those who hated what he represented couldn't deny his value. I nodded. A weight I hadn't realized I was carrying lifting slightly from my shoulders. Thank you for your honesty. Always, she replied simply. I walked to the research console adjacent to the viewer, my mind already shifting from reminiscence to action. The molecular energy around my hands intensified as I accessed the secure database containing our analysis of Levy's dimensional portal. I'm not just going to Torlia Prime for the quantum gate, I suddenly announced, my fingers moving swiftly across the holographic interface. I've been studying the dimensional energies since before Mark departed. Anissa moved to my side, her expression curious. I thought Levy was supposed to open a return portal once Mark completed his part of their arrangement. That was the agreement, I confirmed, pulling up complex schematics that filled the air between us with glowing blue equations and molecular diagrams. But I've never trusted Levy. His motivations were always suspect. Convenient that he appeared just when we had been researching dimensional travel ourselves. You think he knew about our interest in alternate realities? Anissa asked. I nodded, expanding one section of the schematics, a complex array of molecular structures that pulsed with simulated energy. Levy's dimensional powers are extraordinary, but his understanding of the underlying principles is limited. He stumbled into his abilities rather than developing them through research. Unlike you, Anissa observed. Precisely, I replied. When he approached Mark with his proposal, a way to potentially find Megumi in another dimension, I insisted on studying his methods. The energy signature he leaves when creating portals is unique, a specific vibrational frequency that corresponds to particular dimensions. Understanding dawned in Anissa's eyes. You've been mapping those frequencies. For months, I confirmed. Every time Levy opened a portal during his demonstrations, I collected data. By the time Mark agreed to his proposal, I had enough information to potentially replicate the process myself. But you let Mark go through Levy's portal anyway, Anissa said, realization coloring her voice. As a test subject, I met her gaze without hesitation. As an advanced scout, Mark is more than capable of handling himself in any dimension. And if Levy's intentions prove genuine, all the better. But I wasn't about to risk everything on the word of a dimensional traveler who appeared out of nowhere, with an offer too perfect to be coincidental. And now? Anissa asked. Now we have confirmation, I said, gesturing to the frozen image of Megumi on the viewer. Megumi exists in that dimension. Mark has found him. And the dimensional merger is accelerating, which means we don't have time to wait for Levi to fulfill his end of the bargain, if he ever intended to. I turned back to the console, bringing up another set of calculations. I've been developing my own portal technology, based on Levi's energy signatures but refined through my molecular manipulation. The equipment at Torlia Prime can amplify these signatures, allowing me to create a stable portal directly to Mark's location. You're going through yourself, Anissa stated. Not a question but an observation. Yes, I confirmed without hesitation. The merger doesn't just select randomly which versions remain. It's influenced by proximity, by connection, by intent. Intent, Anissa repeated, her brow furrowing. Will, I clarified. Determination. The strength of one's desire to be the version that survives. My hands clenched, pink energy flaring around them. And I promise you, no version of me in any reality has a stronger will to survive than I do. Anissa studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. When do you plan to attempt this? As soon as I reach Torlia Prime, I replied. The research facility there has the necessary equipment to amplify the energy signatures and stabilize the dimensional bridge. With the right modifications, I can create a portal large enough for all three of us to return through. All three, Anissa noted. You, Mark, and Megumi. Yes, I confirmed, my tone leaving no room for doubt. All three of us, together as we were meant to be. I closed the schematics with a gesture, turning to face her fully. I need you to prepare the Empire for our return. The dimensional merger will affect our reality as well. We need contingency plans in place for every possible outcome. Already in progress, Anissa assured me. I've mobilized the fleet to secure our core systems. If the merger causes significant disruption, we'll be ready to maintain order. Good, I nodded. And the council? Divided on how to proceed, she admitted. Some believe we should attempt to seal our dimension off from the merger entirely. Others argue that's impossible and we should focus on ensuring our reality becomes the dominant one. I considered this. Both approaches have merit. Continue the research into dimensional isolation as a fallback, but prioritize dominance strategies. Our reality, our empire, must be the one that survives. And if it isn't? Anissa asked quietly. If another version becomes dominant? Then we adapt, I replied simply. We find a way to ensure that even if our reality is subsumed, we remain the versions who survive. Mark as emperor, Megumi returned to us with me at his side. That is non-negotiable. A thought occurred to me suddenly. The other Eve, the one with Megumi now. What do we know about her? Anissa moved to the console, pulling up what limited data we had from Mark's transmissions. Very little. She appears to have similar molecular manipulation abilities to yours, though the extent isn't clear. She seems protective of him, possibly possessive. Possessive? I repeated, a cold smile forming. How charming. She's known him for what? Months? Perhaps a year or two at most. And she thinks that gives her some claim to him. I shook my head. The very idea absurd to me. 17 years, Anissa. 17 years I've preserved his memory, his vision, his legacy. 17 years I've built my life around what we created together. What could she possibly offer him that would compare to that level of devotion? Nothing, Anissa agreed, wisely choosing not to play devil's advocate in this particular conversation. But she does have one advantage. Which is, she's there with him now, Anissa pointed out gently. While you're here. A temporary situation, I stated sharply, returning to the console to make final adjustments to the portal calculations. Very temporary. I worked in silence for several minutes, fine-tuning the quantum equations that would guide my journey. Anissa remained nearby, watching with the patience of a Viltrumite who had lived for centuries. "Did I ever tell you about our first kiss?" I asked suddenly, my hands pausing over the interface. Anissa shook her head. "You rarely speak of the personal aspects of your relationship." I smiled, the memory washing over me with unexpected clarity. It was after the Centauri campaign. Megumi had developed a strategy that allowed us to conquer the system with minimal casualties on both sides. The celebration feast lasted for days. My fingers traced idle patterns in the air as I spoke, small molecules dancing in response to my unconscious manipulation. He hated the attention, always did. Slipped away from the main hall when no one was watching. No one except me, of course. I always knew where he was. I found him in the observatory, studying the stars as he always did when he needed to think. He didn't turn when I entered, but he knew it was me. "Eve," he said, "do you ever wonder if we're doing the right thing?" I laughed softly at the memory. Such a Megumi question. Always questioning, always examining every decision from all angles. I told him that right and wrong were less important than minimizing suffering. That conquest was inevitable, but cruelty wasn't. He turned to me then, and there was something in his eyes I'd never seen before. "That's why I need you," he said. "To remind me that even in conquest, there can be compassion." And then he kissed me, just like that, as if it was the most natural conclusion to our conversation. Anissa smiled, a rare softening of her usually stern features. "You balanced each other. His strategy, your compassion. And Mark's strength," I added. "The three of us, each bringing something the others needed. It worked. It was perfect." My expression hardened. "Until Nolan destroyed it." "Not destroyed," Anissa corrected gently. "Interrupted. And now, perhaps, you have a chance to restore it." "Yes," I agreed, returning to my work with renewed determination. And nothing are not dimensional barriers, not the laws of physics, and certainly not some alternate version of myself, will prevent that restoration. I completed the final calculations, saving them to a secure data crystal that I slipped into my pocket. The equipment at Torlia Prime should allow me to create a stable portal within 12 hours of arrival. If Levi attempts to interfere, I trailed off, pink energy flaring around my hands. "You think he might?" Anissa asked. "I think Levi's agenda has never been clear," I replied. "As I said before, he appeared with exactly the proposal we had been seeking at exactly the right time. That's either an extraordinary coincidence or a calculated move. To what end? That's what concerns me," I admitted. His interest in Megumi, or rather in the version of him that exists in that dimension, seems too specific. Too targeted. Anissa frowned. "You think he knew about Megumi all along? About his existence in another dimension?" "I think it's a possibility we can't dismiss," I said. "Which is why I'm not waiting for Levi to fulfill his end of the bargain. I'm taking matters into my own hands." "Eve," Anissa began after a moment of silence, her tone cautious. "What if this version of Megumi truly doesn't want to come? If he's built a life there with that world's version of you, he doesn't know what he wants?" I interrupted, my voice hardening. "He doesn't remember who he is, who we were together. Once he understands, once he remembers, he'll come willingly. And if he doesn't?" Anissa pressed, concern evident in her expression. I met her gaze directly, my eyes glowing with pink energy. "Then we'll help him remember, by whatever means necessary." The implications hung in the air between us, my willingness to override his autonomy if required, to bring him back regardless of his wishes. But I felt no guilt, no hesitation. How could it be wrong to restore what should never have been taken? To reunite what had been so violently torn apart? "My ship will be ready in 30 minutes, Anissa said finally, accepting that my mind was made up. "I've assigned our best pilots and a full security detail." "I don't need security," I replied. "This isn't a military operation. It's a reunion." "Nevertheless," Anissa insisted, "protocol requires it. And Mark would have my head if I let you travel alone." I conceded the point with a nod. Fine. But they stay with the ship once we reach Torlia Prime. The portal work is delicate. I can't have soldiers disrupting the energy patterns. Agreed, Anissa said. I'll inform the captain. As she turned to leave, I called after her. Anissa. She paused at the doorway, looking back over her shoulder. Thank you, I said simply, for understanding, for supporting this. A rare smile touched her lips. I told you, Eve. I respected him more than any being I've ever encountered. If there's even a chance to bring him back. She shook her head slightly. Let's just say I'm not doing this solely for you and Mark. After she left, I returned to the dimensional viewer, replaying the footage of Megumi Sukuna one more time, studying his previous transformed appearance against Conquest before Mark realized who he was, the way he moved, the cadence of his speech. Different, yes, but underneath it all, unmistakably him. I'm coming for you, I whispered to the image. Wait for me, Megumi. Just a little longer. I gathered my research materials and prepared to depart for my ship. The journey to Torlia Prime would take 6 hours at maximum speed. 6 hours of planning, of preparation, of imagining our reunion. As I left the observatory, I paused for one last look at the imperial city spread out below, the gleaming metropolis that stood as testament to Megumi's vision, to what we had built together. The capital of an empire spanning 17 galaxies, all guided by the principles of a human boy who had dared to tell Thrag himself that his conquest strategy was inefficient. Soon he would see it for himself. Soon he would remember everything we had been, everything we could be again. Soon we would be together, Mark, Megumi, and me, as we were always meant to be. The universe had given us a second chance, and nothing would stop me from seizing it. Not dimensional barriers, not the laws of physics, not Levy's schemes, and certainly not another version of myself who thought a few months with him gave her any claim to what I had preserved for 17 years. Megumi was mine, had always been mine, would always be mine, and heaven help anyone who tried to stand between us. Mark and Eve are delusional, and Anissa is just going along with it because she trusts their judgment over her own. This is a regression situation. Megumi regressed into an alteranti timeline with his memories gone, but regained his Sukuna memories, though he had his first life's memories, which is why he was so intelligent. Which do you think is best? Though please don't just say option B doesn't work, give reasons, since we got in the show Mark going to the literal future, and very confusing things happen in that episode, that this is not as out there as what one might think. But do know, Megumi will then end up with two Eves. Since I see merging as basically destroying two things and making something new from it, an entirely new existence. So do be warned about that. So yeah, I hope to see you all later, bye. Gratitude. Yuji Itadori awoke to the sterile smell of antiseptic and the soft beeping of medical equipment. His eyes fluttered open, taking in surroundings that were decidedly not the devastated shopping district where he had last been conscious. Instead, he found himself in a medical bay of some kind, white walls, fluorescent lighting, and monitoring equipment surrounding the bed where he lay. The room had the impersonal efficiency of a government facility, with reinforced windows showing glimpses of a city skyline he didn't recognize. He didn't move immediately, simply staring at the ceiling as fragmented memories washed over him. The dimensional shift, being trapped in his own body as Sukuna took control. The devastation of Shibuya replaying in his mind, people screaming, buildings collapsing, blood on his hands that wasn't his own but that he'd been powerless to prevent. And then, a four-armed figure with multiple eyes who had somehow expelled the king of curses from his body. His hand moved slowly to his chest where the cursed objects had been forcibly removed. There was no wound, no sign of trauma, just smooth, unbroken skin beneath the medical gown someone had dressed him in. You're awake, a calm female voice observed from nearby. Yuji turned his head slightly, not startled by the presence. A young woman in traditional Japanese clothing incongruous against the sterile modernity of the room sat in a chair beside his bed, her expression serene but watchful. "You Rom," he said quietly, recognizing her immediately, not from direct interaction, but from Sukuna's memories that had bled into his consciousness during their unwilling cohabitation. She inclined her head slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "You know me." I know. Pieces, Yuji replied, his voice hollow. When he was in control, I could still see, still feel. He closed his eyes briefly. Everything. Understanding dawned in Yuram's expression. The connection went both ways, she said. You experienced his actions as your own. Shibuya? Yuji whispered, the single word carrying the weight of countless deaths, countless atrocities committed with his hands but not by his will. I couldn't stop him. I tried, but I couldn't. His voice broke, and he turned his face away, unwilling to let her see the tears that threatened to spill. Yuram remained silent, allowing him his moment of grief. When she finally spoke, her voice was measured, clinical. The cursed objects have been contained, she said. Sukuna-sama has ensured they cannot influence you or seek another host. Yuji gave a small, bitter laugh, having regained enough awareness unlike when he first resurfaced to understand what he saw. Sukuna, he echoed. The four-armed one. He's different from mine. Yes, Yuram confirmed. Though they share an origin, they have walked different paths. Yuji nodded slightly, still not looking at her. I know. I could feel it when he forced my Sukuna out. There was recognition, connection, like looking at a reflection that's somehow become more than you are. He finally turned back to her, his eyes hollow with exhaustion and trauma. Where am I? A secure medical facility within what is called the Global Defense Agency headquarters, Yuram replied. Sukuna-sama arranged for your care here while he attends to other matters. The dimensional merger, Yuji said. Not a question but a statement. I felt it happening even before I crossed over. Sukuna knew what it was, immediately was excited by it. Even a chance to expand his influence beyond our world. Yuram nodded, pouring water from a nearby pitcher into a cup. The barriers between realities are collapsing, multiple timelines converging into one. She offered him the water, which he accepted after a moment's hesitation. Why are you here? He asked after taking a small sip. With me, I mean, shouldn't you be at his side? At least, that's what I got from the brief flashes about you. Yuram's expression remained impassive, betraying nothing of her thoughts. Sukuna-sama assigned me to ensure your recovery, she replied. I follow his directives precisely. Yuji studied her with tired eyes. Just following orders, then. My duty is to serve Sukuna-sama, she stated simply. That has been my purpose for centuries. She rose, moving to a nearby counter where various medical supplies were arranged. With practiced movements, she began preparing what appeared to be medication. Your body requires nourishment, she explained, her tone professional. The forced separation from the cursed objects has left you weakened. This will help restore your strength. Yuji watched her work, noting the precision of her movements, the careful attention she paid to each step of the process. It was the behavior of someone accustomed to serving, to caring for others with meticulous dedication. You followed him here, he observed quietly. Across dimensions. Itadori Yuji was no fool. He may be one who acts like a goof, but when it matters he can piece many things together, especially the fact that he can see the soul of one unsuited for this world. For he himself is the spiritual son of the first son of heaven. Heaven conceals not from those it deems its own. Yuram paused briefly in her work, then continued. Yes. Why? She brought the prepared medicine to him, a clear liquid in a small cup. Because he is my master. I have served him for centuries, through death and rebirth. Yuji accepted the medicine but didn't drink immediately. That's not an answer. Yuram met his gaze, her expression revealing nothing. It is the only answer that matters. Yuji looked down at the medicine, then back at her. Without further question, he drank it, grimacing slightly at the bitter taste. He's different here, Yuram said after a moment, taking the empty cup from him. The Sukuna you knew and the one I serve now, they diverged somewhere in their existence. Made different choices. I felt that, Yuji acknowledged, leaning back against the pillows as warmth spread through his body from the medicine. When he forced the fingers out, there was This I don't know how to really describe it, like a calm purpose behind his power. Direction. He closed his eyes, suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion. He helped me, he whispered, disbelief coloring his tone. After everything, he actually helped me. Rest now, Yuram said, her voice neutral. Your body needs time to recover. Yuji didn't resist as sleep began to claim him again, the medicine working to restore his depleted energy. But before consciousness faded completely, he murmured, "Why did he do it? Why help me?" Yuram was silent for so long that Yuji thought she might not answer. When she finally spoke, her voice was measured, revealing nothing of her own thoughts on the matter. Sukuna-sama's decisions serve his own purposes, she said. It is not my place to question them. Yuji wanted to ask more, to understand what she meant, but darkness was already closing in, pulling him down into dreamless sleep. As his breathing deepened and steadied, Yuram remained by his bedside, her expression unreadable as she watched over him when Yuji awoke again. The quality of light in the room had changed, suggesting several hours had passed. He felt stronger, the medicine having done its work to restore some of his depleted energy. Yuram was still there, seated in the same chair, her posture as perfect as before. If she had moved at all during his rest, there was no sign of it. "How long was I asleep?" he asked, his voice clearer than before. 6 hours, she replied. Your body needed the recovery time. Yuji pushed himself into a sitting position, noting with mild surprise that the movement didn't cause the weakness or dizziness he had expected. The medicine is working, Yuram observed. Your natural strength is returning. Yuji nodded, looking down at his hands that had caused so much destruction under Sukuna's control. He flexed his fingers, marveling at the simple fact that they moved according to his will alone. The fingers, he said suddenly, looking up. Where are they? In a secure containment facility within this building, Yuram answered. Sukuna-sama ensured they were properly sealed before he departed. Departed? Yuji repeated. Where did he go? Yuram's expression remained neutral, but something in her eyes suggested concern. There have been complications with the dimensional merger. Other entities have crossed over, including another version of himself. Yuji's eyes widened slightly. Another Sukuna? Besides mine? Yes, she confirmed. Yuji absorbed this information, trying to imagine what it would mean for multiple versions of Sukuna to exist in one world. The thought was terrifying. What happens now? He asked after a moment. With me, I mean. Yuram rose, moving to a nearby closet and withdrawing fresh clothing, modern attire that would help him blend in with this world. You are free to choose your own path, she said, placing the clothes at the foot of his bed. Though Sukuna-sama suggested you might wish to remain under his protection until the dimensional situation stabilizes. Yuji stared at the clothes, then at Yuram, disbelief evident in his expression. Free, he repeated. Just like that. Yes, Yuram confirmed. You are not a prisoner here. Yuji shook his head slowly, struggling to reconcile this reality with everything he had experienced. I don't understand. After everything Sukuna did, everything he made me do, why would his counterpart here care what happens to me? Yuram seemed to consider her words carefully before answering. Sukuna-sama has evolved since coming to this world. His perspective has broadened in ways I am still coming to understand. She hesitated, then added, and perhaps he recognizes a connection between you, a bond forged through the sharing of a soul, however unwilling that sharing might have been. Yuji looked down at his hands again, remembering all the blood they had spilled under Sukuna's control. I don't know if I can ever move past what he made me do, he said quietly. All those people in Shibuya, their deaths are on my hands. No, Yuram said with unexpected firmness. They are on his. You were as much a victim as they were. Yuji looked up, surprised by the conviction in her voice. You really believe that? I have served Sukuna for centuries, she replied. I know better than most the extent of his power, his will. That you maintained any sense of self at all during his possession is remarkable. and I know better than anyone that he abhors one taking credit for his actions. She moved toward the door, pausing with her hand on the frame. Rest. Change when you feel ready. I will return with food shortly. As she turned to leave, Yuji called after her. Why are you really taking care of me? It can't just be because he ordered you to. Yuram paused, her back still to him. For a long moment, she was silent, and Yuji thought she might leave without answering. Sukuna-sama's orders are absolute, she reiterated. Finally, her voice betraying no emotion. My duty is to fulfill them without question or hesitation. She turned slightly, her profile visible in the harsh fluorescent light. Your recovery serves his purposes. That is all that matters. That's not an answer, Yuji pressed, sensing there was more beneath her carefully controlled response. Yuram turned to face him fully, her expression perfectly composed. You share a connection with Sukuna-sama that few beings have ever experienced. That makes you significant, regardless of how that connection was formed. Her eyes met his with cool assessment. In my centuries of service, I have learned that Sukuna-sama's decisions often have multiple layers of purpose. If he wishes you recovered and free, then that is what shall be done. Without another word, she left, closing the door behind her with quiet precision. Yuji stared after her, unsure what to make of the exchange. Yuram had revealed nothing of her personal thoughts or feelings, if she even had any beyond her devotion to Sukuna. She remained an enigma, her motivations hidden behind a mask of perfect service. He looked down at the clothes she had left, then at the room around him. A room in a facility he didn't know, in a world that wasn't his own, during a dimensional crisis he barely understood. And yet, despite everything, he felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time. The faintest glimmer of hope. For the first time since accidentally consuming that first cursed object, he was truly alone in his own body. Free. Whatever else this world's Sukuna might be, whatever changes he might have undergone. He had given Yuji something his own version never would have: liberation from the curse that had defined his existence for so long. That, at least, deserved some measure of gratitude. Yuji closed his eyes, allowing himself to feel the simple pleasure of being the sole occupant of his own body. Whatever came next, whatever challenges this merged world might present, he would face them as himself. Just himself. And that was a gift beyond measure. That outside the room, Yuram stood perfectly still, her face composed into its customary mask of serene detachment. Her conversation with Yuji had prompted thoughts she rarely allowed herself to entertain. For centuries, her existence had been defined by service to Sukuna-sama. Her purpose, her identity, her very reason for being all were bound to him with unquestioning devotion. It was a role she had embraced completely, finding satisfaction in the perfect execution of her duties. Yet since arriving in this world, subtle changes had occurred in her master that, by necessity, created corresponding adjustments in her own position. His consideration for others, once non-existent, had expanded. His perspective had broadened. His decisions reflected new priorities that sometimes contradicted his former nature. Caring for Yuji Itadori was one such contradiction, a task that would have been inconceivable to the Sukuna she had first pledged herself to serve. Care for him, Sukuna-sama had instructed before departing, his tone carrying none of the dismissive cruelty that once characterized his commands. Ensure his recovery, his freedom. Freedom, a concept Sukuna-sama had never before considered valuable for anyone but himself. Yuram straightened her already perfect posture, centering herself with practiced discipline. These contemplations were unnecessary distractions from her duty. Whatever changes occurred in Sukuna-sama, her role remained the same. Perfect service, perfect obedience. If that service now included caring for a young man who had shared a soul with a version of her master, then she would execute that task with the same flawless precision she brought to all her responsibilities. Nothing more, nothing less. With that clarity restored, Yuram moved purposefully down the corridor toward the facility's kitchen. She would prepare a meal suitable for Yuji's recovery needs, deliver it with appropriate efficiency, and continue to monitor his progress as instructed. Her own thoughts on the matter, whatever they might be, were irrelevant to the execution of her duties. Sukuna-sama had given her a task. She would complete it with perfection. That was all that mattered. Emperor versus King. The ruins of the Grayson home lay scattered across what had once been a peaceful suburban lawn. Broken timber, shattered concrete, and fragments of family memories created a desolate landscape, a fitting arena for the confrontation about to unfold. Emperor Mark stood amid the devastation, his expression calm despite the destruction surrounding him. The rage that had nearly consumed him earlier had cooled into something more controlled, more focused, but no less dangerous. Across from him, Yukuna's lips curved into a cold smile, cursed energy visibly manifesting around him in patterns that spoke of ancient, terrible power. "Let us see if the emperor deserves his crown," Yukuna said, his voice carrying an ancient quality that belied his youthful appearance. Emperor Mark's eyes narrowed, the air around him beginning to shimmer with power. "You are but a shadow of the Megumi I knew, a crude predecessor to his greatness. But if combat is what you seek—" He moved into a fighting stance, his eyes locked on Yukuna's. "Then I will oblige." Without warning, Yukuna extended his hand, unleashing a wave of invisible cutting force dismantle aimed directly at Emperor Mark's throat. The attack moved with impossible speed, yet Emperor Mark reacted faster, vanishing from his position and reappearing 10 feet to the left, the cutting force passing harmlessly through empty air. "Interesting," Emperor Mark observed, his expression unchanged despite the lethal intent of the attack. "Some kind of energy projection capability." Yukuna's eyes narrowed slightly. "You move well for a brute," he acknowledged, "but speed alone won't save you." The air around Yukuna shimmered subtly as he activated Infinity Gojo's limitless technique that he had copied through Yuta's ability. Though invisible to the naked eye, the technique created an absolute defense, ensuring anything approaching him would slow to a stop before making contact. Emperor Mark sensed the change, though he couldn't identify its nature. Something in the air had shifted, a distortion in the space surrounding his opponent. "Your power signature is unusual," Emperor Mark noted, circling slowly. "Different from the four-armed version, yet similar in its fundamental nature." "I am the original," Yukuna replied, his voice dripping with arrogance. "The true king of curses. What you encountered was merely a derivative." Emperor Mark's expression darkened. "He is the perfected version. The one who guided me, taught me, made me what I am today. Perfected." Yukuna laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "No, deluded, perhaps, compromised by humanity." Without further preamble, Yukuna unleashed a barrage of attacks, invisible cutting forces radiating outward in all directions, followed by a massive serpent manifested from shadow that lunged toward Emperor Mark with frightening speed. The Emperor moved with fluid grace, dodging the cutting forces and meeting the serpent head-on. His fist connected with the shadow creature's head, the impact creating a shockwave that shattered windows for blocks around. To his surprise, the shadow-like serpent didn't disintegrate, but instead wrapped around his arm, its shadowy form constricting with unexpected strength. "A physical manifestation," Emperor Mark noted, his scientific mind analyzing even as he fought. "Fascinating." With a flex of his arm, he shattered the serpent's form, the shadow fragments dissipating into the air. But ultimately ineffective. Yukuna remained unperturbed, already summoning 2 new Shikigami divine dogs that circled Emperor Mark with predatory focus, their shadowy forms moving with unnatural speed. "Your pets are impressive," Emperor Mark acknowledged, tracking their movements with ease. "But they're not what I'm here for." He blurred into motion, his speed so great that even Yukuna's enhanced perception struggled to follow. The divine dogs were dispatched with casual brutality, their forms dissolving as Emperor Mark's hands passed through them. In the same motion, he continued toward Yukuna, his fist aimed directly at the sorcerer's heart. The attack should have been fatal. Emperor Mark's strength was sufficient to punch through mountains, to shatter planets with concentrated force. Yet as his fist approached Yukuna, it slowed, as if moving through increasingly dense material, until it stopped completely mere millimeters from its target. Emperor Mark's eyes widened slightly, the first genuine surprise he had shown. "What is this?" Sukuna smiled, cold and triumphant. "A barrier that cannot be crossed," he explained, though the specifics would mean nothing to the Emperor. "The space between us extends infinitely. You can never reach me, no matter how fast or strong you are." Emperor Mark withdrew his hand, reassessing his opponent with new respect. "A spatial manipulation ability," he concluded. "Impressive, but not insurmountable." He had encountered similar powers during his conquest of the universe, beings who could warp space, create dimensional pockets, manipulate the fabric of reality itself. None had ultimately stood against him. Sukuna, reading the confidence in the Emperor's stance, decided to escalate. "Let's see how you handle this, Your Majesty." The air between them distorted as Sukuna activated cursed technique lapse, blew a devastating attraction force that should have pulled Emperor Mark toward him with irresistible power. To Sukuna's surprise, the Emperor barely moved, his body remaining firmly in place despite the enormous gravitational pull. The ground beneath him cracked and splintered. Debris from the ruined house swirled into the vortex, but Emperor Mark himself stood unmoved. "Impressive," the Emperor acknowledged, "but futile. My cellular structure responds to my will alone." Without warning, he clapped his hands together with tremendous force, creating a pressure wave that rippled outward with devastating effect. The shock wave struck infinity and dissipated, but not before causing the barrier to visibly fluctuate. Sukuna narrowed his eyes, reassessing his opponent. This being's physical capabilities exceeded his expectations, not merely strong, but possessing a level of control over his own body that bordered on molecular manipulation. Unknown to Sukuna, this very reason, the fact that Mark could control his smart atoms on such a level that few things could truly break apart his structure, is why he is called the Invincible Emperor. "Perhaps it's time for a more direct approach," Sukuna decided, gathering cursed energy for his next technique. The air around him began to shimmer with power as he prepared to activate Hollow Purple, a devastating combination of attraction and repulsion forces that would erase anything in its path. Emperor Mark, sensing the building energy, decided preemptive action was necessary. He moved again, this time flying upward at tremendous speed before diving directly at Sukuna from above, his body breaking the sound barrier multiple times during the maneuver. As he approached, he noted with satisfaction that Sukuna's attention was divided, focused on maintaining his defensive barrier while simultaneously gathering energy for his attack. It created a momentary weakness in the spatial distortion surrounding him. Emperor Mark adjusted his trajectory slightly, aiming not directly at Sukuna but at the ground beneath him. His impact created a crater 50 feet wide, the shockwave sending Sukuna tumbling through the air despite his defensive barrier. Before Sukuna could recover, Emperor Mark was on him, delivering a series of strikes so fast they appeared as a single motion. Each blow tested the limits of infinity, probing for weaknesses, applying pressure from multiple angles simultaneously. Sukuna, recognizing the danger, abandoned his attempt at Hollow Purple and focused entirely on maintaining infinity while creating distance between himself and the Emperor. For unlike Satoru Gojo, Sukuna could not maintain it without conscious effort. "You're more resourceful than I anticipated," Sukuna acknowledged, his voice betraying no concern despite the intensity of the assault. "But you still don't understand what you're facing." Emperor Mark paused, hovering in the air a short distance away. "I understand enough," he replied coldly. "You claim to be what Megumi once was, the original from which he evolved. Yet everything about you, your methods, your demeanor, your very essence confirms what I already knew." His eyes hardened with contempt. "You are inferior, a crude prototype of the being who helped me build an empire." Sukuna's expression darkened with rage. "Inferior? I am Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses, feared across centuries, worshipped as a god. You dare?" "I dare because I have seen what you could become," Emperor Mark interrupted. "And it is greater than anything you currently are." The dismissal struck Sukuna like a physical blow, his pride wounded more deeply than any attack. "Then let me show you the full extent of what I am," he snarled, his composure cracking under the weight of his wounded ego. The air around them began to shift, reality itself seeming to warp as Sukuna initiated his domain expansion. Black lines spread outward from his position, beginning to form the boundary of his territory. Emperor Mark, observing the strange phenomenon, immediately recognized it as a threat. Though he didn't understand the nature of domain expansion, his tactical instincts warned him that allowing the technique to complete would be disastrous. Without hesitation, he charged forward at his maximum speed, aiming to disrupt whatever process was occurring. As the black lines began to solidify into a barrier, Emperor Mark reached its edge and struck with all his might. The partially formed domain shuddered under the impact, cracks spreading across its surface like spiderwebs. Sukuna grimaced, pouring more cursed energy into maintaining the technique, but the Emperor's assault was relentless. With a sound like shattering glass magnified 1,000-fold, the domain collapsed, the backlash of cursed energy washing over both combatants in a wave of destructive force. Emperor Mark emerged unscathed, his cellular structure adapting instantly to neutralize any damage. Sukuna was less fortunate. The failure of his domain expansion had temporarily disrupted his control over infinity, leaving him vulnerable. In that moment of weakness, Emperor Mark struck. His movement was too fast for even Sukuna's enhanced perception to track, appearing beside the cursed spirit and delivering a devastating blow to his midsection. The impact sent Sukuna crashing through what remained of the Grayson home and into the street beyond, his body carving a trench in the asphalt as he skidded to a stop nearly 100 yards away. Emperor Mark followed at a measured pace, his expression calm as he approached his fallen opponent. "Your abilities are impressive," he acknowledged, "but ultimately insufficient." To his surprise, Sukuna began to laugh, a cold, amused sound that seemed at odds with his current condition. "You think this is victory?" he asked, rising to his feet with unnatural grace despite his injuries. "This is merely education." Before Emperor Mark could respond, Sukuna unleashed a new technique, the world-cleaving dismantle. The invisible cutting force expanded outward in a perfect circle, slicing through everything in its path. Emperor Mark attempted to evade, but the technique's range was too wide, its speed too great. The cutting force passed through him, cleaving his body in half at the waist. For a moment, the Emperor looked almost surprised as his upper body separated from his lower half, both parts falling to the ground with a heavy thud. Blood pooled beneath him, spreading across the cracked asphalt in a widening circle. Sukuna approached cautiously, maintaining infinity around himself as he studied his handiwork. "Not so invincible after all," he observed, satisfaction evident in his voice. His triumph was short-lived. Emperor Mark's eyes snapped open, blazing with determination rather than pain or fear. With shocking coordination, his upper body reached out, grabbing his severed lower half and pulling it toward him. As the two halves made contact, something extraordinary happened. The flesh began to knit together, cells reconnecting, organs repairing, bone fusing with bone. Within seconds, the Emperor was whole again, rising to his feet as if nothing had happened. "An interesting experience," he commented, brushing dust from his costume with casual nonchalance. "I've been bisected before, but rarely so cleanly." Sukuna's eyes narrowed, reassessing his opponent with new caution. "Your regenerative capabilities are unexpected. My cellular structure responds to my will," Emperor Mark explained, flexing his fingers as if testing that everything was in working order. "Any damage can be repaired." He smiled, a cold, predatory expression. "Now, shall we continue this pointless exercise? Or do you concede that you are, as I said, merely a shadow of what I seek?" Sukuna's pride warred with his pragmatism. This opponent's physical capabilities and regenerative powers exceeded his expectations, making conventional attacks ineffective. A successful domain expansion might work, but the Emperor had already demonstrated his ability to disrupt the technique before completion. The realization that he might not be able to defeat this being in direct combat stung Sukuna's pride, but he was nothing if not practical. If he couldn't win through force, perhaps there were other ways to achieve his goals. As Emperor Mark advanced, preparing to continue their battle, Sukuna suddenly activated a complex pattern of cursed energy that he had been subtly weaving throughout their confrontation, not too different from what Kenjaku many times does. The air behind him shimmered and tore, creating a dimensional rift. Emperor Mark sensed the shift in energy and reacted instantly, his expression darkening with rage. "Fleeing already?" he snarled, lunging forward with impossible speed. But Sukuna was already moving, stepping backward into the dimensional tear he had prepared as a contingency. "Another time, Emperor," he called, his voice fading as the rift began to close. "When the odds are more favorable." Emperor Mark's fist struck the space where Sukuna had been a millisecond earlier, encountering nothing but empty air as the dimensional tear sealed itself with a sound like tearing fabric. For a moment, the Emperor stood motionless, his rage a palpable force that cracked the ground beneath his feet. Then, with deliberate control, he reined in his anger, his expression settling into cold calculation. "A strategic retreat," he observed to the empty air. "Wise if cowardly. You recognized your inferiority and fled rather than face certain defeat." He surveyed the devastated landscape, the ruined home, the cratered street, the evidence of their brief but intense battle. Despite Sukuna's escape, Emperor Mark had achieved a victory of sorts. He had confirmed his superiority over this lesser version, this shadow of the being he truly sought. And sunset was still hours away, time enough to plan his next move. With casual grace, Emperor Mark rose into the air, flying to the top of a nearby hill that overlooked the city. There, amid the ruins of what had once been a small observation point for tourists, he seated himself on a broken slab of concrete. One arm rested on his knee, the other leg dangling over the edge of the hill, his cape billowing behind him in the wind. From this vantage point, he could see the sprawling cityscape below, including the distant shape of what must be the Global Defense Agency headquarters. The chance Megumi was there was slim. He could charge there, but in the end decided against it. Him letting the others do the searching was merely an excuse, more of a psychological pressure, for in fact, he wanted Megumi to come to him himself. It is why he remained in place after all. The Megumi he had known would have appreciated such methodical planning strategy over brute force, precision over chaos. "Soon," Emperor Mark murmured, his voice carrying the absolute certainty of someone unaccustomed to failure. "Soon we will be reunited, old friend. And this world, like so many others, will bend to our will." As the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon, the Emperor remained motionless on his makeshift throne, a solitary figure silhouetted against the darkening sky, waiting, planning, certain of his eventual victory. The hunt for Sukuna would resume at sunset if he didn't come himself. And this time, nothing would stand in his way. In the GDA monitoring room, both versions of Cecil watched the empty ruins where Emperor Mark and Sukuna had been moments before. The sudden disappearance of both beings from their surveillance feed left them momentarily confused. "What just happened?" Original Cecil demanded, adjusting controls to scan for any trace of the combatants. A technician pointed to a secondary monitor. "Sir, we've located one of them, the Emperor. He's taken position on Observatory Hill, approximately 3 miles from the Grayson residence." The monitor shifted to show Emperor Mark seated amid the ruins of the hill's observation point, his imposing figure unmistakable even from a distance. "And the other one, the Sukuna variant?" Altered Cecil asked. "No signs, sir," the technician replied. "One moment he was there, the next, nothing. Our sensors detected a brief energy spike consistent with dimensional distortion, but we couldn't track it." The two Cecils exchanged concerned glances. "He's planning something," Original Cecil stated grimly, sitting there like a predator surveying his hunting ground. "We need to warn Sukuna immediately of what happened in the fight," his counterpart agreed, "and prepare for what comes at sunset." Relax. The dimensional energy continued to pulse across the sky in eerie waves of green light as Sukuna and Eve soared above the clouds, leaving the chaos of the city far behind. They flew side by side, Eve propelled by her pink molecular energy, while Sukuna used his newly integrated smart atoms to keep pace with effortless precision. "Are you certain this is wise?" Eve asked, glancing over at him with a mixture of concern and excitement in her eyes. With Emperor Mark actively hunting for you, perhaps we should remain at the facility. Sukuna's lips quirked slightly. The Emperor has no intention of forcing a confrontation until after sunset. It's a psychological tactic, designed to make me choose to come to him willingly. And you know this how? Eve pressed, executing a playful barrel roll around him as they flew, her momentary joy breaking through her scientific demeanor. Because it's what I would do, Sukuna replied simply. And despite his differences, he thinks as I would. As Megumi would. Strategy over brute force. Patience over impulse. Eve couldn't argue with that logic. If anyone could read the Emperor's playbook, it would be Sukuna. Still, the thought of deliberately leaving the safety of the GDA facility made her stomach flutter with anxiety that had nothing to do with her aerial maneuvers. But they had to. The privacy was necessary from the Marks, other Eve, Nolan, Debbie's, and Uncle Kenji. Besides, Sukuna continued, his tone softening slightly, we've been in crisis mode since this whole merger began. A brief respite will sharpen our minds, not dull them. Well, this is new. Eve smiled despite her concerns. I used to practically have to drag you away from training. When did you start advocating for breaks? Perhaps I've learned to value certain distractions, he replied, his eyes meeting hers with an intensity that made her nearly drop a few feet in altitude. They continued flying in comfortable silence, the world spreading out beneath them like a patchwork quilt gone wrong. The dimensional merger had created a landscape that defied all natural laws, mountain ranges that shouldn't exist alongside familiar landmarks, rivers flowing in impossible patterns, forests and deserts existing side by side. Eve suddenly banked sharply to the east, picking up speed. Race you there, she called over her shoulder, her scientific composure momentarily forgotten in a burst of playfulness. Sukuna didn't respond verbally, but the subtle acceleration of his flight was answer enough. He kept pace easily, his control over his newly integrated smart atoms allowing him to match her most complex aerial maneuvers without visible effort. We're almost there, Eve announced as they began their descent, passing through a layer of clouds that scattered like pink-tinged cotton candy around her energy field. Below them, a hidden valley revealed itself, a secret paradise nestled between two mountain ranges that had somehow survived the dimensional upheaval intact. A crystal-clear lake shimmered at its center, fed by a waterfall that cascaded down from the surrounding cliffs. The shoreline was ringed with wildflowers in impossible hues, their colors almost painfully vibrant. I discovered this location several months ago, Eve explained as they landed gently on a small, grassy promontory overlooking the lake. It's become my sanctuary, my place to think when everything becomes overwhelming. You're the first person I've ever brought here. Sukuna surveyed the valley with appreciative eyes, noting the perfect isolation, the natural beauty, the strategic value of a location unknown to others. It's suitable, he said, which from him was practically a standing ovation. Such enthusiasm. Eve laughed, her formal demeanor slipping again as she gently nudged his shoulder. Try not to strain yourself with all that excessive praise. The corner of Sukuna's mouth twitched in what might have been amusement. It's beautiful, he amended, his voice carrying a sincerity that made Eve's smile widen. From a small pocket dimension she had created with her molecular manipulation, Eve produced a blanket and a basket containing food and drink, a picnic prepared hastily before their departure from the GDA facility. I apologize for the simplicity, she said, spreading the blanket on the grass with a flick of her powers. Just some sandwiches and fruit. And wine, because I thought we could use it after everything we've experienced. It's more than adequate, Sukuna replied, seating himself on the blanket with fluid grace. They ate in comfortable silence for a while, watching the play of light on the lake's surface. The dimensional energy in the sky cast strange, shifting patterns across the water, creating an otherworldly light show that was both beautiful and slightly unsettling. Do you remember our first date? Eve asked suddenly, breaking the silence. At that Thai restaurant after we secured the quantum module? Sukuna nodded, the memory clear despite everything that had happened since. You were nervous, he observed, Your molecular control was fluctuating. The silverware vibrated when you picked it up. Was it that obvious? Eve laughed, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. And here I thought I was maintaining perfect composure. To most, it wouldn't have been noticeable, Sukuna assured her. But I observe carefully. Sometimes too carefully, Eve teased, pouring them each a glass of wine. Like how you pretended not to notice me studying your movements for weeks before that. I noticed, Sukuna confirmed, accepting the glass. I simply saw no reason to acknowledge it. And now, Eve asked, her voice taking on a more serious tone. Do you regret acknowledging it? Acknowledging me? Sukuna studied her for a moment, his expression thoughtful. No, he said finally, the single word carrying more weight than a lengthy declaration might have from someone else. Good answer, Eve smiled, clinking her glass against his. They fell into easy conversation about simpler times training sessions with Mark, Eve's laboratory experiments that occasionally yielded unexpected results, quiet evenings spent discussing everything from quantum physics to philosophical questions about the nature of the world for a brief, precious time. They were just two people enjoying each other's company, the apocalyptic scenario unfolding across the world temporarily forgotten. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows across their private valley, Eve's expression grew more serious. What's your plan? She asked directly, setting down her wine glass. For the Mad Emperor? For this dimensional merger? For all of it? Sukuna was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the distant waterfall. I would prefer to keep that to myself for now, he said finally. Eve's eyes narrowed instantly, her scientist brain switching to full analysis mode. It's dangerous, isn't it? She said, her formal demeanor giving way to emotional directness. Whatever you're planning, it's something incredibly risky. Something you don't want to tell me because you know I'll object. Eve, Sukuna began, but she cut him off. No, don't Eve me with that tone, she said, pink energy flaring briefly around her hands as her emotions took control. I know you too well now. I can read between the lines. You're planning something self-sacrificial, aren't you? Sukuna's expression remained impassive, but his silence was answer enough. Damn it, Megumi. Eve rarely used his original name, saving it for moments when her emotions overwhelmed her careful scientific demeanor. After everything we've been through, you still think you need to face things alone? That's not how this works, not how we work. Some battles cannot be shared, Sukuna replied, his voice calm despite her outburst. That's completely unacceptable and you know it? Eve responded, rising to her feet as her composure fractured further. We're stronger together. Whatever plan you've devised, whatever you're facing, let me help. Let me be there. Sukuna stood as well, looking down at her with those intense eyes that always made her feel like he was, seeing straight through to her soul. It's not a question of strength, he said quietly. It's a question of necessity. Necessity, Eve repeated incredulously. Is it necessary to keep me in the dark? To make decisions that affect both of us without even consulting me? If those decisions protect you, yes, Sukuna stated firmly. These words themselves still surprised Sukuna that they fell off his tongue. He, the once cruel, aloof, tyrannical king, who ruled the Heian era with an iron fist, stating something so soft, gentle. He understood that this was love, this was being in love, a feeling he had never experienced previously in any of his lives. He still couldn't understand how people could stand it, to care so much for another, and yet he still liked it. It was a pleasure that was akin to a seasoning that was applicable to any food, for whenever he was with Eve, wherever it was, he felt incredible joy. I don't need protection. Eve's voice rose, her frustration evident as small objects around them began to float in response to her agitated molecular control. I need partnership. I need you to understand that whatever happens to you happens to me too, because that's what it means to be together. Sukuna was silent for a moment, studying her with an unreadable expression. Then, with uncharacteristic gentleness, he reached out to touch her face. Trust me, he said simply, the words both a request and a promise. Eve's anger deflated visibly. That's not fair, she whispered, leaning into his touch despite herself. You know I trust you more than anyone. Then trust that whatever I do, whatever plan I execute, it will be with one purpose above all others. Sukuna continued, his voice low and intense. To ensure your survival, your future, his continued existence as well, of course, but continued existence is not the same as not dying. Death has, after all, never truly earned him. I don't want a future without you in it, Eve replied, her voice cracking slightly. Don't you understand that by now? Instead of answering with words, Sukuna leaned down, capturing her lips with his own. The kiss was gentle at first, almost tentative, but quickly deepened into something more urgent, more desperate. Eve responded immediately, her arms wrapping around his neck, pulling him closer as if she could somehow keep him safe through sheer physical proximity. The pink energy that constantly surrounded Eve intensified, enveloping them both in a cocoon of molecular manipulation that responded to her emotional state. The world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only this moment, this connection between them. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless, Eve's eyes were shining with unshed tears and fierce determination. Promise me, she demanded. Promise me you'll come back to me, no matter what your plan entails. Sukuna hesitated, which was unlike him. He pushed any doubts away. I promise. She immediately met him with another kiss at the reassurance, deeper and more insistent than the first. This time, there was no gentleness, only raw need and desire that swept away all other considerations. They sank back onto the blanket together, hands exploring with urgent precision. Eve's fingers traced the contours of Sukuna's chest, feeling the musculature beneath his skin, while his hands moved to the small of her back, pulling her closer against him. Their bodies pressed together, separated only by the increasingly inconvenient barrier of clothing. Sukuna's lips moved from hers to trace a path along her jawline, then down the sensitive skin of her neck, drawing a soft gasp from Eve as he found a particularly responsive spot. Her hands tangled in his hair, guiding him as her head tilted back to grant him better access. With deliberate slowness, he began to remove her clothing piece by piece, his eyes never leaving hers as each new expanse of skin was revealed. Eve's breath caught in her throat at the intensity of his gaze, the raw hunger there balanced by something deeper, something that spoke of possession and protection in equal measure. When she was fully bared to him, she reached for his clothes with trembling hands, her usual scientific precision abandoned in favor of urgent need. He helped her, his movements efficient where hers were clumsy with desire, until they were skin to skin, nothing between them but the charged air and the soft glow of Eve's molecular energy. You're beautiful, Sukuna murmured, the rare compliment making Eve's heart race even faster. She pulled him down to her, their bodies aligning perfectly as they had so many times before, yet somehow different now, more desperate, more meaningful, as if both sensed that this moment might be precious beyond measure. Their coupling was intense from the first movement, Eve's back arching as Sukuna entered her with a single fluid motion that drew a cry from her lips. Her hands clutched at his shoulders, nails digging into his skin as he established a rhythm that quickly had her gasping his name. The molecular energy surrounding them pulsed with each movement, responding to Eve's pleasure in waves of pink light that rippled outward across the valley. Flowers bloomed spontaneously around their blanket, grass grew inches in seconds, and the very air seemed to shimmer with the force of her unconscious manipulation. Sukuna's control was perfect, his movements precisely calibrated to bring Eve the maximum pleasure, his own release held in check through sheer force of will. He watched her face with intense focus, noting each reaction, each shift in her expression as he adjusted his angle, his depth, his speed. Eve's scientific mind was completely overwhelmed by sensation, all her careful analysis abandoned as her body responded to his with increasing urgency. Her powers flared with each surge of pleasure, creating small molecular distortions in the air around them that refracted light in impossible patterns. When her climax finally came, it was with an intensity that momentarily disrupted her control completely. A wave of pink energy exploded outward from her body, causing the lake below to briefly ripple in perfect concentric circles and the flowers around them to suddenly grow to 3 times their normal size. Sukuna followed her over the edge moments later, his own release accompanied by a subtle pulse of cursed energy that merged with her molecular field, creating an ethereal display of intertwined power that lit up the valley like a miniature aurora. They remained joined for several long moments afterward, both breathing heavily, Eve's body still trembling with aftershocks as Sukuna held her close. When he finally moved to lie beside her, she immediately curled against him, her head finding its familiar place on his chest. They lay together in comfortable silence, Eve's head resting on Sukuna's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The sun had nearly set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that mingled strangely with the green dimensional energy still pulsing overhead. "We should return soon," Sukuna said softly, his fingers tracing idle patterns along Eve's spine. "Sunset approaches." Eve nodded but made no move to rise. "Just a few more minutes," she murmured, her eyes closed as she savored the moment. "The world can end without us for a little longer." Sukuna didn't argue, content to grant her this small request. As they lay there in comfortable silence, his enhanced senses detected something that gave him pause, a subtle change in Eve's molecular structure. A shift so slight that even she herself likely hadn't noticed it yet. A new energy signature, tiny but distinct, had formed within her. A spark of life, created from their union, already beginning its journey toward becoming something more. An impossibility made possible through the merger of 2 extraordinary beings. Sukuna's hand moved almost unconsciously to rest protectively over Eve's abdomen, though he said nothing of what he had detected. This knowledge, this unexpected development, would remain his secret for now, one more reason to ensure that whatever happened in the coming confrontation, Eve would survive it. That he would be there for her and what was going to come. Something that will change his life forever. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the mountains, casting their valley into shadow, they reluctantly rose and prepared to return. The moment of peace was over. Reality awaited. "Are you ready?" Eve asked, her hand finding his as she gathered her molecular energy around herself, her composure restored now that they were returning to their responsibilities. Sukuna nodded, his expression unreadable as always, but his grip on her hand firm and sure. His own energy flared as he activated his smart atoms for flight. "Ready." Together, they rose into the darkening sky, flying side by side as they left their private paradise behind and headed back to face whatever fate awaited them. The dimensional energy pulsed more intensely now, as if sensing that the final act was about to begin. Sunset had come. The Emperor would be waiting, and whatever plan Sukuna had formed would soon be put into action, for better or worse. But no matter what happened next, a part of him would continue unseen, unknown, but growing stronger with each passing moment within the woman who now flew beside him into the gathering darkness. The beginning of the end, the abandoned GDA facility lay in ruins, its once pristine laboratories now a twisted maze of collapsed walls and shattered equipment. Deep within this desolation, in a reinforced chamber that had somehow survived the structural collapse, Mad Levy hung suspended in a web of his own dimensional energy, a sickly green cocoon that pulsed erratically with each labored breath. His body was a wreck. Dehydration had hollowed his cheeks and sunken his eyes, while hunger had stripped away what little fat he'd possessed, leaving only wiry muscle clinging desperately to his frame. The wounds he'd sustained during his escape attempt had festered, angry red lines streaking from them like lightning across his pale skin. By all medical logic, he should have been dead days ago. Only the dimensional energy flowing through him, the same power that had driven him to madness, now kept him alive, sustaining his vital functions through sheer metaphysical force. "Water," he croaked to the empty room, his cracked lips barely able to form the word. "Please, water." As if in answer to his plea, the air before him shimmered, reality folding in on itself as a dimensional tear formed. Through this rift stepped a figure Mad Levy recognized even through his delirium, another version of himself, but changed, scarred, with exposed brain tissue visible through a cracked skull. "Look at you," Scarred Levy said, his voice a mixture of disgust and pity. Pathetic. Mad Levy attempted to laugh, the sound emerging as a wet, rattling cough. Brother, he managed. You came. Not by choice, scarred Levy replied, approaching cautiously. His exposed brain pulsed with green energy as he assessed the situation. The dimensional barriers are collapsing. All versions of us are being drawn together. It was only a matter of time before I found you. Sukuna, Mad Levy whispered, his eyes rolling wildly. Did you see him? The king of curses, the destroyer of worlds. He's here in this reality, just as I foresaw. Scarred Levy's expression darkened. Your obsession with this Sukuna has caused nothing but chaos. Do you realize what you've done? The dimensional merger is accelerating beyond control. Entire realities are collapsing into one another. Good, Mad Levy hissed, a manic grin splitting his cracked lips. Let them fall. Let everything burn. As long as he burns with it. Scarred Levy studied his counterpart for a long moment, then sighed a sound of resignation rather than sympathy. I understand revenge, he said finally. Better than most. But this goes beyond vengeance. This is madness. Is it madness to want to stop a monster? Mad Levy asked, his voice suddenly stronger, more lucid. You haven't seen what I've seen, brother. The worlds he's devoured. The lives he's destroyed. The pleasure he takes in suffering. And yet, here you are, Scarred Levy observed, suffering, dying, while he remains free. Mad Levy's eyes focused suddenly, a moment of clarity piercing through his delirium. Not for long, he whispered. The trap is set. The bait is taken. When the dimensional barriers fully collapse, when only one version of each being can remain, he will face judgment. Scarred Levy shook his head, but extended his hand nonetheless. Come. This place is no longer safe. The GDA will return eventually, and in your condition, you won't survive another interrogation. With surprising gentleness, he helped Mad Levy disentangle himself from the web of dimensional energy, supporting his emaciated frame as they moved toward the portal. Where are we going? Mad Levy asked, his momentary lucidity already fading. Somewhere to recover your strength, Scarred Levy replied. And then we'll discuss what comes next. The king of curses must fall, Mad Levy insisted, his voice fading as they approached the dimensional tear. Promise me, brother. Promise me he will pay for what he's done. Scarred Levy paused at the threshold of the portal, looking back at the ruined facility. I promise you this, he said carefully. When the dimensions settle, when the dust clears, only one version of each being will remain. Who that will be, that's what we're going to ensure. Together, the two versions of Angstrom Levy stepped through the portal, which sealed behind them with a sound like tearing fabric, leaving only silence in the abandoned chamber miles away. In what had once been a thriving commercial district but now resembled a war zone, Sukuna stood facing the third and final version of himself to appear in this merged reality. Unlike the Shibuya Sukuna who had possessed Yuji Itadori, or the Yakuna who had inhabited Yuta Okatsu's body, this version appeared in his original form, the legendary king of curses from Japan's Heian era. Heian Sukuna was magnificent in his terrifying splendor for arms, each ending in clawed fingers, skin adorned with intricate patterns, for eyes that burned with ancient malevolence. He wore traditional robes that somehow remained pristine despite the destruction surrounding them, and his very presence caused the air to distort with cursed energy. Above Sukuna's head, Maharaga's will spun silently, its metallic surface catching the last rays of the setting sun as it rotated with hypnotic regularity. Neither combatant acknowledged it, yet its presence was significant, a silent witness to the confrontation between different versions of the same being. So, Heian Sukuna said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of absolute power. Another fragment of myself, split across the dimensions. How disappointing. Sukuna regarded his counterpart with cool assessment. Disappointing? Perhaps, but not surprising. The multiverse contains infinite variations, after all. Variations, Heian Sukuna repeated, contempt dripping from the word. Is that what you consider yourself? A variation? A pale shadow of the true king of curses. Without warning, he attacked, two of his arms extending to unleash dismantle invisible cutting force that sliced through the air towards Sukuna. Sukuna didn't use cursed energy to counter. Instead, he relied on his newly integrated smart atoms, his body moving with impossible speed and precision to evade the attack. He weaved between the invisible cutting forces and closed the distance between them with fluid grace. Heian Sukuna's eyes widened in surprise as Sukuna delivered a devastating punch to his midsection, a purely physical attack that nonetheless sent him crashing through the remains of a nearby building. Impossible! Heian Sukuna growled as he emerged from the rubble, dust falling from his robes. No mere physical attack should affect me to this degree. Perhaps your understanding of mere is limited by your experience, Sukuna replied calmly, not bothering to pursue his advantage. Heian Sukuna's face contorted with rage. You dare mock me? I am Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses, feared across Japan, worshipped as a god. Entire clans of sorcerers fell before me. And yet here you stand, Sukuna observed, shouting your accomplishments like a child seeking validation. Truly, the mighty have fallen. With a roar of outrage, Heian Sukuna began to form his domain malevolent shrine. Black lines started to spread outward from his position, reality itself beginning to warp as his innate domain attempted to manifest. Before the domain could fully form, Sukuna moved with blinding speed, appearing directly before Heian Sukuna. With a precise strike to his counterpart's chest, he disrupted the flow of cursed energy, causing the emerging domain to collapse before it could fully materialize. How? Heian Sukuna demanded, genuine shock registering on his face. No one can disrupt my domain formation. No one. I am not no one, Sukuna replied. I am you evolved, refined, transcended. What you are, I was. What I am, you could never become. Sunset, a new voice observed casually. Both turned to see Emperor Mark descending from the darkening sky, his cape billowing behind him as he landed with precision on a chunk of broken concrete. He surveyed the scene with calculated interest, his eyes lingering on the wheel spinning above Sukuna's head before shifting to Heian Sukuna. Another version? Emperor Mark asked, addressing Sukuna. You seem to have quite the collection of selves scattered across the multiverse. Megumi. Mark, Sukuna acknowledged, his posture relaxing slightly despite the potential threat. Right on schedule. Emperor Mark smiled, a genuine expression that held actual warmth when directed at Sukuna. Hey, when have I ever been late for something important, especially when it comes to getting you back? His gaze shifted back to Heian Sukuna. Though I gotta say, I'm kinda curious about this primitive version of you. Is he giving you trouble? Hardly, Sukuna replied. He's merely a sideshow, an evolutionary dead end. Heian Sukuna's rage was palpable, cursed energy swirling around him in violent patterns. You speak to this human as an equal? You permit him such familiarity? Have you forgotten what you are, what we are? I haven't forgotten, Sukuna said quietly. I've evolved. Something you, apparently, never managed to do. You're holding back, Emperor Mark observed, studying Sukuna with the practiced eye of someone who had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. Why not just end the stupid show? Show him what you can really do. Patience has its virtues, Sukuna replied. Some lessons are best learned slowly. Emperor Mark laughed a sound that contained genuine amusement. Always the teacher, aren't you? Even when facing yourself. This is why I've missed you so damn much, Megumi. No one else gets the value of the lesson itself. Their casual banter seemed to infuriate Heian Sukuna further. With a howl of rage, he launched himself at Sukuna, all four arms extended, cursed energy concentrated for a direct physical attack that would allow him to use cleave. Sukuna sidestepped the attack with contemptuous ease, delivering a precise strike to Heian Sukuna's back as he passed. The blow sent his counterpart crashing into the ground, creating a crater in the already devastated street. Pathetic, Sukuna commented, watching as Heian Sukuna struggled to rise, You rely too heavily on your cursed energy, on your reputation, on the fear you inspire. But what are you, truly, without those crutches? Just another being clinging to power without purpose. Purpose. Heian Sukuna spat, blood staining his perfect teeth. What purpose does a god need beyond his own satisfaction? What meaning exists beyond power itself? That, Sukuna said softly, is precisely why you fail. With blinding speed, he closed the distance between them, delivering a series of strikes so precise and powerful that Heian Sukuna had no chance to defend himself. Each blow landed with devastating effect, targeting pressure points and energy meridians with immense accuracy. Heian Sukuna collapsed to his knees, blood flowing from multiple wounds, his cursed energy fluctuating wildly as he struggled to maintain his composure. Impossible, he gasped, staring up at Sukuna with a mixture of rage and disbelief. No mere physical attacks should affect me this way. My body is vulnerable, Sukuna finished for him, as all bodies are when one understands their true nature. And stop repeating yourself. You sound like a fool. With a final, decisive movement, Sukuna drove his fist directly into Heian Sukuna's chest. But this time, cursed energy flowed from his hand not to destroy, but to extract. Heian Sukuna's eyes widened in horror as he felt his own cursed energy being drawn out, pulled through the point of contact into Sukuna's body. What are you doing?